Hey, welcome to another episode of Midnight Quest, where tonight we will be continuing our hero's journey to solve the mystery of the Talisman of Lore. Tonight we'll be following a group of heroes as they enter, wow, starting off strong, as they enter the archives at Arborenis, a library within an active city, which they should be going just to find a map, but instead they find it completely infested with monsters. So it should be an interesting one for sure. Boy, the chat is rocking tonight. Clear back to 11:30. Conversation's going. Oh, you guys are awesome. You there is disappointed the void ended. I see. I get it. I see it. Bring us back the void. All right, fine. Oh, geez. It's fantastic. Okay. Well, we are still, right at the moment, trying out a new starting of the quest, being that I have prepared everything beforehand, and we can just kind of jump right straight into it as we get there. So we'll do a really quick rundown of who's going on the quest, what they have, and then we'll start the music, read the stuff we gotta read, start playing. As always, if you guys would rather see the stuff like we have done all the way up to now. Last time we did a quest, and tonight is the first times we're doing this. If you guys would rather see this, let me know. Because I'm still on the fence about whether or not I like it being off of the stream or not. So it could go either way. I could certainly be talked into doing it on stream like we used to. Either way. Okay, so who is going on the quest tonight? Of course, we have Tiaga the Warlock. Can you guys tell yet just by the tops of their heads? Because you ought to be excited, right? Yes, kind of missed the quest building, but I understand it. Yes, I think Gohan said the same thing a couple nights ago, and I'm still on the fence about it too. Especially picking the heroes. But then, you know, I can't prepare the sheets until I know who's going, so Oh, Rukoro is sick. I saw that. I saw that in the Discord. Sorry to hear that, man. Hope you start feeling better. Yeah, you're right. Being sick definitely sucks. Okay, so first up in the quest tonight, we have Rana Ruvan, the dwarf. She was just on the quest a couple of nights ago, but she came up again. We also have, yes indeed, well of course Savannah would recognize the top of her head. She painted it. Grimina, the dwarven explorer. We also have Thraken the Bold, the Barbarian. And of course, Tiaga the Warlock, who is required to go on every single quest in this particular book. I was almost a little bit disappointed when Thraken was drawn because, you know, we knew we had Tiaga. I drew Rana, I drew Grimina, and I thought, boy, this is going to be the short chick's quest. And then Thraken came through and thought, oh, nope, guess not. What if we choose on screen after completing the previous quest? See, I've thought about that too. It could go either way, for sure. I'm not necessarily against choosing at the beginning of each quest. I was kind of curious how it would feel to be able to kind of jump into the quest a little bit sooner after we start the stream. I don't know, either that or chat was kind of talking before the stream started about, you know, potentially doing some sort of pre-stream stream where we're just setting up. Yeah, Gohan called it. Gohan says, see Grimina's punch, and Rukoro says, well, everything is dead then. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. So I don't know, maybe we'll figure out some way to do that through Discord. We'll just go live for about 15 minutes in Discord prior to the quest starting and get everything set up. Maybe we'll do it that way. Okay, so as far as items and everything, by the way, we are on level 3 difficulty, which is the kind of the norm recently. Just start earlier, give us more void. There you go. So all monsters have an extra body point. Boss monsters have an extra body point and a potion of healing, and I do believe we have a boss tonight. Rana is holding a potion of rejuvenation, a potion of healing, the rod of telekinesis artifact, and the anti-poison quill artifact, of which she has 3 uses apiece. So if she gets poisoned, she'll be able to use that to negate that. And guys, help me remember that, because even if she draws like a poison card out of the treasure deck, she gets to negate that. And that is exactly the sort of thing I forget about all the time. Gramina has got a whole bunch of stuff. 2 potions of healing, Dust of Disappearance, the Spell Scroll Bridge, a Heroic Brew. She also has her 3 Explorer skills, which are Trapsmith, which allows her to, if she's ever standing directly next to a trap, I have to tell her. Danger Sense, which means she redraws a trap out of the treasure deck once per treasure search. And Coin Hunter, which means she gets extra coins if she draws treasure out of the treasure deck. She also has a Sleep Spell, which is something that she gained through skill sets. She has access to 1 random spell, and this time it was Sleep. Gohan says, ooh, making it fancy. The Void tells us the members going and what they have. Ah, then Luke wrestles control of the game back from the Void. Yes. Yeah, there you go. We've also got, let's see, Thraken's got a potion of healing, a Fire Ring artifact, which protects him from fire spells, and the Rabbit Boots artifact. I do believe Thraken got hit with a fire spell last time he went on a quest, and I completely forgot that he had the Fire Ring. Again, that's exactly the sort of thing I forget. So try and keep me in line. You guys might forget too, or anything, and that's totally understandable. But if all of us know, then hopefully one of us will remember. And then, of course, we have Tiaga the Warlock, who has a potion of healing, 2 potions of magic resistance, a potion of rejuvenation, and a potion of strength. She also has her 3 Warlock spells, Darkwing Sphere, Demon Form. She has 2 regular spells as well, Arrows of the Night and Heal Body. She also currently has access to the Lightning Bolt Dread spell. 1 in 26 asks pointy-eared person? Not this time, not really. 2 dwarfs, a barbarian, and Tiaga. So Tiaga is kind of the closest thing to a pointy ear, but even that's not quite. And you there says the Void's going to start talking for 15 minutes. Yeah. A weird, creepy, reverby voice through the Void. And Gohan correctly says Gramina is all you need. Yeah, we could send Gramina into this quest alone and she'd take care of it, without a doubt. Okay, I think that takes care of everything that we need to do with that. And yeah, I'm of the mind at the moment that this still needs edited somehow. That we should definitely do this a slightly different way. Shamrock says, wait, are we making the Void evil? No, the Void is the best part. I'm not sure how to feel about that. All right, let me get the music started because we have some extra reading to do. So we have the quest text, but we also have a short interlude. I say short, it's a whole page of text. It's not short. An interlude now that some of our mystery has been solved. So if you guys remember at the end of the last quest, the heroes discovered that Malar is somehow in the Talisman. So he was able to take control of Tiaga for a minute and freeze her while a monster was attacking her over and over, and she had to break control. So the heroes are going to kind of reconvene with Mentor and figure out, trying to figure out what's going on here. So let me get the music started. We'll read that interlude text, we'll read the quest text, and in we will go. Okay. You return with haste to the capital city and Mentor's study. As you enter, the wizard turns to greet you. Despite a serious face, Mentor's arms are outstretched in a warm welcome. My friends, never before have I been so blinded. I am sorry that I failed to protect you from Malar at the Temple of Gilgareth. Mentor smiles. But I am glad to see you survived nonetheless. The good news is that the intent of Malar's dread spirit has now been revealed. Once more it becomes too bold. Once more it has moved too soon. Now that I understand the nature of our foe, I have been able to free Lortome from the disruption that had been placed upon it. The dangers we face were foretold. Telor, who rode with Rogar during the first war with Zargon, left us this prophecy. Mentor opens Lortome and reads from its pages. Then shall Felmarak rise, a spirit given form and born of a dread talisman. It shall bow for Zargon's gift, the sorcerer's crown. Spirit no more, the Sorcerer King Felmorak shall ride by Zargon's side, and together they shall bring the shadow sky. No light shall touch the land, nor give hope to the future. The realm shall fall in darkness. So says the prophecy of Telor. I admit frustration that I did not connect the Talisman of Lore and Malar's disappearance with the dread talisman spoken of in the prophecy. I had long assumed the events described here to have been prevented by Zargon's defeat in the First War. Mentor turns the large book around. Look closely. There on the page is a beautiful but ominous illustration, painted in vibrant colors and embellished with gold. It shows a dark future. Zargon rides at the head of an army. To the side, another figure rides. The face of Felmorak cannot be mistaken. It is the bearer of the talisman, and around the Sorcerer King's neck is the Talisman of Lore. Mentor continues. This illustration was not revealed to me until I lifted the disruption, or I may have been far more wary to begin with. It is well, my friends, that you did not discover the Sorcerer's Crown at Gilgareth, or Malar may have defeated us before we even knew what we were fighting. I shall journey there myself to secure the crown, and ensure it remains hidden and magically protected with the elves of Athelorn. This may delay Malar's plans, but it will not defeat him. You must journey to Telor's tomb and seek an audience with his spirit. We must discover the means to defeat him. To gain access, you will first need to journey to the archives at Arborenis in the borderlands to find a map to Telor's tomb. Be swift, for Malar's power is rising. He will try to possess you again, bearer of the talisman. Heroes, guard well your companion. And there you go. And Justin says he said it. Yeah. Oh, we're discussing the evilness of the void, I see. Oh yeah, I like you there's interpretation. The void is the father of good and evil. Without the void there'd be no heroes or monsters. So that guy can do stuff himself. Nothing like good old hero sacrifice. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. Okay, so we have a short little thing here on the back of this page as well that's instructions for how we go about the rest of the quests in this book. Now that Malar has made his presence known, he is going to continuously try to mess with Tiaga. So let me just go ahead and read this so we're all aware. The heroes now know that the talisman contains the dread spirit of Malar. They also know that he seeks to possess the bearer of the talisman and become Felmorak the Sorcerer King. Malar's power continues to grow, and the following special rules now apply to the bearer, which is Tiaga. The bearer may now cast the dread spells Lightning Bolt and Firestorm. They can be cast once per quest. Each time either of these spells are cast, the bearer gains 1 mind point. If the bearer's body points are reduced to 0, Malar's dread spirit will keep the hero alive, albeit unconscious. The bearer may not move or take any actions while unconscious. Other heroes may use spells or potions to restore the bearer's body points and allow them to regain consciousness. Malar seeks to weaken the bearer. At the beginning of each of the bearer's turns for the next several quests, the bearer must roll 2 movement dice. This is the stupid roll, by the way, that I've mentioned a few times. If they score equal to or greater than their current mind points, nothing happens. If they roll less than their current mind points, they will lose 1 body point. The bearer's strength and resilience are boosted by their companion's presence. The bearer may add 1 to their roll for each hero in the same room or corridor. The bearer may add 2 to their roll for every hero directly adjacent to them. The book will indicate when these special rules no longer apply. Now, this is going to be a particularly large pain in the butt, because Tiaga already had a lot of mind points and had also been building the education skill set. She currently has 11 mind points, which means the stupid roll is going to hurt her most of the time. If she loses a body point, every time she rolls 10 or less, come on. She has to roll 11 or 12 to not get hit by that. I don't even think I'm going to give her the Firestorm Dread spell, because using it gives her an extra body point and makes it more and more impossible for her to correctly get this roll. Now, it'll help if she's standing near to the other heroes, but more than likely, we're going to end up with her going unconscious a few times, aka being reduced to 0 body points. So that's going to be for most of the rest of the book. At the beginning of every single one of her turns, we've got to do that. So something we all need to keep an eye on. You guys know how forgetful I am. I'm going to try and remember. The longer we do it, the more I'm going to remember, but there's a chance I forget. So if any of you catch me forgetting to do that, call me out. Okay, tonight we are doing Quest 7, the Archives at Arborenis. This is a little past the halfway point of this book. As you arrive at the Archives, you notice the doors broken open and parchment and scrolls are scattered everywhere. You must locate the study of the cartographer. There, you should find a map to Telor's tomb. We must assume that Zargon has insight to our plans. Let us not forget that Malar is here with us. That fool took audience with Zargon before being consumed by dread magic. It is possible that even now, in some way, Malar can communicate with the Dark Sorcerer. Yes, indeed. So we're at a library in Arborenis, which is just a town. It's an active town. It's not ruins. This is just a town in the middle of the borderlands that they are traveling to find the library there totally filled with monsters. So I guess we ought to jump down into it. So we are starting with an entrance room, so let's go ahead and we'll get our heroes put on there. So Rana, Gramina, Thraken, and Tiaga all going in the entrance room, and then we'll go ahead and switch over to a board camera. There we go. I'm going to have to actually move my quest map here to put the entrance room where it goes, which is right here. Zombie hero, yes. Yeah, and Justin said he set the name of the book in the book, yes. That's a joke from something, isn't it? Is it a Family Guy joke that they make one time where they're calling out it's funny that when a movie says its own title in the movie? Rikoro says zombie hero, then Gohan says jelly zombie hero. Yes. Absolutely. Okay, as always, when we have a starting room, when the quest is ready to start, we have to immediately populate the hallways that they can see into. We have very few walls in this quest because they are entering a library. Yes, you there says, can we get a zombie hero? That would be interesting, wouldn't it? As soon as we kill Robert. Okie dokie. Now, this is a weird thing here because we also have, remember, the monsters are raiding this library, so they're also trying to find and destroy the map to Telor's tomb. So we actually have several rooms that start the quest open. So no doors, there are going to be some doors, but several of the doors are already broken open and we've got to put down. So right here at the beginning, we immediately have to put down quite a lot of stuff because of the very few walls. We can see a big area, and there are 5 rooms visible to them, and 3 of those 5, the door is open. So we're just putting down everything. Okie dokie, Robert will go from hated to beloved. There you go. Yeah. Oh, we just got to make him a zombie. Zombie Robert. Okay, so let me go ahead and put down the doors that they're going to see that are closed. There is a door into the center room that is closed. There is also a door into this room which is closed. And then there are also 3 open doors, one right here, and one right here. And we need to populate these rooms as well. So the easy one we'll do first has a swamp orc. And actually nothing else. So there's a swamp orc hanging out right here in this yellow room. And that's actually it as far as what we can see at the moment. There is also, in these other 2 rooms, a couple of tables. So there's a table here, and there's also a table here. And then there is a mountain goblin in one of those rooms. Right here. And the other room has a deep orc in it. Okay, and I want an Avalon Hill mini for this, I think, just so I can keep track of which one's which. So the Deep Orc is the Avalon Hill Mini, and the Swamp Orc is the Milton Bradley Mini. And oh, there's also an Ocean Orc in the hallway I almost missed. We'll just go ahead and put a Milton Bradley guy down. Obviously, there's not a third variant. There's a secret mechanic when Robert dies, yes. Okay, I think that is us set up and ready to actually get some movement into the quest going then. Right. Okay, so we're starting off with Rana. Now she has a few options available to her. She can search for traps in this hallway, search for secret doors in that same hallway, search for traps or secret doors down this front hallway, or ignore all searching and move. So let's see what she's gonna do. She is searching for traps in the initial hallway. So this is the long hallway, which actually does go from the corner here all the way down to the corner here. And this trap search is going to be active for that entire hallway. And there are actually very few traps in this quest. There are no traps in this area right at the moment. Second action for Rana. Secret doors in the same hallway, traps or secret doors in this hallway, or again, ignore all searching and move. And she is gonna move. Oh, and Zealnox here. Good to see ya. Good to see everybody. We got just about everybody right off the bat. All of the normal people. Are you guys normal people? Recorder says, on a side note, I should have a nice watch pretty soon. I'll post it on Discord when I get it. Yes, looking forward to it. Nice. One says, no traps, all quests. Guess we better search every room. I didn't say no traps. I said very few traps. Okay, now she only rolled 2, so 1. And then which direction is she going? Because she could go straight or her right or her left. And I believe we are going to count that as being her left. So she's seen that orc and she's like, pass. And she is headed down this direction. Jamrock's not normal. Uther says not normal, but okay, yeah. Gohan says close enough. Oh, Rukor's getting a 35th anniversary Sonic watch. That should be really neat. I forgot that we're there. Wild. Absolutely wild. Oh, I think I become less and less normal the older I get. That seems to be what I've taken away. I thought I was more normal than I was, and I didn't think I was super normal. Gramina, we have all kind of the same ideas here. At least a couple of the things are knocked off. Secret doors in the long hallway, traps in the straight hallway, secret doors in the straight hallway, ignore all that and move. Okay, and she is going for secret doors in this hallway, which is kind of a strange thing to do. None of those. None of those in that hallway. Shamrock asks, is there even a such thing as normal? No, I don't think so. Or maybe we have re-normalized, if you will. Being weird is now normal, and being normal is weird. We've kind of flip-flopped everything. Zilnox says, imagine being normal at the start. Couldn't be me. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Oh, let's see. Okay, so Gramina's second action. She's got secret doors in the long hallway, traps in the short hallway, or move. Let's see. She's going for move, as it happens. And she's got a pretty good movement there. So is she going down this straight shot hallway, or is she going to follow Rana, or is she going off in the other direction? I think what we will do is kind of clockwise this. So we'll say low card is that, medium card is this, and high card is that. And we've got a high card, so she is following Rana. Or, well, she's not following at this point. With an 11, she is taking the lead. Unsurprising for Gramina. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She is now looking down this hallway. Oh my gosh, okay, this hallway also extends all the way to the other corner of the board. This is a very open board. So what she can see is there is a door way down here in this red room. There's a door even further down in this blue room, and that door is slightly off camera even. Here we go. We also have, oh, I missed a door into this kind of purpley room right here. And then we have two broken open doors, one right here into the green room, and another one here into this orangish room. So we need to fill up those rooms as well. In this green room, there is a mountain orc and a swamp goblin. We got a lot of stuff on the board right at the moment. Okay, mountain orc and a swamp goblin. We're going to have a heck of a monster's turn. And then all the way down here in this yellow room is a bookshelf, fitting considering this is supposed to be a library, and a wasteland abomination. I'll go ahead and use the mythic tier alternate abomination sculpt here so that I can remember that this is a different kind of monster. User says normal is defined differently by everyone depending on lived experience and other stuff, so nothing is exactly normal. This is true. Rukoro says, I don't think normal even exists in my life. Yeah. And Sarah says, did it ever though? Nah. No, I don't think so. Okie dokie, Gramina. She does have one movement left. Is she going to stop here or take that last movement? She is going to stop here. She doesn't have the action to search for anything, but she is going to stop right there. Okay, back up to the entrance door. We have Zargon the Barbarian coming up next, and we've got at least a little bit of the stuff knocked out. He can search for secret doors in the long hallway, search for traps in the short hallway, or ignore all that and move. Looks like he is going for traps in the short hallway, and there are none. Second action, buddy. Are we doing secret doors or moving? He's also doing the secret door search. Okay, fair enough. He's like, let's get the rest of the searching done. Also, no secret doors in the long hallway right here. So, unfortunately, a bunch of searching for nothing, but, you know. This does leave Tiaga. Basically, her only option is to move and do something here. She could also cast her demon form, but of course, right at the beginning, we need to start off by doing her stupid roll. So we are going to roll her 2 movement dice, and I'm going to throw that dice right into my own face. And she's got to roll either an 11 or a 12, or she loses a body point. However, that's actually not true because she is standing directly next to Zargon. So this is going to be whatever we roll plus 2, and that total needs to be 11 or higher. I'm afraid. She rolled a 7. Being next to Zargon gives her a 9. She loses a body point, dropping her to 11. The power of Malar is weakening her. Is demon form even good given that stupid roll? That is a very good point, Rukoro, because if she doesn't make that roll, she loses the demon form. So that's a good point. It's kind of a waste of an action, because likely she will lose it. Good point. Okay, now the stupid roll is not an action. So she does still have both of her actions here, and nothing left to search for. Let's go ahead and eliminate demon form as a possibility. If it makes sense at any point, we'll do it, but I don't think it does right here. I like Rukoro's point there. So let's go ahead and see if we can get her in range of this ocean orc and take it out at least. We do want to try and position her somewhere that she's not going to get surrounded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That way she's 7, 8. Okay, if she goes here, she can actually only get hit by 1 monster. So let's let her take the full movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Unless she doesn't kill this ocean orc, then she'll still be getting hit on both sides. All right, Tiaga sends a blast of energy from her redwood wand at that ocean orc, hitting it with a 1, which it does not defend. However, we are at level 3 difficulty, which means that orc is still alive, down to 1 body point. And that takes us to the monster's turn. So, of course, we have the ocean orc coming forward to attack her. Now, ocean monsters are fast, but they have a little less attack. So the ocean orc swings its sword, hitting her with a 1, which she blocks, just barely. And then let's go ahead and have the mountain goblin come out here to attack her, and then we'll send the other monsters after the other heroes. Mountain goblin swings its axe at her, hitting her with a critical hit of 2, which again, she blocks just barely, kind of crazily, honestly. Okie dokie, let's get a monster after Rana there. Now the deep orc up here is kind of the worst option. Deep monsters are slow, but they attack harder. Let me just remind myself exactly how slow. That monster can only move 4 squares, so we will do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're just doing that with the knowledge it's not going to get anywhere unless we're talking long term. Swamp orcs, however, higher attack, lower defense, normal movement. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Plenty enough to get to Rana. And like I said, extra attack. The swamp orc swings its sword, hitting Rana with a 3. Now she's a dwarf, she's got fairly high defense. But 3 is a pretty good hit. Indeed, she does not defend a single one of those, taking all 3 and dropping her to 8. Okay, and then down with Gramina, we also have a couple of monsters that can come out to attack her there. So we had a mountain goblin and a mountain orc and a swamp goblin. We've also got the wasteland abomination down here, but again, wasteland monsters are slow, kind of like deep monsters are. I think wasteland abominations can only move 1 square per turn. Is that correct? Wasteland abominations can move 2. So we'll go ahead and do that. Let me pull the camera over here to the fastest abomination in the west. 1, 2. Perfect. The most important move in the game, clearly. Okay, only one of these monsters can come out and attack Gramina. Either one of them will reach her. Which one is it going to be? It's going to be the mountain orc. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is just a regular stock orc, except extra body point because of the difficulty chart. The orc swings its sword, hitting her with a 2. Now she is also a dwarf, so that means, again, fairly decent defense. Except just like Rana, she's not in the mood tonight. Getting hit with both of those and dropping her to 10 body points. Ouch. Not looking good as far as hero defense is going. I guess Tiaga defended both the time she got hit. Okie dokie, that takes us back to Rana, who is being attacked by a swamp orc, right? Yes, indeed, a swamp orc. We might as well turn her around and let her have at him. Swinging her battle axe. She hits the orc with a 1. Wow. Okay. And the orc defends it with 1 dice. Manages to defend the only skull she managed to roll. This is going to be a long quest if the dice rolls stick like that. That's wild. Is there anything else she can do? She's already searched everything. I mean, she could... I guess we might as well move her. It's going to kind of read like she's running away from the battle, but we might as well at least be advancing her along the map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that's as far as she can move. Why does that always happen? It's always 5, and then I got to do something, and then 2 more squares. I don't do it on purpose, but it happens all the time. Oh, we're at Gramina next. All right, Gramina attacking the mountain orc. Rukora says Gramina just wants them to think they are strong. Yeah, that's exactly right. Okie dokie. Gramina swings the spirit blade at the mountain orc, hitting it with a 2. See, that's a little bit better. As per usual, Gramina pulling the heavy weight, killing the mountain orc. Everybody else is struggling. Gramina, who has less attack dice than everybody else, taking those monsters out. And you there says she's just running away, the coward. Who was it? Somebody I used to... I don't know if I'm thinking of a different game, or maybe my dad has a rule that's like this. If a hero is in combat with a monster and moves away from it before they die, the monster gets like a free hit. And the hero still gets to defend, but the monster gets to do a free hit or something because they're kind of breaking off combat. Is that from a different game, or maybe that's a rule my dad uses? I don't remember. Thraken. Thraken's still in the entrance room, and he kind of is trapped. he's a little bit trapped. So I think we're going to let him attack. That's funny. We'll go ahead and open the door here. I wouldn't let a monster go in there, but I think they can attack each other from that. Thraken also has a battle axe, does he not? Yes, he does. Thraken swings his battle axe at the Swamp Orc, hitting it with a 1. Come on, guys. The monster doesn't defend it, but again, because of the difficulty chart, that monster is not dead. This is going to take a fair second if this is going to be how the heroes roll the whole time. We're going to be here a while. Now, Thraken can't do anything else. All he's done is attack, but unfortunately, everything else has been searched. So he's done at this point, and we are now at Tiaga, who is also in camera here, surrounded by an ocean orc on one side and a mountain goblin on the other. Yeah, Rukor says just hit the monster with the door. No kidding. That would have been more effective than him swinging his battle axe for basically nothing. All right, Tiaga, I think either of these monsters are a fair shot. The orc is a little closer to dead, so let's leave it at that. She is swinging her broadsword, which remember she did gain access to thanks to the combat skill set. She's almost maxed it out, which is the only way she ever gets a weapon like that. She swings the broadsword at the ocean orc, hitting it with a 1, which it blocks. 3 dice and you only get 1 skull. Come on. Surrounded by monsters, 1 chance to attack. Lost immediately. None of her spells are worth casting on this guy. Yeah. I think she just screwed it. That's just kind of where we're at with that. She should have done better. She can't do anything else. No further searching can be done. She could open the door, but she doesn't know what's back there. That's probably a dumb idea. So I guess that's it. Okay, monster's turn. Let's go ahead and just start with Tiaga since we're already looking at it. Ocean Orc swings its sword at her, hitting her with a 1, which she blocks just barely. Ocean Goblin behind her swings its axe and misses. Over here, the Swamp Orc is swinging at Thraken, swinging its sword and hitting him with a 2. Oh, we forgot the stupid roll. Give me a second, let's finish what we're doing, and then we're going to do the stupid roll, because I totally forgot it. Swamp Orc hits Thraken with a 2, which he blocks. Tiaga's stupid roll, wow, is actually successful, and she does not take a body point. She rolled a 12. Dr. Funnut says, I need to ask you a question. What does that hilt do? What hilt? Which hilt? I'm missing something obvious and stupid, I'm quite sure. We'll also go ahead and move this deep orc out here. Since it can only move a little bit, we might as well move it into a fairly useful position. And then down here, we've got a couple of things. This goblin can reach Gramina. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And that is a Swamp Goblin. So again, increased attack. Swamp Goblin swings its axe, hitting Gramina with a 1. And for the second time in a row, she not only doesn't defend, but rolls exactly 4 skulls and a black shield. That's 2 turns in a row she's rolled exactly that. Dr. Fauna says, it's a weapon pun. You can forget it, I guess. My Viking knowledge shall go unappreciated, it seems. Well, I know what a hilt is. I just didn't get the joke you made. I got the ask you a question. And then, of course, we also have the real star of the show over here, the Wasteland Abomination, who is making a very calculated move towards the action. Okay, let's see if our heroes can fare any better on this turn. Rana, I guess, is just going to help Gramina with what's going on down here. She's kind of left Thraken to deal with her mess up there, but it would be silly to move her back up there. So she puts an arrow in her crossbow and fires at the Swamp Goblin, hitting it with a 2. And that's right, this one is undamaged as of yet. It blocks one and takes the other, which means it is not dead. Gramina would have finished it in 1 shot, just throwing that out there. And because Rana can't move because of where that goblin is, there's no further searching can be done in this hallway. It is now Gramina's turn. She swings the Spirit Blade at the Swamp Goblin and hits it with a 2, which, because of the damage Rana just did, is a skilled strike, and that Swamp Goblin is super dead. This allows Gramina to continue in action. Now, she did stop in this hallway for the express purpose of searching for traps. She just didn't have the action to do it, so we will go ahead and do that. She is searching for traps, which goes from the corner she is standing on all the way to the other corner over here, and in that area there are no traps. Because she searched, right? Thraken, stuck up here fighting a swamp orc. Still hasn't managed to leave the entry room. I don't know if we have ever had a hero stay in the entrance room this long. Of course, he's trapped there by monsters, which is why, but it's still interesting. Swinging his battle axe at the swamp orc, he hits it with a 3, which indeed is a skilled strike and would be a skilled strike even if it weren't already damaged. That swamp orc is, whoops, super dead. Yes. Making sure I had that guy in the right drawer. There's a lot of drawers open right now, unlike usual. And with the second action, Thraken is actually going to move out of the entrance room to face up to this deep orc. We'll remove the entrance room for now, so I can put my quest book back where it's supposed to be. Okay, that takes us over to Tiaga, who finds herself yet again surrounded by monsters. We need to start her turn with the stupid roll. Now, she is in the same corridor as Thraken now, so we will be doing a +1 to whatever her roll is, but it does need to be 11 or higher for her to not take damage. Oof, only a 6 total between the roll and her proximity to Thraken, which means she is again weakened by Malar, dropping her to 10 body points. She also swings her broadsword at the ocean orc, hitting it yet again with a 1. And surprisingly, it doesn't defend. Because it was damaged already, she has actually managed to get rid of it. And then, I guess on the next turn, we will have her deal with this goblin. No other searching can be done in this hallway. I still don't think it's a good idea for her to open that door when she has got other monsters and several unsearched rooms on the board. So we'll go ahead and leave it at that. Uther says, good job, magic dude. Yes. And Rukora says, stupid roll if not done. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It becomes tedious is the thing. I think that's why Merlin and I nicknamed this the stupid roll, is just because it becomes tedious. The mechanic is not stupid. The mechanic is neat, adds a level of interest, but it does become tedious because it's for a lot. If it were for like 1 quest or 2 quests, I think it would be totally fine. But for most of the rest of the book, after a while, it's like, ugh, here we go again. All right, that takes us to the monster's turn. We're already pointing at the 2 of these guys fighting right here, so let's take care of that. Mountain Goblin swings its axe at Tiaga, hitting her with a nothing, which is the best way to hit somebody, obviously. We also have a deep orc swinging its mace at Thraken, hitting him with a 2. And he doesn't defend any of them. Wow. Heroes are not defending worth junk tonight. That drops him to 11. We also have the good old Wasteland Abomination continuing his long journey. I think I will also reveal a swamp goblin that happens to be down here, which has to have heard the ruckus that is happening. There is a swamp goblin hanging out right here. And especially because this Wasteland Abomination is headed down that way, I think we will also head the swamp goblin down there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So it doesn't quite reach them, but it's on the way. Xeonox says, see, when you kept saying stupid roll, I was thinking of the Warhammer Ogre and Troll rule of stupid. Oh, that's great. Now, it's been a long time since I've read anything related to the Warhammer rules, so if you would, remind me what that is, but just the idea of the Ogre and Troll rule of stupid is already amazing. Is this a roll to see how stupid they are? And if they're very stupid, how does that affect their playstyle? Okie dokie, so coming back to the hero's turn, we're already pretty much pointed at where we need to be. It is now Rana's turn, and we are going to move her down towards that swamp goblin. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Luckily, exactly enough to get up to the swamp goblin. She swings her battle axe, hitting it with a 2. And the goblin does not defend, so I guess I put it on there just to be a slight annoyance. Oops, that's the mountain goblin drawer, not the swamp goblin drawer. Get in there. Zelnik says basically whenever you wanted them to do something, they'd have to roll, and if they would actually do the action or stand there confused. If they had a smart ally next to them, it improved the roll result by 1. This is a lot like that. This is a kind of scary amount like that exactly. That's kind of funny. Fantastic though. Okie dokie, so let's go ahead and have Gramina do some stuff here too. I think we ought to have her go ahead and check that green room. It's going to be really easy for us to start missing stuff with these rooms that are already open. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we can pretty safely assume that there's not a trap on that first square. Because of her trapsmith skill, I would have had to tell her if there was one. This also means that there's no reason to search for traps unless there is a secret door in this room as well. So now that she is in here, we will say she's either going to search for secret doors or treasure. It's Gramina, so we're also going to double weight secret doors because she likes searching for those. Okay, Gramina, which one are we doing? King is not viable here. Queen, she is searching for treasure. Surprising. Gramina's going for the treasure. And she finds an arrow trap. However, because of her danger sense skill, we are allowed to discard that and draw again. She found some coins here. In the corner of the room is a large chest with its lid partially broken open. Previous looters clearly made off with most of the chest's contents, but after you manage to get the rest of the lid open, you find 50 gold coins, and thanks to her coin hunter skill, that's actually 75 that she found. That's realizing the context of this quest makes this a little bit different, right? This isn't a dungeon or a cave. This is a library in an active town. So Gramina didn't just find some gold, she took somebody's gold, right? Okay, math on camera. Always fantastic. Okay, that puts us up to 2,155. Gohan says finders keepers. And Zealnox says librarians won't need this. Probably true. Probably true. Okie dokie, back up to Thraken up here fighting the deep orc. Excuse me. Thraken swings his battle axe at the deep orc, hitting it with a 1, which it blocks. What is it with these guys tonight? Thraken in particular. Thraken and Rana are like not doing anything. And there are no searches he can do from this point. I do want him to go wherever Tiaga is going, so I don't want him to like move off down that way even though he's in the middle of combat. I guess we'll sacrifice his second action, and we will move over to Tiaga. First off, the stupid roll. Same rules as last time. It's going to be the dice roll +1. And she's only rolled 3, which is 4 total, which means she is again weakened by Malar, dropping her to 9 body points. Okay, let's see if she can actually kill this goblin here. She does have 2 actions. Almost wonder if we shouldn't go ahead and put her in the demon form, because she could cast it and go ahead and attack, so she would benefit from it at least once, even if she loses it immediately. But wasting it on a goblin, though. Okay, we'll wait. Swinging the broadsword. She hits the mountain goblin with a 2, and it does not defend. It is dead. AWOL Trooper is here. Hello, sir. I'm assuming, sir. I'll amend that. Hello. Good to see you. Good to meet you, I guess, technically. So I saw that you followed last night during the painting stream. Thank you very much for that. My name is Luke, and we're playing some HeroQuest here. And I think you know what HeroQuest is already, right? If Savannah explained that to me correctly. Rugora says it will just be Gramina doing all the work. Isn't it always? 100%. And Zeonox says, so how do you feel about the trope of the person who wants revenge can't achieve it on their own because the subject of their revenge knows them too well? Ah. That is a good question, absolutely. I would think, of course, it's story specific, right? Because if we're meant to be rooting for this person getting revenge, then I would like them to eventually get it. But it also makes it a lot more interesting if they really have to work to actually get there because the person knows them too well. But yeah, I can see how it would, it's done often enough that people are probably sick of it. I think if it's well written, I'm all over it. I don't care necessarily if it's a trope, if it's really well done. Ah, and I see you there as well. Sir is correct. Nice to be here. And yep, familiar with Warhammer Quest. Hope it's going well. Yes, absolutely. Relying on allies for revenge and all that. Yeah. I'll tell you, if there's a revenge trope that I am a little bit sick of, it's the working for an entire novel or movie or episode or whatever the medium is to get revenge, and then at the end essentially achieve it and then decide it's not worth it. Like, that kind of annoys me. It is kind of like it's played off as being the kind of heroic thing or the right thing to do. I won't stoop to your level. That's and that all makes sense. That's all good and fine. But it is a little bit like it's frustrating to see them work towards a goal for an entire thing and be like rooting for them to achieve this goal they're working towards, and then right when they can finally do it, they just decide not to. Yes, AWOL Trooper, we are currently doing a big old campaign called The Second War with Zargon. 14 quest books, something like 150 total quests. We are currently in book 4, about halfway through book 4. So everything going pretty well for sure. By all means, if you have any questions about anything, don't be afraid to ask. Any sort of game mechanic or lore, any sort of question or suggestions about things, by all means throw them in there. We also have a linked pinned comment to our Discord if you want to join our Discord. I would love to see the kind of games that you've got going on. I take it you're also a painter. We've got a whole channel in there that is for, you can post pictures of the stuff that you've painted. There's a self-interest channel in there where you can talk about the games that you're playing and what's going on in your stuff. Would absolutely love to have you in there. Dr. Fondant says, on this topic, I made a D&D character named Karen whose sole goal was to get revenge on a fast food drink for giving them a bellyache that was caused from the burger having 2% too much mayo on their meal. I love that. I love that so much. I have a special place for the kind of tongue-in-cheek humor that is 100% right on top of. And, this campaign is meant to be played off as 99% serious, but I would love to do stuff in that vein as well. Zeonox says, so what about when they revenge, let's say kill the guy, and then someone goes, did that bring you any closure, with a response of no? I think that makes sense, being that is probably what would happen in most situations, but it still is them achieving the goal they set out. Maybe that makes me a bad person. I guess what I would prefer is for them to realize the error long before they actually get to the ability to kill the person. You know what I mean? Shamrock says Luke's just bloodthirsty. Yeah, no kidding. Apparently so. If there's a bad guy, I want to see the bad guy die. That's my philosophy. Oh no, I've totally lost what we're doing. I distracted too hard. I think we're in the middle of Tiaga's turn. Gohan says he felt called out by my goody-goody comment. No. Let's see. Tiaga killed that goblin and then it was the rest of her turn, right? I think that's what's going on. Shamrock says, you were obviously about to befriend that monster there. Yeah, clearly. And Cody says, you were doing that thing. I was doing that thing. That's absolutely true. Shamrock says, mayhaps name him Buddy and then have him betray the group. No, Bubby, right? Or did it, I bet auto-corrected. Cody says, I was going back to bed, you were killing Ragnar. Yeah, that's what I was doing. Yeah, that's right. No, suddenly from the sky, Ragnar drops in, and the orc falls backwards, hitting him in the head with the mace, and he dies. Story over. The end. Happy ending. Everybody was like, oh, Ragnar was Zargon. We didn't see that coming. That's a twist. Orc killed him by accident. Yeah. Oh, good old Bubby the Goblin. Sam was explaining some of that to us yesterday. That sounds like a harrowing tale. Because I had seen that you posted about it in Discord and thought it was funny. And then Sam kind of explained what he was doing. There says Ragnar is officially dead, guys. It was shown on camera. It's got to be canon now. And now that character showing up in future quests will be Sir Bagnar, who is Ragnar's long-lost cousin. Shamrock's still mad about Bubby the Goblin. Cody says, I had a short dream about some kind of relationship quest. There you go. There says no take-backsies. Oh, geez. Okay, so I guess Tiago should also be walking into one of these rooms with the intent to search one, being that she's not totally surrounded anymore. So we'll go 1, and then will she walk into the room and risk there being a trap on the first square? Excuse me. No, she will not. She doesn't have the action to search, but we'll do that on the next turn. Okie dokie, that takes us back to a monster's turn, and we've got this deep orc on Thraken and the good old wasteland abomination down here at the bottom of the board who's moving 2 squares per turn like a good boy. We have the deep orc swinging mace at Thraken and totally missing. 1, 2. Perfect execution. Rukoro says, it's just me, Ragnar, with one of those stupid glasses with the mustache on. Yes. Yes, hello, I'm Sir Bagnar. I'm definitely a different person. And Zilnox says, I recall a quote saying, revenge isn't for the dead, it's for the living. Yes, true, too true. Yeah. It's always a difficult subject, you know what I mean? Because it's so... Wanting revenge for certain things is so relatable. I think most people don't ever get to experience something that you would want to take revenge for. Obviously, some people experience horrific, awful things. But I think maybe your average person only imagines, you know, what would you do if you came home and discovered your family dead? Well, you'd probably want revenge on the person who did it. But it's also one of those things that's like pretty... You know, killing somebody is considered morally objectionable. That was a very political way to put that, wasn't it? Killing somebody is considered morally objectionable, but let's be real. So it's kind of that offset of like, you kind of understand why they want to kill that person, but also like killing people is wrong. So it's always a weird thing. Xeonox says, I was just thinking about how I want to maneuver one of my players' revenge tale. Oh, nice. Absolutely. Yeah, there's so many ways that could go. But at least for satisfaction, I would hope that they either long before they have the opportunity to take revenge, determine that there's a better way, or they just go through with it. That would be kind of what I would prefer to see as a viewer. Yeah, and Rukoro agrees. Yeah, revenge is a very hard subject to make it seem good. Yeah. Because it's got to be a truly awful thing to really get most of the people that are potentially reading or watching or in whatever medium to take their side. Oh, thank you very much. You there has resubscribed at Tier 1. Revenge is the way. Yes. That's the way. And Zilnox says, in their case, their mentor was the victim. Their adversary is a creature from another plane. Well, I would say revenge away in that case. It's always neat to put some sort of twist in there too, but also you got, obviously, I'm sure I don't even need to say this, but I suppose I will for the sake of completing the thought. Twist the person who did it is actually somebody that you knew from your past is also a huge trope that's been done a million ways. So it's like, it's neat if you can find some different way to go about it. But yeah, creature from another plane, pfft, throw the moral objection out the window. Kill that guy. Absolutely. Let's see. Monster's turn was over. We are back at the beginning of a new turn. Rana. I do believe that she needs to move, so there's really no reason that she needs to go in there with Gramina, so we'll just continue her on down and maybe she'll attack this guy if she gets a high enough roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, indeed she does. Let's go ahead and enter her in combat with this Wasteland Abomination. Swinging her battle axe, she hits it with a 3. That's a pretty good hit. She heard me making fun of her for not doing anything. Wasteland Abominations have 3 attack, 4 defense, and 2 body points. So there's a good likelihood she kills this. It defended 1, still took 2. It is indeed dead. All of that movement. That guy traveled what must be the Wasteland Abomination equivalent of cross-country, only to get killed before he even gets an attack off. Zealnox says, problem is the player character is a super sneaky rogue that doesn't realize most of their magic they do have is because of the adversary. Oh, that is a neat twist, absolutely. And pretty much all of his abilities revolve around sneaking up on people and kidney shotting them to death. But this creature cannot be snuck up on. Oh, that's a lot of really good areas within that to operate for sure. Doesn't realize most of their magic they do have is because of the adversary. He was just tired from walking. Yeah, 100%. Oh, I love that, Zealnox. So not only is the player character going to have to be really crafty to get revenge on this, since he can't do the sneak up on thing, but also if he kills the adversary, he pretty much loses all of his abilities, and he doesn't know that. Again, I'm saying he, not knowing whether or not it is. I don't remember if you said he earlier or not. But, yeah. That adds a whole new level of intrigue there. Oh, okay, you did say his. Okay, so good. That was not my brain just like... just going straight into that, for sure. Okay. I kind of love that. Honestly, that sets up an additional story for if they succeed and then lose all of their abilities. You know, how do they deal with that? How do they come back from that? How do they gain new abilities, or what? That whole the potential future of that story, that character's story, is also really interesting if they go through with it. That's the sort of thing that that kind of offsets. I've often talked before about when we finish this campaign and start talking about a campaign 2, I feel like there needs to be a time jump that is long enough that all of the characters we're playing with right at the moment are either too old to fight or dead, so that we don't have to do that whole video game thing of, in the sequel, the character that had all the power-ups and all the extra health and all of that stuff is for some reason back to total basics at the beginning of the next game. Which is always hard to justify. So in this case, I feel like there needs to be some sort of time jump that means we have to have all new characters. But that obviously that would eliminate that possibility in that specific situation. That character has a lore reason to be brought back to basic stats. Zealnox says, said adversary has also been really getting on the other party members' nerves for completely unrelated reasons. Well, it sounds like the whole party has a great reason to just go destroy that guy. Dr. Funnett says, I've been wanting to write an isekai, aka a character reincarnated in another world trope in anime, but reframe it as the character who is reincarnated hates the world, not because he hates the new world, but because the world he had was full of love from family and friends, and he views his reincarnation as a curse, so he goes on a journey to go back to them. That's super neat, absolutely. Also, apologies if I totally destroyed the word isekai, if that's not how that's pronounced. And Shamrock's totally into it, yes. That plot sounds awesome. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to reread that again. I tend to miss stuff if I'm reading stuff out loud. So I want to make sure I intake all of that properly. Yeah, that's a fantastic motive. Get on that. Get on that immediately. I love it. Okay, in the meantime, Rana moved and attacked. It is now Gramina's turn. She's standing in the green room. The only thing left to do in there is search for secret doors, which she's going to do, and there are none, which means she can also move. Gohan says, I've wanted to make a story where you play as a hero to take down a big bad, but then you go on another quest in the same world, and the big bad in that game is the hero you played as in the first one. Yes! Also awesome. I could see some people claiming that as a trope, but I disagree. I think that's great. Cal is here. Good to see you, Cal. Who's losing? Actually, nobody. Everybody's doing pretty good right at the moment. We're still fairly early in the quest. I'm just like distracting hard. Okay, Gramina's moving here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go ahead and stop her right there with the idea that Rana will probably be opening this door. And we don't want to get anybody quite too separated here. Okie dokie, moving over to Zargon, who is still on the very first square of the entire map, just trying to fight his way out of there. Swinging his battle axe at the deep orc. He hits it with a 3. Finally, he gets a decent hit on the guy. And the orc does not defend. Orc equals dead. Ricora says, like Pokemon Gold and Silver, where the super boss was red from the last game. Yes, that was great. Level 81 Pikachu. Get out of here with that. So Shamrock says, defeating a big bad just to become it, and it's some trope for like some higher up to make a profit for entertainment in a way. Oh, yeah. Poor orc. Yeah, that orc's name was Carl. He had lunch with his grandma's on Tuesdays. But, no, I'm kidding. Oh, one trope that I've worked towards going the opposite direction from in Midnight Quest is the bad guys have an understandable motive. That's something that I'm a little tired of. I don't think it's bad. I'm just tired of it. You know what I mean? So at least at this time period that this campaign takes place, bad guys unequivocally, unquestionably evil. There should be no moral objection to killing them. They exist only to kill everybody. They do not have a good motive. Gohan says that was more of an Easter egg to me, but still awesome. Yes. Cal says that's me and Luke, but funny. Yeah. Shamrock says I want more bad guys or just bad because they want to be. Yeah, yeah. Zargon has a lust for power. That it just comes down to that. He's not, trying to become powerful to save his dying wife or anything like that. He's just a bad guy. Xeonox says, my main villain has a sad backstory, has a good motive, absolutely still an evil POS. Yes, see, that's it. That's right. That's it. Gohan says, I don't know. I think it would be fun twist to have where you take down someone you spent an entire adventure falling in love with. Yeah, yeah. And I think it would be interesting to understand what went wrong. You know what I mean? How did they become the villain of this other person's story? And is it that, is it the trope that they actually, like, both characters kind of have a motive that you could kind of understand? Or is it the good guy who became a bad guy was genuinely good, and then when they gained power or gained whatever they gained at the end, turned bad? Lots of interesting possibilities. Zargon just killed Carl the Orc and is moving. Let's go ahead and just kind of stick him in this room. Is he going to search for traps before he walks in there? Yes, he is. He doesn't have the action to do it, but on the next turn we'll do that. Ricora says, good motive, just bad execution of the plan. Cal says, or bad pretending to be good. True. Very good point. Tiaga, we need to start her turn with the stupid roll. Same actions as last time. The stupid roll is going to be +1 because she's in the same corridor as Zargon, but she does need to get 11 or higher. And she got 6, which would be +1, which means, unfortunately, Malar weakens her again, dropping her to 8 points. There is a possibility we forgot to do the stupid roll on her last turn. I don't remember, so we will continue on. Glenn says, I never dove any deeper because I will never be able to figure it out enough on my own, but my idea was a game series that was like 2 or 3 games long. Awesome, yes. No, I totally agree. That would be super cool. Shamrock says, maybe I'm bad, but I love a good death by misunderstanding trope, like, oh, you betrayed me, so I had to abandon you, or some sort like that, just to find out it wasn't the case and regretting it. I love remorse in plot lines. Yeah, as long as it's resolved. I dislike unresolved situations like that, but I totally get, like, that's a good setup for conflict, you know? The one says, first game was Original Hero, second one just kind of explored more of the world and hinted at things. Third game, you had to take down the hero from the first game. Yeah. I'm 100% sold. Genuinely, it's awesome. Zilnox says the villain in this case is actually, while very evil, he is less big murder, kill, kill. He's a very long-term planner and usually has to counterbalance Robert. All right, you have the Robert too. If Robert had his way, he'd be genociding all life. There you go. So Romeo and Juliet syndrome, yes. And Shamrock prefers unresolved. Ah, there you go. Yeah, that is classic unresolved whoopsie-daisy right there. I like that too. That's also a way to give the villain who's just, you know, absolutely unequivocally evil, but like it's not just murderous rampage. Long-term planner, 100%. I think of Palpatine in that case. Long-term planner. Maybe not the best. And of course, they took the storyline in some pretty dumb directions, but they set him up pretty well for the first few movies. Gohan says, so long as I don't feel cheated. Yeah. I hate when people cheap out and things. Yeah. And Cal says, personifying the villains. Yes. I'd love to understand them. I just don't want to agree with them. You know, I don't want to feel like, well, they kind of had a good reason. Because then it makes you feel bad about killing them, you know? Now we've got a weird thing where it's like, well, should we? Is that the morally correct thing to do, is to kill this guy when the reason we're killing him is because he killed other people? Tiaga, we did the stupid roll, but we need to take her turn. She stopped there so that she could search for traps, so she is going to do that. There are no traps in that room, and then we will go ahead and move her in there so that on the following turn she can actually do the treasure search and secret door search and get all that stuff good and done. No monsters on the board, so we are right back to Rana. Rana opening the door into the purple room. We have no further doors, but we do also have a bookshelf. Big surprise. This is indeed a library. This is the one bit of furniture that Savannah has painted so far. Uh-oh, Gohan has redeemed a monster. So we've got a painted bookshelf here going on. Stick that in right there. I do believe that was one of her test pieces when she was first starting to paint things. We have a mountain orc and a dread warrior in this room, and then we'll also take care of Gohan's monster. Except I already forgot what I literally just said. Mountain orc and dread warrior. Mountain orc and a dread warrior in the room Rana just opened, and then we will pause that. Cal says, depends on the reason. Is there a morally correct answer? Probably not. Yeah, that's true. Because if the answer you come to is we should kill this guy, then that's already thrown into question whether that's morally correct. Because I'd say probably the answer is no. Shamrock says, yeah, I don't really like feeling sympathy for villains in quote plots a lot, but I also appreciate it because it showcases the humanity in some still. Yeah, like I said earlier, I don't think the trope is bad. I'm just sick of it. Yeah, it's... people become obsessed with it. Every villain that exists now has to have some sort of motive that you're kind of like, oh, I kind of get it though. Kind of like peaked there with Thanos, you know? Gohan says, I don't know, I just wanted a monster on the board. There you go. Shamrock says, needed some more Hero Quest in the Hero Quest stream. Yes. That's why Kefka is amazing. I've heard that name, but I'm not sure what that is. Gohan says, dude was just like, yeah, what'll happen? And he did it. There you go. Yeah, see that's definitely an interesting way to go about it. Gohan, who do you want to attack? Do you have any particular hero you want to hit? I'll go ahead and draw. I don't think we can do Queen of Clubs. That is, nope, that is one of the hard monsters. King of Spades, also a hard monster. Seven of Clubs. We can do Seven of Clubs. Halberdier Mercenary. We have not seen one of these yet. This will be the debut of the Halberdier Mercenary. We do have a few different minis for this. This is the one we've drawn out here, a purple mini. I don't even remember which expansion this came out of, but this is a Halberdier mini. Their whole thing is that they can attack diagonally. Randomize it, can do. Oh, okay, Rukoro and Gohan both indicated what Kefka was. Well, that explains why I'd heard the name before, from Final Fantasy 3 and 6. Cal says, Die Hard 1 villain, yeah, no full backstory, but, oh yeah, great villain, absolutely. And Shamrock has decided to increase a monster's stat. Bring back, not ban. See, that's what I figured, but that's why I skipped over that. Bring back the Die Hard 1 villain, yes. Alan Rickman. Shamrock, is that for the Halberdier Mercenary? The increase a monster stat? We're going to draw this as well. This Halberdier is going to be attacking Thraken. Sure, okay. So Halberdier is going to attack Thraken, and we're going to come back to Rana. Because their whole thing is diagonal attacking, let's go ahead and put this guy here. And also, we will increase a stat. We're going to draw a card. Low card is attack. Medium card is defense. High card is body points. And we've got a low card, so extra attack dice for this guy. Let's check out what his stats are, because I'm not even sure before we increase it. Halberdier Mercenary. In this particular case, 4 attack, 3 defense, 3 body points. So he did have 3s across the board, but we're giving him a 4 in attack because of Shamrock's redeem there. And of course, the diagonal attack being that the halberd is a very long weapon. So the halberd pokes Thraken with a 3. Not a small amount of damage either. And he blocks 1, takes 2, dropping Thraken to 9 body points. Xeonox says, currently Robert doesn't go around killing people because he was ordered not to, and he's not allowed to pick up his Executioner's Axe until ordered to do so, or someone else tries to claim it. Nice. That's also got to create some interesting tension in there, being that he just wants to constantly kill and he's not allowed to. He has to wait till he's ordered to. All right, back to Rana. Now, Rana has not actually taken any actions. All she did is open a door. We're going to face her in there, though. Is that, I don't know how many of you guys play anything that's like this. Not just Hero Quest, but any sort of board game where your characters actually have clear features and stuff. I don't know, does it bother any of you if you have players that don't face the characters the right direction? Because that actually like really bothers me. Because you know, I like to think of this as being immersion. You know, it's escapism for me. It's the whole reason I'm doing this. So it's like the idea of the character entering the room like this. Okay, I'm gonna attack the orc. That just really, really dislike that. It says I claimed it, referring to the Executioner's Axe. I licked it, it's mine. All right, Patrick. Yeah. And Shamrock says, yes, they have to be facing the right way. Yes. Gohan says, it used to bug me so much in Pokemon Red Blue when you'd never face the opponent. Yes. Rukora also agrees, totally. Zilnox says, it's very difficult to claim the axe because it's not as simple as just touching it. You have to take it and hold it with the intent to keep it. And if you're not prepared, it will just decay your arm off. Ouch. That axe is a mean axe, that's for sure. That makes sense, though. It's not like the annoying sister or annoying brother thing where they're just like, ah, mine now. Go on to guess I'm not tasting food anymore. Your tongue has decayed off. And Robert doesn't have that issue because he's undead. Ah, there you go. Yep. Okie dokie, Rana, are we searching for traps or are we going in there and fighting? Oh, she's searching for traps. Okay, that's genuinely not what I expected. There are none in that room. And so she's either going to move in there, which is going to almost guarantee she gets hit by one of those guys, or she could shoot from the doorway. Does she have a preference? Okay, so she does actually like shooting. So let's go ahead and let her stay right there and shoot. Is she going to attack the orc or the dread warrior? She's going for the dread warrior, knocking an arrow in her crossbow. She fires at the dread warrior, hitting it with a 1, which it does not defend. It is definitely not dead, however. Gohan says, can't die if you're already dead. Modern problems require modern solutions. Yes. And Cal says, in Talisman, we just came up with behind enemies with surprise attack. Yes. I used to do that in Hero Quest too, but it made it a little bit too unfair. As a little kid, I had a rule where if a hero walked up to the back of a monster, the monster couldn't defend, which was obviously a dumb rule. But also it worked the other ways for monsters going up the heroes and they couldn't defend. But I was in control of both, and so I usually just didn't let that happen as, you know, like a 12-year-old. Xeonox says, I played Talisman once, unfortunately ended up not being my style. I've never actually played it, but I've seen it several times. So I know what it is when I see it. Rukora says, reminds me of a game where every shot of a gun you have a chance to just drop it from failing. That would be funny. One says, is Talisman fun? I have a Kingdom Hearts Talisman. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've never played that. Gramina. We're gonna march Gramina in there. We know there's no traps. She could probably at least kill that orc. 1, 2, 3. Surely. Except I said it now, so I've jinxed it. Gramina swings the Spirit Blade at the mountain orc. Yeah, totally missing. Oh, Gramina and orcs. Guys, Gramina's got a weird thing with orcs. Sometimes she can't do anything with orcs. Okay, and back up here we are now at Thraken, and he actually stopped right there with the intent to search for traps. So you could make an argument that we should... I think we're gonna draw this. What's his... Yeah, he has an equal battle safety personality. So just because we had already drew that he was going to search for traps, I feel like a monster appearing is a potential reason to change your mind. So we'll give him another option. Search for traps, or barge in there and attack that guy. He is going to barge in there and attack that guy. I like that. That's more like barbarian style. And luckily there is not a trap on that particular square. Thraken swings his battle axe at the halberdier, hitting it with a 1. I remember saying it was 3s across the board. And it does block that 1. Poor Thraken is also just not getting skulls tonight. Cal says, I have the full first edition Talisman with created centers. Oh, nice. Xeonox says, especially Robert is intended to be a hidden super boss. Right, I'm trying to keep all the Robert lore in my brain that you've talked about over the course of the streams. So I remember that you talked about that he's with the hero group. Yeah, that'll be neat. Unless I've remembered that wrong, which is 100% possible. The only thing I remember is songs that I've played in the past that I have no need to still know how to play, and for some reason, it's in my brain. I'll give you a fantastic example of that. My dad did student band classes from the year 1998 till the year 2020 when COVID was going on. And so I was involved in those starting in the year 2000, which is the year that I turned 9, if you'll allow me to date myself. In 2001, the 2001 season of the student band DA Crew, where I played guitar, we played the Backstreet Boys song, I Want It That Way, and I can still play you that song, even though I have not played it since. Why is it still in my brain? No clue. Don't need it there, don't really want it there, but there it is. Cohen says, I never looked into exactly what it was. I got it because my ex-wife wanted to play more board games, but we never got around to it, so it's still sealed. Nice. Xeonox says he's not really with them so much as he keeps showing up whenever... Oh, that's right. Yes. No, I totally remember you saying that before. He shows up whenever they say something. Because also Robert can hear the players, right? Or am I remembering a different characters? Yeah. Cal says, I like Talisman for the ease of play for my sons before D&D and other games. The only downside, some games went through to the next day with all the different add-ons. Oh, I bet. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I remember that song, Shamrock. You're right. And Xeonox says, yes, Robert can hear the Beyonders. Yes. Okay. Good. I remembered one thing. Rukora says, just muscle memory, really, from the sounds of it, for being able to play the song still. Yeah, oh, it's totally muscle memory, yeah. And Darth Revan is here. Just woke up. Awesome. Back for another time. Good to see you, as always. Thanks for checking in. All right, so Tiaga. We're at Tiaga. And it is time for her stupid roll. She is not benefiting because she is not close enough to Thraken for any extra benefit. So she needs to roll an 11 or a 12 here. And she's rolled a 3, which means she is again weakened by Malar, dropping her to 7 body points. She's in bad shape. She does, however, get to take her turn. She's walked into the room, so either treasure or secret doors. She's doing treasure first. Let's see what she finds. Suddenly, the stone beneath her feet gives way. She falls into a shallow pit, losing yet another body point, dropping her to 6. She is going to be in bad shape. I have a feeling that she is going to end up unconscious in a lot of these quests. She is also then going to search this room for secret doors. There are none, so this room is taken care of now. All right, Darth Revan's on a 3-stream streak. Awesome. Very nice. I saw there was another streak we had earlier, and I don't remember what it was. Somebody else had a really good streak, and I'm sorry I saw it, but I didn't call it out, and I should have. I think I got distracted by some other stuff. Rukoro says she's just going to be a zombie at this rate. Yeah, she's going to spend a lot of quests unconscious. Darth Revan says, I have so much power now. 850 points. Nice. Cal says, you can play with 2 people, but 4 people or more is better for a touch of insanity, without a doubt. Gohan says, my streak was yesterday. Nice. Rukoro says, mine was 15 early. I bet that's what I saw. That is awesome. And Savannah says, it was me. I'm at 20. Well, I should think. Or you can find a way to adapt and randomize to play it totally by your lonesome, which is exactly what I've done with this. You are definitely not supposed to play Hero Quest by yourself. Let's see. What have we? We've got this mercenary who can attack again. Let's go ahead and have that happen here. The mercenary swings his halberd at Thraken, hitting him with a 2. And unfortunately, Thraken again defends nothing, dropping him to 7. The heroes are, despite the fact that they're not like about to die or anything, they're doing really bad tonight. Barely rolling any skulls, almost never defending. It's kind of wild. Okay, down here, we've unfortunately put Gromina in a little bit of a situation here. First off, that mountain orc swings its sword at her, hitting her with a 2. She blocks 1 and not the other, dropping her to 8. We've also got the Dread Warrior in there, and I think the Dread Warrior technically can get to either one of them. So, Gromina or Rana. Sorry, I am having a bunch of weird issues apparently tonight. I keep like hiccuping and burping. Not sure what the deal is. Okie dokie, Dread Warrior swings his mace at Rana, hitting her with a 3. And she blocks. There you go. There, I was saying the heroes weren't blocking worth junk there. Finally. Today is 31 days for me. Oh, that is awesome. Thank you guys all so much. Every time you guys get a streak, that blows my mind. It doesn't take much to blow my mind, but absolutely. Xeonox says, you're right, you're supposed to play Hero Quest against yourself. Yeah, that's 100% what I'm doing. That's why I randomize so much, just to, in an effort to make sure that my knowledge of the dungeon map isn't giving me unfair advantages, and I'm like not intentionally moving the heroes towards any particular area. Gohan says, just know some games can seem a little slow to monsters reside everywhere. Maybe we can do a stream game sometimes. There you go. Absolutely. Rukora says, lonely, I'm so lonely is now in my head. Yeah. I never minded. I enjoy playing Hero Quest with other people, but I also enjoy playing it on my own. I'm that way with music too. That's part of the reason that I was so into learning a lot of different instruments. I enjoy playing music with other people, but I also really enjoy just writing completely on my own and being able to play all of the different instruments involved so that I don't have to, wait on anybody else's schedule or deal with anybody else's input. So there's room for both. Darth Revan says, imagine this, a piece of armor that can Never be great, but can bend in any way, even if there is a human in it. Never break. Gotcha. Can never break, but can bend in any way, even if there is a human in it. That's pretty interesting for sure. Gohan's always down for collabs. Absolutely. There you go. And Rukoro says, sounds like a symbiote from Spider-Man. Yes. Good point. Okay, that's going to do it for Monster's turn. So we are... Actually, I moved the camera, but I didn't need to. We are actually staying down here, because Rana and Gramina are first. So Rana finds herself face-to-face with the Dread Warrior. Let's see if she can do some damage here. This is the one she shot at earlier, too. So she swings her battle axe this time, hitting the Dread Warrior with a 2. Which it does not defend. Still not dead. It is down to 1 body point. She also, from her current location, can search this room for secret doors, and there are none that I'm allowed to say anything about. Gramina, also in this room, trying to kill this orc. Let's see if she has any better luck the second time. She swings the Spirit Blade at the orc, and hits it with a 1. Which it blocks. For the second turn, unfortunately, Gramina scores no damage against this fairly easy monster. Gohan says Rana's gonna handle it. Yeah, it seems like it. Darth Revan says, yeah, but here's the thing. If the sword hits the armor, it makes the armor bend into your body. Brutal. Yeah. Xeonix says, so the Berserk army. There you go. Or armor, sorry, yeah. Yep, that sounds pretty painful. Gotta say. Nothing else Gramina can do until the monsters are dead in there, so we are going to go over now to Thraken, who is fighting that Halberdier mercenary. Swinging his battle axe, he hits the mercenary with a 3. That's the way to do it. Finally getting some skulls on the board, and that mercenary does not defend a single thing. And yes, it only had 3 body points, so that is the mercenary dead. We will reach a point where the heroes can also purchase mercenaries to go on the quests with them, but we will be seeing them probably more often as villains. Okay, Thraken. Now that Thraken's in the room, again, there's no need to search for traps unless there is a secret door in here leading somewhere. So is he going to go secret doors or treasure? He's going secret doors. And there are none. So he now knows for sure he doesn't need to search for traps because he's standing on the only square that he needs to. Next turn, he'll search for treasure. Cal's going to be right back. Yes, indeed. Gohan says, Gramina thought Rana was going to handle it, so she wasn't prepared. Yeah, apparently. Darth Revan says, I'm going to maul them when I get enough. Yeah. There you go. Okay, for Tiaga. Ye old stupid roll. And again, she gets no extra benefits, being that she's not near anybody. She got a 7. So again, attacked by Malar's Dread Spirit and down to 5 body points. She does have a couple of potions. But it is kind of questionable whether we should be wasting the potions when this is kind of her life for a little while, unfortunately. Okay, after that, she can move now. That's right, she searched everything in this room. So at this point, it's actually mostly to her benefit to try and get near Thraken, although he's going to move on his turn, so it's not going to do her any good to do that right now. So I guess we need to position her near a door, but we don't want her to open it. Oh no. She does have both actions, so she totally could open it because she could do some damage to whatever's in there. Okay, let's go ahead and take care of the other door in this hallway. Although nobody has searched this yellow room for anything yet. Maybe she ought to be heading down to that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is she gonna stop and search for traps? Yes, she is. Are there any traps in the yellow room? No, there is not. Darth Revan says, hypothetically, if I get a difficult monster appears, can I send my own custom monster, or is it your choice? It is kind of my choice. It is a randomization, but it's got to be a monster from this game. There's a set of monsters that are randomized in there. Rukora says, no need to waste them if she's just going to be a zombie anyway. Yeah. I have a feeling she's going to end up unconscious before this quest is done. Yes, so it is a difficult monster regardless, but which difficult monster it is randomized by a card draw. Okay, monster's turn. We don't have any monsters up here with these two, but we do have these two monsters down here. So let's start with the orc on Grimina. Swinging its sword, it hits Grimina with a 1, which she blocks. The Dread Warrior swings its mace at Rana, hitting her with a 2. Whoops. Which she also blocks just barely. Still having issues with my right hand swelling, and I'm not sure why, but dropping the dice into the tower seems to irritate it. So I as the quest nights go on, I tend to get more and more, I drop stuff worse and worse. I don't know what the deal is with that. I made an appointment about it, and the doctor did the doctor equivalent of going, oh, and that was it. That was the end of the conversation. Okay, Rana, we are back to the heroes. So Rana attacking the Dread Warrior, swinging her battle axe, hitting it with 1. Now given it does only have 1 body point left, but the odds of it not defending any of these are low. Or maybe that's just what happens and Rana's getting lucky tonight. The Dread Warrior is dead. And that is it for that guy. Okay. That Dread Warrior didn't want to live too badly, I guess. So let's just go ahead and get Rana in there also to help out with the orc, should that be necessary, considering Grimina has yet to damage it. It is Grimina's turn, so let's see if she can change that. Swinging her Spirit Blade, she hits that orc with a 2. That's more like it. And it doesn't. So apparently what it took was Rana coming in there to be like, what's the deal? And then Grimina's like, nothing. Dead. Grimina also has an action left, so she might as well search for treasure. And I do think there's something special about this room. Let me read. What's going on here? Yes. Okay. Okay, so what she finds during her treasure search is a secret lever which pops open a secret door into this room. And in that room is a cupboard. And that is it. Darth Revan says, I have an idea option for another thing you can get for points. Being able to send a monster of your choice, not anything that would end the run. Ah, yes. So I do think that that's a good idea other than how bad it would be abused. Gohan says, go to an orthopedic. Sounds not good. I agree. I need to figure out what's going on. I need to call them and see about next steps. They sent me somewhere to get an ultrasound to see if there were blood clots, and there weren't. So now I'm just kind of waiting on them to call and be like, okay, here's the next step. And they haven't, so I should probably make a call myself. Darth Revan says, fair enough. Yes, yeah. Because I totally would. I totally would. But I also don't want just like always the hardest possible monster going in there, you know? Because that's definitely what would get chosen every time, right? Nobody's going to choose the, like, low, medium difficulty monster. Everybody's going to go for the hard one. Maybe if it were, like, a lot of points and a 1 per stream type thing, that might be worth doing. There you go. Darth Revan, completely proving me wrong, says, I send a cute puppy. But is it like the rabbit from Monty Python and the Holy Grail? And it just decimates everybody immediately. Gohan says, I want to send in Kermit. Yeah, Kermit the Frog. Okie dokie, that is going to end the 2 of theirs turn. So we are now back up here with Thraken the Barbarian, who is going to search that room for treasure to kind of finish it out. Let's see what he finds. Oh, we're down to the nitty-gritty of the treasure pile, guys. While searching, Thraken finds a hidden arrow which shoots from the wall and strikes him. He loses a body point, dropping him to 6. Ouch. Darth Revan says, maybe. I send a cute little puppy that has 13 attack dice and the heroes can't defend. Okay, Tiaga the Warlock. Now, we already know she is... Oh no, she searched for treasure on the last thing. Traps, sorry. Useless, my brain. Totally useless. Unless you want to hear I Want It That Away, played on guitar the way a, at the time, 10-year-old would have remembered playing it. Useless. Also, I don't know why I said that away. I want it that away. That's kind of how they sing it, isn't it? Definitely not how you say the title. Stupid roll. Again, she is actually not close enough to Thraken to benefit. He is not in the same corridor or room as her, so she needs to roll an 11 or a 12. Unfortunately, she's rolled a 4. Attacked by the Spirit of Malar, dropped to 4 body points. Taking her actual turn now, she is going to move into the room, and then we need to determine if she is searching for secret doors or treasure. She is searching for secret doors and finds none. And that is it for her turn. No monsters on the board, so we are back to Rana, the dwarf, who I suppose is going to head into this room over here and see what's up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is she going to stop and search for traps? Yes, she is. Are there, traps in this room? No, there are not. See again with the, I don't know what's going on. I'm falling apart. It's me that's the zombie. I don't know why my health is so bad, he says, drinking his like 7th Mountain Dew today. Gramina also moving into the room. 1, 2, and 3. Is she going to search for secret doors or treasure? She is going for secret doors in this room, and there are none. 126 says, nah, send Miss Piggy. Yeah, then now she would do some damage. There was a woman working at Walmart that reminded me of her. No one could remember her name after I pointed it out. Oh, no. And Darth Revan says Mountain Dew in the Middle Ages. Yes. 126 says she was a nasty piece of work. Oh, man. Was she karate chopping people? And saying "Hiya"? Yes, we've made a joke on the show before, Darth Revan, about the characters having a drink called Dew of the Mountain, which I think is something that my dad said years and years ago and has stuck with me. Drinking Dew of the Mountain. Thraken, that room is all tapped out. So I guess we need to send him off somewhere. There's really no point in him going in there in the room with Tiaga. So we need to determine which direction he's going. Actually, I want him to do this blue room, just so that we're kind of doing things one by one here. We're not forgetting anything. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is kind of a big map. Oh, Mohawk dreads. Now that's an interesting one there. I can picture it, but I feel like I've not ever seen a real person with it. I've seen pictures of people with Mohawk dreads. I've seen them in TV shows and movies. I don't know that I've ever actually physically seen a person with Mohawk dreads. That would be, I bet that took a while. Darth Revan says, nice, send Kenny from South Park. Good luck killing him. Yeah, no kidding. Okay, unfortunately, Thraken didn't get enough on his dice roll to actually go anywhere, so I guess we'll just leave him there. He can't do any more searching in that hallway. And it is now time for Tiaga's turn, who, again, doesn't do any extra benefit. It's just the normal old stupid roll. And she got lucky this time. She actually did manage to roll an 11, which means she was not attacked. Good, that's not going to happen very often, I feel like. This is going to mean she can search for treasure in this room. She's probably going to take damage anyway, isn't she? What does she find in this room? Yes, indeed, a pitfall. She falls into a short pit, losing 1 body point. So she managed to not get attacked from Malar and instead just falls in a pit, dropping her to 3 body points. Good thing she's not going to actually die if she reaches 0. Gohan says, Kenny can die. He just pops back the next day. There you go. So he just appears in every quest from now on as a monster. I remember back when I was a kid, them talking several times about South Park's gonna kill him and actually let him stay dead this time. Did they ever actually do that? I didn't follow that show closely enough to know, but I remember people talking about it constantly. 126 says, better than the Peanuts gang. You know, if you read the comic strip, they just never age. They are aware. Yeah. Absolutely. Let's see, Tiaga search for treasure, and then she can actually move as well. I think all we're gonna do is put her near the door. in preparation of Thraken also being next to that door, which means next turn she should benefit from being next to him. For like a season. Okay, so they acted like they were going to permanently kill him off, and then it still didn't stick. Sounds about right. No monsters on the board. We are back to Rana, and Gramina can be the one to search for treasure in there now that she's in there. I think we can afford to have Rana head off in search of other stuff in this quest. Where are we at time-wise? Okay, because we are kind of approaching a halfway point, and I'm betting pretty heavily we are not going to finish this quest tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She can also see down this double wide hallway now, but I have nothing new to add. We'll go ahead and go 6 because that's the last of her roll. She does have some more searching she can do. Nobody ever searched for secret doors in this long hallway, so we'll give that to her as an option. She can also search for traps or secret doors down this double wide hallway. We've got a high card, so she is searching for secret doors down the double wide hallway, and there are none. Oh, right. Gohan says then they kind of stopped killing him because they ran out of ideas. I mean, that makes sense. That was fairly late into the show, right? So they had already killed him surely hundreds of times by that point. Okay, Gramina. All that's left to do is search this room for treasure. Let's go ahead and get that done, and I do believe this is the thing we're looking for, right? The first hero to search for treasure in this room finds the map to Telor's tomb. So technically they could just leave. They could technically just leave the quest right now and it would be considered complete because they found the thing, but we're not going to do that. Completionists. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So we'll just move Gramina out into the hallway there, and she doesn't have any other actions to do any further searching. Xehanort says, do the thing! Exactly! Exactly. Gohan says, it's like season 27 or 28, I think, at this point, and they killed him off in 8, I think, so it's been a while. Oh, yeah. It has been a long time. Surely they could do it every once in a while just for old time's sake at this point. Thraken, moving up to the door. I'll go ahead and roll for him. I mean, you're guaranteed at least a 2, but just in case we want him to move more, we know that he's got 2 more movement there that he can take if he wants to. In this blue and black room, there is a Chaos Warrior and a Mountain Orc. Oh, good. We're back to painted Mountain Orcs now. I have so many Mountain Orcs, and the painted ones are at the beginning of the set. So we've rotated around to painted Mountain Orcs. And also, let's see, Chaos Warrior was the other thing. I rotate everything to a fault, to the point that it actually takes me an extra second to do stuff when it shouldn't. Thraken, what are we doing here? Are we stopping to search for traps? No, we are not. That means he is either barging in there or he's shooting at somebody. Does he have a preference? He does not. So is he barging or is he shooting? He is barging. He can only possibly barge at the Chaos Warrior, so I guess we will do that. Unfortunately, this negates Tiaga's attempt at benefiting from being next to him, but that's how it goes. Thraken swings his battle axe at the Chaos Warrior, hitting it with a critical hit of 4. Very nice. This could actually one-shot that guy if it doesn't defend. And indeed, it does not. Chaos Warrior is dead. That's unusual. One-shotting a Chaos Warrior. Xehanort says, the question is, would it be funny if they did? And the answer they probably came to is probably not. Fair point. And Gohan says, it is. Because, I mean, they killed Jenny. Yeah. I think maybe if they found interesting ways to do it every once in a while, it might be. But it's certainly a played-out trope at this point, right? It was one of the funniest things about the show at first. But then, you know, by necessity, they did it until it was kind of like, okay, bored now. So, yeah, you definitely see both ways. Tiaga. Stupid roll, of course, first off. Now, she is technically adjacent to Thraken. However, there is a wall separating them, so I don't think it counts. So she, again, needs to roll either an 11 or a 12 here. And she did not. She's rolled a 5, which means she takes another body point of damage, dropping her to 2 body points. So she has a potion of healing and a potion of rejuvenation that would bring her back up, but as we pointed out earlier, probably not worth using those potions when she's just going to continue losing points. So unless any of you want to redeem a potion of healing for her, I'd say within the next couple of turns, she's going to be unconscious for the rest of the quest. 126 says, when they dragged Jesus into it, but were too chicken to mock anyone else, I bailed. Man up or shut up. See, I've never really watched the show. I know some stuff about it, but it was one of those things that I just never got around to. It wasn't even any particular reason, just didn't get into it. I watched the movie when it was new. I remember that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mountain Orc swings its flail at Thraken, hitting him with a 2. He blocks one, takes the other, dropping him down to 5 points. I like some of that humor, but it for me, it has a point. I got to be in the right mood for it, I think. Gohan asks, is her being unconscious going to be that bad? No, not really, honestly. It's just... now, we won't be drawing a 4th hero to enter the quest because she hasn't died. So it'll just mean that there's only 3 of them to complete. So, honestly, no. Xeonox says, I think I know what you're talking about. Problem with likely what you're talking about is the risk of people getting murdered over it. Yeah, no hyperbole. Yeah. Yeah. They have achieved an astounding amount of grace from just kind of generally everybody considering like what they're allowed to joke about and people understand that it's a joke. I think they've achieved a level of that maybe nobody else ever will. But obviously there's still limits to it. Gohan says Gramina is a 4th hero. Yeah, if we lose one, she takes over, yes. Oh, let's see, so... where are we now? That takes us to Rana. Whoops. Now Rana's got a couple of options. She can just go up that hallway or she can continue down this hallway. Either way, I think, yeah, it doesn't really matter which way she goes. I think we want Gramina to follow her whichever way she goes, but it doesn't matter which one. So we'll say red that way, black this way. She is going to go up the double wide hallway there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that was kind of stupid. She never actually searched this area for traps. She didn't make it all the way through those, so I guess we'll do that now. There aren't any, but she should have checked for sure. And then we'll have Gramina follow her kind of up that direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Moving up into the square hallway and headed down towards a new area of the quest. We also have not searched this square hallway for anything, so either traps or secret doors there. And she is going to search secret doors. It makes sense, that's her thing. And this is going to apply to the entire square hallway surrounding the central room. No secret doors there. Okay, back over to Thraken, who is now up here with an orc. I'm not sure that I let Tiaga take her turn. She did the stupid roll and then we moved right on. Whoopsie daisy. Thraken swings his battle axe at the orc, hitting it with a 3. Okay, not quite a skilled strike for a mountain orc, but still probably dead, right? Blocked 1, but still took 2, so yes, definitely dead. What else? We haven't searched anything in this room. Thraken, what are we doing? Traps, secret doors. This is another area where searching for traps is pointless unless there's a secret door. So secret doors or treasure. He's going secret doors, and there are none. Whoops. All right, and then Tiaga, who again, yeah, we definitely skipped her turn. I did the stupid roll and then skipped her turn. Stupid roll time again, no extra benefits. She again has not rolled, dropping her to 1 body point. And I guess we might as well go in there and have her search for treasure. It's kind of the only thing that needs done. And it doesn't make sense for her to be the one opening doors, really. So we'll go ahead and get the treasure search out of the way here. Of course there isn't any. Oh, Darth Raven says, I'm going to start lurking. Have you in the background while I play Roblox or something? Awesome, yes. Well, thanks as always for checking in, man. If we're in the background and you hear something that interests you, don't be afraid to jump in. Glad you're here. And Gohan's redeemed a potion of healing for stupid roll lady. Okay, we'll go ahead and apply that because she needs it. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Back up to 5 body points she is for the time being. 126 says, are you doing a 3-hour run tonight? Probably not. Record says zombie time coming, and yeah. I would imagine that we are nearing the halfway point of the quest. We are likely not going to get it done. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more. Nope, 7, 8 more rooms we haven't gotten to yet. So yeah, I'd say there's a high likelihood we should probably hear right around, maybe after the next turn, we should probably be looking at calling it for the night, just for the sake of kind of cutting it cleanly in half. Just so that we're not doing a particularly short quest tomorrow night. And a slight bit of extra sleep is not going to hurt me any, that's for sure. Okay, that was Tiaga, right? Oh, yes, so she's gonna search for treasure, but we hadn't actually done it yet. So let's see what Tiaga finds. On a shelf near the back of the room, you find a painted clay container that looks vaguely like a goblin's head with a slot on the top. After smashing it open, you discover 15 gold coins. It puts us up to 2,170. Sure. Sure, there's a goblin piggy bank in the archives at Arborenis. Sure there is. Ah, jeez. Okay, I got a notification. Any of you who are also in here that do streaming, I imagine you probably got this too. I don't know if this is implemented yet. Have you guys seen the thing about Twitch trying to make it so that you can automatically clip things by saying something? Have you guys seen that? The notification that I got was telling me that they were putting it in place, but it wasn't super clear about whether it was like active or not. I'm curious if anybody else saw that. But supposedly if you say Twitch clip that, it'll just do it. Oh, Ash Ketchum is here. Keep it up. Hope everyone is well. Thanks, Ash. I hope you're doing good as well. Yes. I am finally on the other side of the big Annie Get Your Gun production that I've been complaining about for the last couple of weeks, so I am still... I'm getting back to normal brain. Gohan says, guess not. Yeah, agreed. 126 says, they better not. I'll restart my channel and put a recording of me repeating it on loop. Yeah. I'm of two minds about it. Oh, and Ash says, thank you. Absolutely. No, it totally worked. It totally worked. Oh my gosh, that's so weird. I just got a notification that it clipped something. Oh, that's super weird. Well, that ought to make it a little easier for Justin to find stuff, I guess. Oh, that's weird. I'm of two minds about it because this was something that before Justin volunteered to make daily clips for the channel that I knew that we needed to do, and I also knew that I wasn't sure how I was going to do it. My thought process was that I would keep a little notebook here, and anytime I said something that I thought would be clip-worthy, I would take a note of the timestamp and then cut it out of the VOD. So it's such a huge, unbelievable help that Justin does that. And this would have been an alternate way to make that work, which would be cool. But it surely means that there is some sort of AI listening to everything I say, listening for that particular trigger phrase, and that makes me a little uncomfortable. To put it very politely, not big on the AI thing. Now, I feel like tools like this, good use, absolutely. Making our lives easier, not intruding on anything, not taking up work that should be being done by an artist, sure. But listening to everything I say, a little weird. Okay, we are no monsters on the board, so we are back to Rana. Headed up the same way Gramina is, just not very quickly. 1, 2, 3. She can go ahead and search this area for traps, and I do believe there are no traps in this area as well. So again, this applies to the entire hallway surrounding the central room in this case. No walls to put down. There are no traps in there. Okie dokie. Gramina, also moving along this particular hallway. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we'll go ahead and face her down this way because all the interesting stuff is down that hallway. I'm going to switch cameras so that we can take a look at what she sees in this hallway. No further doors. However, there are 3 monsters, 2 ocean goblins and an ocean abomination. Excuse me. Ocean Goblin, and Ocean Abomination. All the way down here. Okie dokie. So Gramina has opened up a small can of worms, but again, ocean monsters have less attack in place of movement. So these guys are probably going to be flying around the map trying to get at people from weird angles. She is also not finished with her move, but she doesn't know if there are traps down this hallway. Is she searching for traps? No, she is not. I'm kind of glad, too, because her character is built to not really search for traps. The trapsmith should allow her to walk until she walks up to one. Okay, Gramina is going to swing the Spirit Blade at the Ocean Goblin, hitting it with a 2, and it doesn't defend. So much for that guy. All right, back on the other camera, we have Zargon the Barbarian in the blue room. There is nothing left to do in that blue room. So let's go ahead and move him out of there, which again is unfortunately going to leave Tiaga on her own when she does the stupid roll. Now that we've kind of searched every area down here other than the central room, there is kind of a good question about whether or not they should go into the central room or whether they should leave that. Curious on opinions for this for you guys, especially those of you who have played HeroQuest in the past, when your experience as a player or your experience as Zargon with players. Do you have the same experience that I've had, which is players will intentionally avoid the central room for fear that there is a boss in it? Or not necessarily fear that there's a boss in it, but wanting to save the boss to the end, and they assume the boss is going to be in the central room. Have you guys also had that? 126 says, dang it, you said that and I thought, Ocean Man, come take me by the hand. I gotta lurk and play a song. Get that out of my head. Nice. Because I'm curious, that door is there. Should they open it, being that, like, well, we're opening all the doors in this area? Or do you think it's possible that a player would potentially avoid that door because maybe the boss is there? I don't know. It's a weird thing. I would prefer for them to leave that room until last, so I might just be taking some copium right now and trying to justify them not going in there, but maybe they wouldn't. Rukora says, meh, so-and-so, it really depends on how the rest of the board has gone. That's a good point. Really what I'm asking is, am I just trying to justify something that would never actually happen? Should they go in that door because it's the closest one to them? Or might they say, let's leave that door for now because the boss is usually in there? Players would. Now the characters, they don't, this isn't just a dungeon. As far as they know, the dungeons don't have the same layout every time. They're not viewing that room as possibly boss room. Could go either way. I don't know. We definitely don't want them going in there and opening the boss room and then stopping. Got cliffhangered. Or maybe we do want that. I don't know. because I was intending on going ahead and calling it for the night after this turn ends. So I've definitely, in the past, I have actually kind of often had players with that mindset. I know, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a boss in this quest. Boss is probably in the central room. They're often wrong, because the boss isn't always in the central room. But sometimes they will avoid opening that room until last because of that. I don't know. It's a weird thing. I suppose in these sorts of situations, I ought to just card it, right? Let the cards be the randomizer. Do they ignore the central room and go looking elsewhere, or do they go ahead and open the door? It's probably the way to go. Just for that. It's also, it's a weird line of like, are we playing this like a player would, or are we playing this like the characters would? Because the characters would probably just open the door. Players might not. But if Thraken were a real person, what are the odds he sees a door and is like, yeah, not that one. You know? We gotta go search all the rooms. I'm gonna wait on this one, though. Alright, Thraken. Are we going in that door, or are we going the other way? So we'll say red card for left, black card for right. Well, the cards, I suppose, have spoken. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. He is headed off down that hallway. Now, to be fair, from a completionist standpoint, I suppose, nobody explored that hallway. So, I don't know. Probably just trying to justify something that doesn't actually make sense. Poor Tiaga, the stupid roll with no benefits. She's rolled a 9, which is close to what she needs, but not quite enough. She gets hit and loses 1 body point, dropping her to 4. She is then allowed to take her actions, of course, and that is going to be following Thraken to the best of her ability. 1, 2, 3, 4, which apparently wasn't very much. No further searching can be done, so that is going to be her kind of surrendering her second action. Okay. This quest is a little bit of a longer quest. There are a lot of rooms active in this quest. There's not a lot going on in the rooms, but there are a lot of rooms. We have technically completed the objective, but we want to search every room, get the maximum amount of treasure, get these heroes really experienced up and experiencing all of the special things. This also means that we are kind of extending a special thing into tomorrow night, which is not necessarily the worst thing. If any of you were hanging out with Savannah in the painting stream yesterday, you will know that she painted up a new hero, a new druid hero, and we are going to be finding that hero in this quest. Now, that would have been tonight, but it'll be moved tomorrow night, essentially. So we also had a poll. We had several polls in our Discord regarding this hero. So if you're watching right now and you're not in our Discord, there is a pinned comment with a link to our Discord. You can head on in there if you want to be a part of votes like this. In this case, the type of hero or the hero class didn't matter. It could be a random one. So our Discord voted on the type of hero that was going to be added to the ranks. They voted for a druid. There were 2 druid minis, and we voted on which mini. And they voted for the male druid mini, which is something that you can get in the expansions. And most recently, they voted on a name for this guy. So Savannah painted this guy last night in the painting stream. And there is one last bit of input that I would like from all of you based on the name. So I'm going to type the name. Yeah, Darth Revan, we're kind of wrapping up here. So the quest is going to go on too long. So we're going to wrap up and then finish tomorrow night. I will type the name here in the chat that they voted on. So this is what our Discord voted for. And I'm curious how you guys think that first name should be pronounced, because I feel like it could be Armel or Armil. Oh, Darth Revan's got 1.1 thousand points now. Very nice. I've often wondered if the stuff that we have is too low, but maybe not. So what do you guys think? We've got quite a few viewers, so let me know. Should it be pronounced Armel or Armil? I'm kind of leaning towards the second one. Rukora agrees Armiel. Yeah, you know, I thought about this, but it wasn't until I said Armel out loud that I realized it sounds dumb. So I suppose we'll probably go with Armiel, unless anybody else watching has any input on that. Any strong argument for pronouncing that Armel instead of Armiel? Good luck on killing Kenny. Yes, thanks for tuning in, Darth Revan. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow night. Yeah, so lots of good fun stuff happening in the Discord. If any of you want to get in on future votes, we will definitely have plenty more stuff where that came from anytime that we have any sort of new hero entering. And also Savannah puts in polls about what she's going to paint next pretty often. It's one of the big things that our Discord functions for. Not the big thing, but one of the big important things our Discord functions as is for that. So if any of you are interested, hit that link there for the Discord so that you can get in on helping us vote for stuff that happens in these quests. That was the most recent thing, and we will be finding Armiel Bera tomorrow night, probably at the end of the quest, I would imagine, and then he will be joining the heroes' ranks for future quests. And that should be a lot of fun, for sure. Gohan says, I don't know, that was the name I picked, and I'm still suspicious. Yeah. I gotta say, I use a random name generator to come up with ideas, and then I'll edit to come up with at least 3 names, all of which I like, so that no matter which one gets voted in, I'm not like actively upset about it. And the random name generator this time came up with some really dumb, like things I can't believe. I don't know how the generator works because I don't understand any of this stuff. But one of the names it suggested was crap, C-R-A-P, crap. Was one of the names it suggested, which was wild. It also suggested Deek, D-I-Q. So you know, I'm being polite and pronouncing it Deek, because you could make an argument that that wouldn't be how you pronounce it. There was a few in there that were just like, okay, what is this generator doing right now? So I've got a list of names that my dad gave me and that random name generator. And between all of those things, I usually come up with 3 names and post them in there to vote. But Crap was a new one. C-R-A-P, we're going to name our character Crap. That is unironically our character's name, I guess. All right. All right, so for all of the people watching live on the stream, we are going to finish up this exact same quest tomorrow night at midnight Eastern Time. So if you're new to this channel, we stream every single night of the week. We stream quests on Monday nights, Tuesday nights, Friday nights, and Saturday nights, all at midnight Eastern Time. My wife Savannah does painting streams on Sunday nights and Wednesday nights. So you might have hung out with her last night. She will be doing another one on Wednesday. And then we do creative/lore/world building streams on Thursday. Every single stream starts at midnight Eastern Time, so we would love it if you come hang out with us for some more funny action. We always have fun doing stuff on this channel, and it's always been fun. If you happen to be watching and you haven't followed us, please consider doing so. It's the best way to make sure that you know when we're doing stuff. We also have a YouTube channel, which you can go search YouTube Midnight Quest Game on YouTube, so you can see all the previous quests and painting streams and also daily shorts. We also post those daily shorts on TikTok and Facebook if you are interested in checking them out there. If you're watching this video on YouTube, you are about to experience a cut into tomorrow night's episode. So here's the magic. And we're back. So let's finish. Okay, we are starting tonight's quest with a monster's turn because I forgot to do that last night before we ended because I was very excited about going to bed. So we are going to have this ocean goblin right here jump right up to Gramina and give her a good old whack on the noggin and see how she likes that. This is how tonight's quest is going to start, with a goblin attacking Gramina. I got super confused there for a second. Ocean Goblin means they're fast, but they have less attack. Goblin swings a knife at Gramina, hitting her with a 1. And she blocked. Gohan says bedtime, and Shamrock says, what a time jump. Exactly. What a weird thing for the YouTube videos. I told myself I needed to figure out some way to put it in there. Oh, we got a difficult monster. Cupcake at Gramina, or whatever her name is. Yes. Oh, we will do that. Okay. Yeah, so I needed to have a cleaner transition in breaks because the crossfades in the middle of the YouTube videos, so that one quest per video were always really awkward, and it kind of seemed like they were intended to be hidden, but they weren't. So I figured we might as well make it obvious. Okay, before we get into the hero's turn, let's go ahead and get Darth Revan's difficult monster here. So we have a card draw to determine what monster this is. This is either going to be a Dread Warrior, a Chaos Warrior, a Doom Guard, a Gargoyle, or an Ogre. And our card draw is a King. That's no help. Nope, can't be a face card. 10 means it's an Ogre. Well, that's the worst of all the monsters to appear, so that's certainly worth the points it took. Definitely the hardest of the difficult monsters right at the moment, that guy. Okay, it might not be a demon, but we can still name him Cupcake. Yeah. Good old Ogre. Now let's review some stats here, because I always forget these guys. Mountain Ogres, yeah, they're almost 5s across the board. 5 attack, 5 defense, 7 body points under level 3 difficulty, so that's really what makes them difficult, is it takes a long time for them to die. So the Ogre immediately attacks Gramina, only hitting her with a 1, which is kind of surprising. But she doesn't block. Do you guys remember this? This happened to her last time. Last night in the quest too. She kept rolling 4 skulls and a black shield for defense. That happened to her 2 or 3 times last night. That drops her down to 7. 7 body points. There you go. Okay, and now starts our official first hero's turn. So we're going to get Rana up to the back of that Ogre to help get rid of it, because Gramina's got a lot of different stuff going on here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rana the Dwarf steps up to the Ogre, and, you know, she's got to be face level with the part of the Ogre you definitely don't want to be face level with. We all watch Shrek. We know there's no good going on back there, that's for sure. Oh no, we've clipped movie magic. And Darth Revan says Cupcake only wants a friend. Yes. The friends are the blade parts of these axes. Rana swings her battle axe at the Ogre and hits Cupcake with a 3. Whoops. And Cupcake defends 2 of those. I guess we're canonizing Cupcake the Ogre. What a way to start the 9th quest. Gohan says, if it was an orc, Gramina would develop a crush. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. And it is indeed Gramina's turn, and I'll tell you what, much as I would like her to kill that goblin, it would be better for her to be getting hit by the goblin than by the Ocean Abomination. So let's have her ignore the goblin for now and work on the Ogre. She swings the Spirit Blade at Cupcake the Ogre, hitting him with a critical hit of 3. And again, he defends 2 of those. That's kind of wild. Twice in a row, getting hit with 3 and defending 2 of them. Cupcake Destroyer of Worlds, yes. Chip damage, that's exactly right, Gohan. We'll get him down. It might take the whole rest of the quest, but we'll get him down eventually. Is there any searching that needs to be done? Because Gramina's got another action. Yes, actually the hallway she's standing in wasn't searched for anything. So traps or secret doors? She's going secret doors. Of course she is. She's Gramina. However, no secret doors in that hallway. This quest didn't have much in the way of traps or secret doors. Alright, on the other side of the map, we have Thraken and Tiaga heading off towards the upper part. So let's send Thraken a little bit further down. This hallway's been thoroughly searched already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, which puts him adjacent to that hallway, which means he can see down it. So let's go ahead and place. We've got a wall right here. We've also got a swamp goblin and a wasteland femur down there. So swamp monsters have less defense but higher attack. And of course, wasteland Femmers are just kind of the normal Femmer. I always forget she's got those out because she's working on painting them. My Femmer drawers are almost empty. Doors, duh, yeah. Shamrock says, dare I say. One says, how hilarious is it to me that a secret room costs $4.20? That wasn't even on purpose. That is hilarious. Darth Revan says, if I get more points, the next one's name will be Poodles. Oh, we're giving them all. Oh no, did I say 6-7? I did, didn't I? It's actually, it's hilarious how often that happens. Not only that the characters will roll 7, but that I'll move them 5 and then something happens and then we have to roll the other 2. So I end up saying it more than I want to. Certainly not on purpose, but it happens nonetheless. Okay, back down to Tiaga. Unfortunately, Tiaga is wearing the Talisman of Lore containing the Dread Spirit of Malar. She can't remove it, and Malar is constantly trying to weaken her. So we have to start every single one of her turns with the stupid roll. We roll 2 dice. She needs to get an 11 or a 12, or she loses a body point. 7. So yeah. It wasn't a bad roll, but it wasn't enough. This drops her to 3 body points. Now, she's not going to die if she gets down to 0, but she is going to be effectively out of the quest. Shamrock says, oh yeah, a ton. You got to make an emote for it at this point. Yes. Yeah. We need a stupid roll emote. Yes. Yes, we do. Now, it'll only be for this book, so it would end up outdated, but it would be pretty fun. That would be a good way to help me remember to do it. Quick, Shamrock, stupid roll. We need a stupid roll emote immediately. Any roll can be a stupid roll. That's a good point. So it does continue making sense past this book. You watch. Oh, yes. Okay, and then she does still get to take her full turn after that. So that's just kind of like a beginning of the turn thing. So let's go ahead and move her. She will get a benefit from being near to Thraken if she can manage it. But if she's only rolling crap like that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, she is likely not going to be benefiting from anything. All right. Oh, yes, I remember the Staples Easy button. That's a reference I get. That was easy. All right, monster's turn. So while we're on this camera, I just realized this camera is all wonky. We're going to get this goblin headed towards Thraken. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Didn't quite make it. Got close, though. Goblins are fast, but not fast enough. Let's send that Femmer, too. How much do they move? Probably not much. Wasteland monsters are slow. Only 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's making his way downtown. He's walking fast. Faces past, but he is homebound. You own a Staples checkout light. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. And then over here, I want to turn it into a lamp one day. Yes. I can't sing Pokemon. It's copyrighted. If you didn't make the joke, I would have. Glad you did. Yeah, there you go. You have to, right? Okay, Cupcake will get to attack again on this turn because it was the monster's turn last time, so we've got the Goblin and Cupcake. So let's do that Goblin first, because his attack is likely to miss. Goblin swings the sword at Gramina and indeed misses. However, I imagine Cupcake won't. What's Cupcake got? He's got an axe. Cupcake the Ogre swings the axe at Gramina, hitting her with a critical hit of 5. Oh no. Okay, this is not going to kill her. I thought if she doesn't defend this, this would be an awful way for her to die. Oh my gosh. Okay, she blocks 2 of those, taking 3, which drops her to 4. She's got a couple of potions of healing, though, so she's not in trouble, but that was a pretty bad hit. Cupcake is the mother of evil ogres, that's for sure. Oh no! Increasing a monster stat. Excuse me. Not in trouble, you say. Interesting. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I assume that's for Cupcake then. So low card is going to be attack, medium card is going to be defense, high card is going to be for body points here. So the low card, that gives Cupcake an extra attack dice. So that's, excuse me, going to be 6 attack, 5 defense, and Cupcake is down to 5 body points right at the moment. Okay, that is it for the monster's turn. So it is now time for Rana. Let's see if we can get some more damage here. I want to try and get this camera lower, but this is the one that doesn't like to stay down. There we go. That's a little better anyway. Does Rana have anything that can boost her attack a little bit? No, but she does have the Rod of Telekinesis we might make use of. And Gramina's got a Heroic Brew. Ah. I'm thinking Cupcake might not survive this round. Rana swings the battle axe at Cupcake, hitting the ogre with a 3. Oh, almost rolled too many dice. Cupcake did not defend that, taking all 3 hits. Ouch. Down to 2 body points, I believe. We may not even need that Heroic Brew, actually. Gramina's usually pretty good about getting hits in. No, Cupcake, no! Okay, yes, Shamrock is correct. I noticed that that reference a couple times there, Darth Revan, but I do not know that song. No, and I didn't figure you'd be driving drunk in your car while typing in the Midnight Quest chat in all caps. I just assumed it was a reference I didn't get. Rana can also search this hallway for traps since she's got an extra action, and there are none of those either. Grumina. Grumina indeed. There's a part of me that wants her to take that Heroic Brew, but I kind of feel like it won't be necessary. Okay, let's do this. Grumina does have access to a single spell because she has been building skill sets in both Magic Skill and Magic Memorization. She has just enough for a single spell, and the spell that we drew her for this quest is Sleep. So let's actually start off Grumina's turn by having her cast this on Cupcake. This can only work on monsters with mind points, and ogres do have mind points. This spell puts the monster into a deep sleep so it cannot move, attack, or defend. The spell can be broken at once or on a future turn by the monster rolling 1 movement dice for each of its mind points. If a 6 is rolled, the spell is broken. So right off the bat, Cupcake's going to get a chance to break this spell before it even takes hold. Let's see, how many mind points does a mountain ogre have? 1. Okay, fair enough. I figured it would be more than that, but I guess ogres are pretty dumb. So let's see if Cupcake gets a 6 on this roll, then the sleep spell has no effect at all. No, tis not a 6. Tis not a 6. And you there is here, indeed. Yes, oh sleep. Yes, sleep indeed. Not my Cupcake. Not my duck. Oh, Chad is mourning the loss of a monster's. For sure. So then Grumina is now able to attack with the Spirit Blade. As long as she gets 2 skulls, I'm afraid that is it for poor Cupcake. Let's see what happens. Grumina swings the Spirit Blade and hits Cupcake with a 1. So Cupcake, I'm afraid, is not dead. Cupcake is the ogre, by the way. Taking a nap already, you there? You and sleep? No, I don't think so. I can't imagine. Doesn't seem like you're the type of person who sleeps much. Oh, geez. Okie dokie. Over here, we are over to Zargon the Barbarian, who is right around the corner from a Swamp Goblin there. We don't even need to roll him to get him there, because you're guaranteed at least 2. Zargon is headed up to the Swamp Goblin to hopefully clear a path. Zargon swings his battle axe, hitting the Goblin with a 2. And it does not defend. It is indeed dead. Gohan says, we already said nobody needs sleep. This is true. Uther says, sleep was cast against the monsters. I must sleep. Oh, that's fair. That makes sense. Is that what keeps happening? I'll roll again on a future turn. Exactly. That's what it really is, isn't it? You there? Do you fall asleep just every time anywhere anybody in the world is playing Hero Quest and casts the sleep spell on a monster? Maybe that's what's actually happening. That's it, yeah. Without a doubt. Okay, that's going to take us down to Tiaga the Warlock, and we need to start her turn with the stupid roll, and I'm afraid she gets no benefits because Thraken just moved out of the corridor from her. So again, she must roll an 11 or 12, or she takes damage. And unfortunately, she's only rolled a 7. Taking another point of damage, dropping her to 2 body points. I'd say she's going to end up unconscious. Taking her actual turn, however... 1, 2, 3, 4. You can tell that she is being weakened by Malar. It's crazy how the dice are supporting that cannon. She's barely moving. The last 3 turns in a row, she's got hit by the talisman and then barely moves. She just can't, for the life of her, get close enough to Thraken to benefit, to have his proximity benefit her stupid roll. Crazy. Monster's turn. We're already pointing up here, so let's get the Wasteland Femur a little closer. I don't think it's going to make it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Afraid not. But it is headed that way. Over here, we've got an Ocean Goblin attacking Gramina, swinging its sword and missing, because it's an ocean monster and its attack is garbage. Let's see if Cupcake can break the sleep spell. Again, only 1 mind point means 1 movement dice. If we get a 6, Cupcake wakes up. Unfortunately, that is a 2. Afraid not. Afraid not, exactly. Darth Revan says, Cupcake, run! Okay, Rana. I hate to do it, guys, but I can't imagine Rana misses this attack. Rana swings the battle axe at Cupcake, doing the humane thing and only hitting with 1, which does indeed mean that Cupcake has passed into the ogre afterlife. But no overkill attacks here. No, that would have been disrespectful. R.I.P. Cupcake. Yeah. Getting a new wandering monster, huh? So maybe Cupcake's child appears. Yes. Let's see. Now this is just a regular wandering monster, so it'll be a smaller one, but that's all right. It's a child. What are we getting? The 2 of clubs is an ocean mummy. Okay, now unfortunately the ocean mummies aren't painted, so you'll just have to take my word for it that this this mummy is an ocean mummy. We'll just put it right there where Cupcake was. Angry Cupcake child. Now, ocean monsters are fast. You know what? We're going to put it here, actually. Just so that it's not immediately sandwiched by heroes and it could theoretically use that speed. It trades in a little bit of attack power for speed instead. Now, mummies are slow generally, but it does have better speed. It's going to immediately attack Arana, I assume, in revenge. Yeah, you there says it's Cupcake resurrected as a mummy. Yeah, exactly. The mummy swings a fist at Rana, hitting her with a 1, which she blocks. Okay, and we'll leave Rana to deal with that. Actually, that was an even better move, putting the mummy there, because Gramina has the Spirit Blade, which means extra attack against undead monsters. So now Gramina can turn around and keep dealing with this situation. Swinging the Spirit Blade at the Ocean Goblin, Gramina hits it with a 1. That is not how you do it. The Goblin doesn't defend, but because of our difficulty chart, it is also not dead. And I'm afraid there is no other searching to be done in this hallway, so that is all she can do. All right, back up over here to the corner of the map, we have Thraken the Barbarian, who is hopefully going to get more than a 2 on his movement dice here. Yeah, that'll do it. Get him up to the Wasteland Femur, which is 3s across the board. 3 attack, 3 defense, 3 body points. Thraken swings his battle axe, hitting that Femur with a 3 indeed. The Femur blocks 1, takes 2. Not dead, but damaged. Okay, that's it for him. Yeah, because he moved and attacked, so it is Tiaga's turn. So we got to start again with the stupid roll, of course. No benefits, so 11 or 12 or damage. 5 is not enough, I'm afraid. She is down to 1 body point. Now again, she does have a potion of healing and a potion of rejuvenation that she could take. However, it feels like it would be a bit of a waste. Darth Revan says, if I buy death save like a few days later, can I still revive Cupcake? I'm afraid the death save is only for the heroes, actually, but we might make an exception, and maybe in honor, because Cupcake did do a good job while he was in. Maybe all future difficult monsters that end with an ogre being drawn is Cupcake coming back for revenge. Yeah, there you go. Because that was pretty good. He got a hard hit on Gramina there. That is just about as hard as anybody has hit Gramina. When he hit her with a critical hit of 5 and she took 3 damage from it, that was a pretty wicked hit. Shamrock says Cupcake's just trying and like stalking the heroes until he wins. Yes. Yeah. That's it. That's the lore. Okay, so Tiaga is very likely going to get knocked unconscious on the next turn, which again isn't a big deal. Doesn't mean she's dead, just means she's out of the quest. And it's only for this quest book. This is not normally what happens when a hero reaches 0 body points. Normally they're dead, but because of this special thing here, she is kind of required to survive the book, or at least till near the end of the book. So the book introduced this this thing where if she hits 0 body points, she's unconscious. It's probably going to happen. If any of you want to redeem a potion of healing for her, it'll keep her in the game a little longer. Gohan did that last night. But it's totally not necessary. Again, it's not a big deal for her to be unconscious. Just means we have to finish the quest with 3 heroes. So either way works there. She can now take her turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And luckily she's not totally useless, so she can still help in this fight here. Firing a blast of energy with her Redwood Wand. She hits the Wasteland Femur with a 1, which it does not block. So she does actually manage to kill it, thanks to the damage Thraken scored earlier. Excuse me. Uther says there's no point saving her. Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen. Like I said, Gohan redeemed a potion last night, and she's already lost all the points it got her. So it's gonna happen one way or the other. She's just got too many mind points that kind of screwed her. We were being a bit reckless with the dread spell casting. And Darth Revan says Cupcake will never die. Never truly. Always in our hearts. All right, that takes us to the monster's turn, and we have got, let's see, when did that mummy appear? That mummy did actually attack on this turn order already, because that was after Rana's turn. So the mummy is not attacking on this turn, however, the ocean goblin can, and we're also going to move this ocean abomination up behind. Now, it can't do anything yet, but it's there and ready to take that goblin's place. Goblin swings its sword at Gramina, but misses. All right, Rana. What can we do against this ocean mummy? Rana swings her battle axe, hitting it with a 2. Which it blocks. Look at that. Mummy's not screwing around. Bohemius is here. How's it going, my friend? Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. As I'm sure you'll find, as if you scroll the chat up at all, or the chat will likely continue to make references, we've just lost a chat-redeemed ogre, which they named Cupcake. Well, Darth Revan named it Cupcake, and the chat is very upset that the ogre died. Okay, so unfortunately, Rana totally ineffective against that mummy. No further searching can be done in that hallway, so we'll just surrender her second action and switch it over to Grimina. Yes. Oh, poor Cupcake. Grimina swings the Spirit Blade at the Ocean Goblin, hitting it with a 2, which in this case is indeed a skilled strike, and that goblin is super dead. Ah, there you go. You know what? I don't think I heard the noise for that. Weird. I'm glad I looked up right at that moment. Okie dokie, then you said cast a dread spell at Rana. Can do. Can do. Let's see what fate befalls poor Rana. Got our pile of dread spells here. We're going to draw 2 cards from the regular deck, add those numbers together, go that many cards down in the dread spell pile, and as long as it's a spell that makes sense, we will cast it on Rana. Looks like we are going 15... Oh no, sorry. Is that right? 17. We are going 17 cards deep into that. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, which is sleep. Oh, well, isn't that ironic? Getting a taste of her own medicine there, I'm afraid. Well, it wasn't Rana that cast the sleep spell, but it's still pretty funny. Cupcake Revenge, exactly. The spell puts any one hero into a deep sleep. A sleeping hero is unable to move, attack, or defend themselves. The spell can be broken immediately or on a future turn by the hero rolling 1 movement dice for each of their mind points. If a 6 is rolled, the spell is broken. So Rana, just like Cupcake, will get a chance to immediately break the spell. Now, Rana's definitely got more than 1 mind point, so there's a fair chance. Oh, she's only got 3, so it's actually not that fair. Not that fair of a chance, I should say. It's not unfair, but it's not a... I was saying it was a fair chance. I kind of doubt it, actually. So does she break the spell immediately? What? Okay. I'm not going to lie, I shouldn't do this, but... Immediately breaking on a redeem. I agree you there. I don't think that's... I think we should overrule this, because that's a lot of points to spend for the spell to be totally ineffective. So I think we should at least... She is forced to be asleep for 1 monster's turn. At least. Yeah, I agree. I think that's fair. That's not fair of her to immediately cast off that spell like it didn't happen. Okay, she is asleep. Okay. Where were we in the regular turn order there? Oh, Grimina just killed that goblin, right? Yeah. So we'll just move Grimina up, and that's going to be the end of her turn. So she can't attack again. All right, moving the camera up to Thraken and Tiaga. Thraken moves. Not very fast, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Any other searching? Oh, excuse me, we didn't search this hallway at all. That was dumb. Thraken, traps or secret doors? He's searching for secret doors, and there are none. I'm also realizing that there was a room that I was supposed to have put down that I just didn't. Guess we'll go ahead and do that here real quick, too. There's actually supposed to be a room right here. But we will make this official and canonize it. A secret door opens suddenly, and inside this new room is a mountain orc and a dread warrior. Mountain orc here. And a dread warrior here. You there says, I know you don't like hurting the heroes, but I love it. I sure don't mind them being challenged. I just don't want them dying all the time. Mountain orc is going to move immediately. It's not the monster's turn, but because I did a stupid, we're giving these monsters the ability to move immediately like they're wandering. So, let's get this guy going. Which direction is that guy going? Is he going to attack Tiaga or Thraken? He is going to go for Thraken. 1, 2, whoops, 3, 4, 5. I've killed the Dread Warrior. I think that's one of my Limbo Dread Warriors from the Mythic tier that's like bending over backwards. So, he's easy to knock over. Mountain Goblin swings the nub that used to be a fist at Thraken. Hitting him with a critical hit of 3. Wow. Which Thraken defends by some miracle. Mountain orchids, cheesecakes, cupcakes, brother. There you go. Oh, and then the Dread Warrior, I assume, will come out here and probably knock Tiaga unconscious. I have to imagine that that is how this is going to go. The Dread Warrior swings his mace at Tiaga, hitting her with a 2. She only blocks 1 and is indeed knocked unconscious, weakened by the Dread Spirit of Malar. And she is essentially out for the rest of the quest. Now, we will leave her there because the other heroes can cast healing spells or use healing potions on her. But I don't think we're going to. She had a healing spell for herself. Yeah. Now, if this were a normal quest, she would be able to use the healing spell and either of her healing potions to bring herself back up from 0. But because this is knocking her unconscious, not killing her, I don't feel like the same rules apply. I will always somehow make a reference to Cupcake. Use boiling water or a hairdryer. Works well. There you go. Yes, yeah, to straighten out the Dread Warrior. I got you. Yeah, yeah. What happens if everyone else dies? Oh, yes, good question. So, I imagine I will have explained this in a previous stream, but it was probably not when anybody was here or remember. So, anytime a hero dies, a new hero is rolled to enter the quest from the normal entrance to the quest. So, the only way that we would ever like wipe is if everyone dies. If all the heroes in the ranks die, and then we're just starting back over from quest 1. That's game over, and we start over. But in this case, if everybody died and Tiaga's still unconscious, we're going to also call that game over. New hero comes in immediately. Yes. After the turn is over. Yes. And in this case, Tiaga is only unconscious because of the Talisman of Lore. So this whole magic thing that's happening with the Talisman of Lore means unconscious instead of dead. Any other time, that'd be dead. So we'll lay her down there. But I imagine she will stay there until the end of the quest. Okie dokie. That would have been her turn just now, but since she is now unconscious, I suppose it's the monster's turn. So the two that we're looking at there, of course, just attacked literally. So what we've got going on down over here is the monster's turn as we see it. First off, the ocean mummy attacks Rana, who is not allowed to defend herself because she is asleep, and hits her with a 1. Of course, she immediately takes that, dropping her to 7. We also have the Ocean Abomination attacking Gramina, and I never remember these guys' stats. 3 attack, 2 defense, 3 body points. 3, 2, 3. 3, 2, 3. And the only reason they're less than Femmers is because they're faster. Jabbing a Spirit Gramina, the Ocean Abomination attacks, hitting her with a 2, which she blocks. Okay, it is Rana's turn, which means the first official time that we're going to try and break that sleep spell. Rolling 3 red dice for her mind points. If she gets a 6, the spell is broken. And she indeed did. The heroes are surprisingly good at breaking these spells. I am consistently surprised how often the heroes are able to roll 6s for this stuff. I mean, you guys are seeing this on camera. It's weird how the dice work. Normally, I am not very lucky dice roller. I'm not as unlucky as Justin, but I am usually a pretty unlucky dice roller. Okay. There you go, another wandering monster. Is this also for Rana, or is this for Gramina? Summoning cheesecake. Fantastic. Let's go. I'll go ahead and take Rana's turn real quick, and then we'll get that monster in here. So Rana swings at the mummy with her axe, hitting it with a 2. Is this damaged at all? No, it is not. It blocks. Boy, this mummy is not taking any crap. Same one. Gotcha. The Six of Diamonds. Six of Diamonds is an ocean zombie. We're getting all the ocean undead. That's weird. Ocean zombie. Where are the ocean zombies? That would be those guys right there. Again, not painted. You'll have to take my word for it that this is an ocean monster. Eventually these will be appropriately painted. Poor Rana has suddenly discovered a wealth of undead. Now again, ocean monsters are fast, but that does make them slightly weaker attackers. Zombies normally only attack with 2, so this guy only attacks with 1. Swinging his cleaver, he does indeed manage to hit her with 1. And she blocks, but just barely. I mean, look at that roll. Wow. I'm a roll, huh? That's how it is? Well, am I a Texas Roadhouse roll? Because I'd be pretty good with that. I won't stop until the one who killed Cupcake is dead. Well, you're joining an elite contingent of chat members who hate any hero whose name starts with R. So Rana pretty routinely gets bullied. Okie dokie, now she's already taken her turn, so it is over to Gramina, who might need to go over there and help once this abomination is taken care of. Gramina swings the Spirit Blade at the Ocean Abomination, hitting it with a 2. And it does not defend, however, it is still not dead.
Yeast roll.
That sounds unpleasant. Nothing else can be done in this hallway, so we are up to Thraken, who just a moment ago was being followed by a trusted companion and now finds himself alone. Yes. You there says Rana Robert Ragnar, yes. And Darth Rem says, no, I don't care about the name, I just want her dead because she killed Cupcake. This is true. Well, at least we saved Sir Rowan from the R fate. Still on the fence about whether we kill Sir Rowan. I knew that was coming. Okay, Thraken swinging on that mountain orc. Only hit with a 1. Come on, Thraken, you're up here alone. You got to hit harder than that. He did manage to score the hit, but the orc is not dead. And I think that we will nickname this particular orc Luke because he's missing a hand, like Luke Skywalker. And unfortunately, Thraken can't really do anything else. I mean, we'll search him for, let him search for traps. He's already stepped on all the relevant squares pretty much. No traps in this hallway. Tiaga knocked unconscious. So it is again the monster's turn. Yeah, just moments ago I feel like we weren't in a bad situation, but we kinda are now. The mountain orc swings at Thraken, hitting him with a 1, which he blocks, but again, just barely. We'll also go ahead and turn the Dread Warrior around and send it up here. Can't do anything yet, but it's working. All right, down over here, we have everybody except for that zombie attacking because the zombie already attacked on this turn cycle. Let's go ahead and take care of the abomination first. Thrusting a spear at Gramina, it hits her with a 1. And she blocks. The Ocean Mummy attacks Rana, hitting her with a critical hit of 2. And she doesn't defend either one. I was just about to make a quip about dwarves being tough, but... oh, that was the wrong sheet. I marked Gramina instead of Rana. There we go. And then that takes us back to Rana. Okay. She is actually more likely to be able to kill this zombie than the mummy. However, the mummy hits harder. We've determined she doesn't have anything to help, right? Yeah. Okay. Not really. Rana swings her battle axe at the Ocean Mummy, hitting it with a 3. That's a pretty good hit. If it doesn't defend, that'll be death, or double death. Defended 1, so took 2. Not quite destroyed, but getting there. I do believe we are going to have her use the Rod of Telekinesis on this mummy. So this is an artifact that Rana is holding, which allows her to freeze a monster for a single turn, so it essentially casts Tempests. She can only do this once per quest, so that mummy is not going to be able to move or attack on the monster's turn. Gramina. See if we can get rid of this Ocean Abomination. She did manage to take most of its body points on the last turn. Swinging the Spirit Blade, she hits it with 2. The Ocean Abomination does not defend. It is dead. I feel like I've mixed up these drawers just a little bit. I'm going to put this guy in the other drawer. Yeah, I definitely have. Okay. I think we are going to actually move Gramina back here just to kind of help the situation, as it were. We might need to get the heroes less split up now that Thraken's on his own. And that is indeed going to take us back to Thraken. Speaking of him, let's go ahead and move the camera to follow him. Excuse me. Thraken swings his battle axe at the orc. Again, only hitting with a 1. And the orc blocks it. Boy, Thraken has had a rough quest tonight. I don't know what his deal was, but last night it was the same. We should be killing Thraken. Yeah, I don't know what his deal was. It was the same thing last night. It's like he's got strong attack, you know? He's got 4 attack and 4 defense. He should be destroying, but for some reason he's getting 1s over and over, and most of the time the monsters are defending them. It's ridiculous.
About getting stuck with short people.
Yeah. Okay, that takes us back to the monster's turn. So, as punishment for not killing this objectively easy monster, the mountain orc is attacking Thraken back, hitting him with a 2, which he blocks. At least he's blocking okay, I guess. And back over here, we now have the ocean zombie attacking Rana, hitting her with a 1. Which she blocks just barely. The ocean mummy, of course, is frozen by the rod of telekinesis. However, that will wear off now. Why not both? Okay, so back to Rana as it happens. Let's see if we can finish off that ocean mummy now that it's had a turn taken away from it. Swinging her battle axe at the mummy, she hits it with a 2, and it does not defend a single thing. Mummy is destroyed. Oh my God, you guys!
Uh-oh.
Are we gonna have a quest that goes 3 streams?
Heck yeah.
Jeez. Okay. Well, good to see you, Dr. Fun Nut. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, no.
Oh, geez. All right. So we'll go ahead and put that in then. So let's see. We, as per usual, we have Dread Warrior, Chaos Warrior, Doomguard, Gargoyle, or Ogre coming in here. And the 8 is, I believe, a gargoyle, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, indeed. A gargoyle. We'll go ahead and put in a Milton Bradley gargoyle. Clearly the best miniature on the board. Taking the place of the ocean mummy, a far worse threat. The gargoyle immediately swings its sword. Oh, sorry, we need to do the stat increase too. So low card is attack, medium card defense, high card for body point. 8 is a medium card, so that's an extra defense dice for that gargoyle. So 4 attack, 6 defense dice, 4 body points. 10 streams later, we've lost 6 heroes, still on the 1 quest. Yeah. Tiaga's been laying there unconscious for the whole thing, having no idea it's happening. The gargoyle immediately attacks Rana, hitting her with a 3. She blocks 1, takes 2. Okay, well, it's Gramina's turn. Let's see. I do think we're going to have Gramina use the heroic brew she's got. She's going to drink this heroic brew, which allows her to make 2 attacks on a single turn as 1 action. I can't believe there are more redeems left.
Do you... Was that druid in here?
No.
Okay, alright. I don't need to worry about writing that down then.
So Gramina is going to get to attack twice, and then we'll take care of that extra wandering monster summoned right there. Now that wandering monster will not be able to attack Rana because Rana's already surrounded, but we can get Gramina if that's what you're looking for, or Thraken, either way. Gramina is now attacking twice on this turn. Let's go ahead and do one attack on each monster. Now she can only shoot from this position, but that's pretty much the best she was going to get to hope to do anyway. So shooting at the gargoyle. Gramina hits with a 1. And it blocks. Yep, that's what happens when you only roll a 1. And shooting the other direction at the ocean zombie. She gets a 1. Gifting a potion of healing. Excellent. Now she does manage to hit that 1, but it still doesn't destroy the zombie. Whoever may need it. Oh, fair enough, you there. Unfortunately, the zombie didn't die, but yes, fair enough. Okay, so actually, Sarah, it would probably be a good idea. Yeah. We could give that to Tiaga and bring her back until the stupid roll takes her out again. Yeah, you know what? I think we're going to do that. The 3-hero thing kind of sucks a little bit more than I was anticipating. I think we're going to give this potion of healing to Tiaga and the knock her back up to 4 points since she was only unconscious, and until the stupid roll takes her directly back out. Because that's probably what's going to happen there. Okay, so Gramina did damage the zombie. However, it didn't kill it. So now we need to do a monster. And I believe you there said Thraken then, right? Why did that not change the camera? Oh, because I'm hitting the wrong button. Dummy. Okay. What monster are we getting here? 3 of clubs is a deep mummy. Boy, the wandering monsters are all undead this time. Slow but powerful, the deep mummies. Immediately attacking Thraken and hitting him with a 1, which he blocked. Well, yeah. I don't want to be here all night. We've barely moved with either of the hero groups. Would like to get this quest done at some point. Okie dokie, let's see what's going on here. It is actually Thraken's turn now. So I think we want to, do we want to kill the orc? Actually, now that there's a deep mummy behind him, having a deep mummy on one side and a dread warrior on the other would be bad news. So actually, I don't think we want to kill the orc. The orc is actually best case scenario right at the moment for him. Okay, and there's not really much, he doesn't have any tricks up his sleeve, he's just got to fight his way out of it. So let's turn him around and see if he can, if there's any chance he can just get rid of the deep mummy immediately. Swinging his battle axe, he hits the deep mummy with a 2, which is a good hit. Not going to get rid of it immediately, but it's a good hit. And the deep mummy doesn't defend either one, taking both hits, still not destroyed. Okay, and thanks to Sarah's potion of healing, we are now at Tiaga, who has been at least temporarily revived. I think we are going to have her cast her Arrows of the Night spell. So this is a spell of darkness that she picked. This spell may be cast on any monster. Duh. These magical bolts will inflict 5 body points of damage. The monster may defend using 5 defense dice. I can't say a single thing, even when I'm directly reading off a card. Okay, the Arrows of the Night strike the Dread Warrior in the back, immediately causing 5 body points of damage unless it can defend. It defends 2, still taking 3 of those hits, meaning that it is not dead, but it is definitely damaged. That is most of its body point total taken out, but not all, thanks to the difficulty chart. She is also able to do a regular attack. Oh, we need to do the stupid roll. How silly of me, I almost forgot. Just because she came back doesn't mean she's free of the stupid roll. Let's do that real quick. Now, she is in the same corridor as Thraken, so whatever she rolls here will get a +1. So she still needs to roll 10, 11, or 12. Only 5, so nope. I'm afraid that is 1 body point down, dropping her back to 3. What color is Gramina's eyes? That's a good question.
Black. They're black.
Kind of looks like a light brown on the card. It's hard to see.
Here, let me see it.
Oh yeah, you got.
Yes. Yep, they're like a light brown color.
Oh, I'm excited to see the Muppet version of Gramina. I'm ready. And you there says evil, probably. Yeah. Gramina is a menace, that is for sure. Okay, one more thing for Tiaga before the monster's turn. She can also do a regular attack. She is going to fire a blast of energy from her Redwood Wand at the back of the Dread Warrior. See if she can take out that last body point. She hit it with a 1. If it doesn't defend, it is definitely dead. But it did. A worthwhile attempt, for sure. Okay, monster's turn.
Yeah, whoever needs that.
Probably Rana. Okay.
I tried to do healing, but it's out of stock right now. So.
All right, so we'll go ahead and take care of what's going on up here. Now, the Deep Mummy can't attack because it did attack on this turn cycle already, but the Orc will be able to attack, and the Dread Warrior will also be able to turn around and attack Tiaga. So let's get that Orc taken care of. The Orc attacks Thraken, hitting him with a 2, which he blocks just barely. The Dread Warrior swings its mace at Tiaga, hitting her with a 2. He's like, didn't I kill you already? Why are you back standing again? She blocks 1, takes the other, dropping her back down to 2. Darth Revan says you're a traitor.
Who, me?
Yes.
That's okay.
Okay. Oh, yes. The other... Now, let me think about this. Let me think about this for a second. The Gargoyle also attacked on this turn cycle, right? Yes. That's what happens when too many things happen in a single turn. Yes, the Gargoyle already attacked on this turn cycle, but the Mummy can attack again for sure. Ocean Mummy swinging at Rana, but misses. Figures.
It does.
All right, that's going to take it back to Rana, I do believe, and I think that Potion of Strength there is going to go to her, so let's see if she can get in an extra hit there. The Potion of Strength is 2 extra attack dice for just 1 single attack. Swinging her battle axe at the Gargoyle, she hit with a 1. 6 dice, 1 attack, 1 skull, good job. And I do believe this Gargoyle is also boosted defense, so the odds of it not defending this are pretty ridiculous. Yeah, of course it would defend that. Way to waste the Potion of Strength, Rana, you useless piece of junk. Okay, I do believe we are also going to have her use up her Potion of Rejuvenation that she's got. We bought that for her quite a while ago, but we're going to use it up now. It's going to give her an extra 6 body points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Whoops.
Where is everybody at? Body point wise?
Bad. Gramina's at 4, Thraken's at 5, Tiaga's at 2. Rana's okay now. I mean, everybody's got potions. We're not screwed, but... Okay, now that Rana has totally wasted her opportunity to do something there. Nice.
Here's your Potion of Restoration.
Yeah. 4.
Whoever needs it the most.
Well, I feel like we should probably give that to Gramina, right?
Should I put a death save in there too.
Well, nobody's dead, so that wouldn't do anything.
Gramina can't die.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, we'll set that on her for if she needs it there.
Yeah.
It is indeed Gramina's turn. I wish she had another heroic brew, because I'd really like to get rid of that zombie, but we need to be getting rid of the gargoyle, honestly. Okay, so Gramina is going to shoot at the gargoyle, knocking an arrow and letting fly. She hits it again with only a 1. Which, of course, it blocks. These 2 dwarves, you gotta hit harder than 1. Come on. Gramina knows better than that.
Doesn't seem like any of them are getting very good hits tonight.
Yeah, everybody's garbage, apparently. Which is to say that I am getting very bad rolls. And that's all she can do. So we are headed back up here to Thraken, who's going to continue to try and get rid of the deep mummy, swinging his battle axe and totally missing. God. Oh, these are the kinds of quests that really just make me want to flip this board and run away. Hit, at least, okay? If the monsters defend, that's one thing, but hit, for God's sake, hit. And he can't do anything else. So we are back over to Tiaga, who needs to do the stupid roll. Again, this is going to be +1 because she is in the same corridor as Thraken. Still needs to be a 10, 11, or a 12. A 7, so afraid not. Down to 1 body point yet again. Okay. So let's see if we can get rid of this Dread Warrior. I think she's got enough tricks up her sleeve that she should be able to do that. She's also got a healing spell she can use on herself to stay in the game a little bit longer. Let's go ahead and have... What's that Dread Warrior down? He's only down to 1. Boy, I sure would hate to waste that Potion of Strength. She's likely to hit it with a 1. Okay, we'll give it a try. She's going to start her turn off by casting her Heal Body spell, which is the other regular spell that she got a hold of with skill sets, which is going to heal her another 4 body points. She's going to pop her back up to 5, and then she's going to attack that Dread Warrior with the broadsword. Hitting it with a 2. See, now that's how you do it. And it doesn't defend. Yeah, okay, I'm glad we didn't waste that Potion of Strength she's got. Come on, guys. The hero who's getting attacked every turn by an invisible force and spent like 3 turns unconscious is doing better than you. Roll some skulls! All right, let's see what we got going on here. That is Tiaga's both of her actions because she cast a spell and attacked. So we are now at the monster's turn. Everybody is going to attack on this particular turn. Although we do need to... I cannot believe there are still Wandering Monster Redeemed left. That is wild. We need to determine whether that orc is going to continue attacking Thraken or turn around and attack Tiaga, now that he has 2 different options. But for sure the Deep Mummy is attacking Thraken. Swing a Fist hits him with a 1 and blocks. Who's that orc going for? It is going to continue attacking Thraken. Swinging a nub and hitting him with 1, which he does not block. I assume, well, actually that can't go to Thraken or Rana. Or did I miss? Okay, we haven't seen who. We'll go ahead and draw to see what it is. Can't do Spades cards. Queen of Hearts we can do, though. Queen of Hearts is a Deep Orc. Where are my Deep Orcs? There we go. Probably in the drawer marked Deep Orc.
Nah.
Not for Deep Orcs. There are ranged monsters on that randomizer sheet. But that's not what got drawn. Drew. That's not what it's not an orc archer. So Tiaga or Gramina there, or we can put them just in the hallway. I wish.
That's what that sounded like. Call the Bondulans.
Yes. Yes, I will. Oh. All right, we'll stick that there for now, but if it's there, you can use it. By all means, I wouldn't put it there if I didn't want you to use it, but I will be mad. Okay. Orc on Gramina there, and we'll go ahead and do that. Orc swinging what used to be a sword. We're getting all the broken ones there. Dr. Fun Nut beat you to it. Hitting Gramina with a 1. Which she blocks. Blacklisted from the family. Oh, silly. Okay, who's getting the upgrade there? Okay, and again, there's too much going on. I've lost what's happening. I think it's just these two monsters that need to attack is what's happening. Yeah, so both of them attacking Rana there. Okay. Zombie has missed. And the gargoyle is also attacking. There's 2 skulls. 1 blocked, not the other though. Oh, nice. I'm living the dream. That's great, 126. Oh, yeah, Gohan. That's what we need is like a lightning bolt to strike the board and just kill all the monsters. Where are we at health-wise? Yeah, you know, Thraken could use some sort of healing potion if you've got points for it. Gramina's doing okay. She's low, but she's got plenty of stuff that's not gonna do anything. Okay, I've lost track of what's going on. Dread spell for Rana. We did the wandering monster already. It was the deep orc. We need to. Somebody's getting a boost though, right? Okay, Dr. Funnut, which monster is getting a boost? And then we need to do the dread spell. Totally no boost. Right. Yes, thank you for reminding me of that as well, you there. Dread spell for Rana is going to be the 11th spell down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 is summon undead. We're getting all the undead tonight.
Hey, quick question real quick.
I can't spare any brain power. What?
Just what color eye were you thinking for these wasteland?
Oh gosh.
Like white eyes or yellow eyes or?
Yeah, white, I suppose.
White? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I need. I was just curious.
Undead are extra weak to Gramina. Good point, Gohan.
I asked you that the other day and I forgot.
Okay, so the spell conjures a group of undead to surround and protect the spellcaster. Of course, they won't be protecting anybody in this case because it was you there. Rolling 1 movement dice to see how many monsters appear. Excuse me. Looks like we're getting 2 zombies and 2 mummies. And these are just regular good old monsters here. Oops. Okay, and since these were centered around Rana, we'll just basically put that here. Item swap, interesting. Yeah, 2 each side, I agree, yeah. Okay, Gosh, I can't even keep up with all the things that need to be happening here. So we still need to do a monster boost. It was the monster's turn, but we've completed everything that the monsters can do. So we'll be back to Rana once we take care of the boost and the item swap. Okay. So that gargoyle is getting an extra attack dice by the looks of it there. And then for the item swap, we are getting... Rana is swapping 1, 2, or 3... the Rod of Telekinesis to Tiaga. That's actually hilarious because the only reason Rana has the Rod of Telekinesis is because somebody item swapped in a previous quest and it got moved from Tiaga to her. So that's kind of crazy. Yeah, essentially Rana's just giving it back. Now it's already been used this quest and that's not resetting, but that's of all the things. That's pretty hilarious. Okay, potion of healing going to just whoever, or did you have a specific person there, Gohan? Thraken. Had a phone call. What items got swapped? Basically the funniest possible based on previous. So the Rod of Telekinesis got swapped from Rana to Tiaga. And Rana only had it because somebody did an item swap in a previous quest, and what got chosen was the Rod of Telekinesis swapping from Tiaga to Rana. So it just got swapped back. Yeah. And again, that does not reset it. So Rana already used it. It is used up for this quest, regardless of the fact that it changed hands. Okay. Where are we at here? We are literally more than an hour into this quest and we have made no headway at all. I'm glad that everything is, I think, I know for sure that the difficult monsters are done. I think the dread spells are done. Surely the regular wandering monster is also pretty much done. So finally, maybe we can actually make some headway.
No headway.
Yes. Okay, Rana again. Can we at least get some damage on this guy? They still haven't even hurt the gargoyle yet. Because they keep rolling like crap. It's not even that he's defending stuff. They just haven't been rolling good. Swing the battle axe. Case in point, she gets a 1. Which it's going to defend. Why wouldn't it defend that? Yeah, obviously. Maybe you deserve to die, Rana. My God. Roll skulls. Jeez.
I'm really glad I wasn't painting when you did that, because that scared the shit out of me. Jeez.
Okay, Gramina. Shooting also at the gargoyle. I imagine she gets nothing, right? Yeah, 1. Big surprise. Which it blocks. Big surprise. Idiots. All right, guess we'll go to the other people. Jesus. Thraken, swinging the battle axe at the deep mummy. Hits with a 2. Blocks 1, takes 1. I'm afraid that mummy is indeed dead. At least he's doing better. Yeah. Sure. No, I disagree, Darth Revan. This has become more and more typical, unfortunately. If the heroes would just roll some skulls, it wouldn't be that big a deal, you know what I mean? It's one thing for other stuff like that, but just constant shields during attacks and constant skulls during defense going either way for heroes or monsters. It's like not even fun at that point. When it's like constant, you know, happens once or twice. Of course it's going to happen. It's dice. But consistent, that shouldn't happen. Tiaga, stupid roll. Again, +1 because she's in the same corridor as Thraken. Unfortunately, did not get herself enough there. So still losing a body point there. We're going down to 5 by the looks of it. What else can she do that's actually going to be useful? Not much. She can attack that orc, but she doesn't really have any other things to do. Yeah. And we'll go ahead and stand her right there. Sending a blast of energy from her wand. She hits the orc with a 1. And it was damaged already. Yeah, so she got lucky with that 1, essentially. That wasn't a deep orc, was it? No, I must have closed the drawer before. Oh, no, okay, I see. My brain still has not completely recovered. Yeah. Where's the void redeem that just replaces the screen with the void? Yeah, no kidding. So we're back to the monster's turn here. Okay, and it's rather hilariously, despite the fact that we've got a whole... I keep mixing that up. A whole corridor full of monsters here. There's only a few of them that can attack. So first off, the deep orc on Gramina, hitting her with a 2, which she doesn't defend even one little tiny bit, dropping her to 2.
On Gramina.
Ocean zombie on Rana, hitting her with a 1, which she doesn't defend, dropping her to 7. Gargoyle also attacking Rana. Hits with a 3, which she doesn't defend.
Good Lord.
We might be ending the stream too early.
Let me roll them in my dice tower.
That is actually literally unbelievable. 5 defense dice and no defense twice in a row. I mean, it shouldn't be possible. Jeez. All right. Back to the hero's turn. Okay. Rana swinging the battle axe at the gargoyle. I'm not even going to commentate on that one. Gramina, I'm sure doing absolutely nothing also. Hitting with a 1 as if that's going to be any use at all. Nope. Up here, we got Thraken moving. 1, 2, 3, down this new hallway. He is revealing a door. And then is he stopping to search for traps? Yes, he is. And there are no traps down the double wide. Okay, Tiaga, stupid roll. Now, luckily, Thraken did not leave that corridor, so she is still getting +1. However, again, I kind of doubt that's going to help her. She's still got to roll 10, 11, or 12. Yeah, no, afraid not. Another body point down brings her to 4. Let's go ahead and before she dies, we'll take her into this room and do the treasure search. Or, well, before she gets knocked unconscious. While searching through several old discarded weapons, you discover a broken broadsword with several jewels set into the hilt. The jewels are worth 35 gold coins. That's going to put us up to 2,205. Okay, and take us back, of course, to the monsters. Here we are where we have the exact same situation as last time. Not a single bit of headway made by the two dwarf girls. Deep Orc attacking Grimina, hitting her with a 1, which she blocks just barely. Well, my finger bumped that. That was definitely a white shield there. Just barely. Okay, Zombie attacking with the cleaver on the back of Rana, hitting her with a 1, which she blocks. And the Gargoyle attacking Rana as well, hitting her with a 3. She blocks 1.
Well, they're getting their butts handed to them this time, aren't they?
Apparently. At least yesterday it was only Thraken that was sucking.
Now they all suck.
Yeah, you there, I agree. That only 1 attack dice because he's an ocean monster, and he's still landing a skull like every time. Julie is here. Hello, Julie. Good to see you.
I wondered where she's been.
Oh, let's see. All right, Rana attacking the gargoyle yet again, probably in vain. Swinging a battle axe, one of the strongest weapons in the game. And again, hitting with only a 1. Which she blocks. Or the gargoyle blocks, rather. This is what, I mean, oh my gosh. Okay. Grimina's going to attack the Deep Orc because apparently there's no reason to attack the gargoyle. Apparently it just can't be killed. Swinging the Spirit Blade at the Deep Orc, she hits it with a 2. Which it does not block. Dead. Very dead. Uh-huh. Jeez. Oh, boy. I'm going to turn the redeems off. Oh, it's not even fun. All right, what do we have? A deep skeleton. Of course, again, with the undead. We are redeeming nothing but undead. That's weird. All right, attacking Grimina, the deep skeleton hits with a 2, which she blocks. Okay, potion of strength, right. Yeah, I think apparently Rana's going to need that. Of course, she wasted the last one, but they got to take care of that guy somehow. Oh, right, yes. King is no use in a 3-way there. 7 is defense. So another defense dice, I guess. Yeah. All right, and Thraken the Barbarian is going to be moving down the hallway. Yeah, I gotta say, I think I agree, Gohan. The multiple buffing on the single monster is maybe something that we need to block in the future. We definitely need to get the other heroes down here because they're drowning essentially. So rather than opening that room, we're gonna get Thraken moving down towards the rest of the group. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Thraken swinging battle axe at the zombie and hitting it with a 2. Whoops. Blocks 1 and takes the other. Oh, yes. Sure enough. There it is. I switched it because he wasn't on camera, then I forgot to switch it back. Alright, Tiaga left all by her lonesome. There we go. Stupid roll. Only 8, I'm afraid. Dropping her down to 3. And then she moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So she didn't quite get anywhere useful, but she's down there. Okay, kind of got the same thing going on. A skeleton already attacked on this turn cycle, but both of the monsters on Rana have not. Ocean zombie missing for the first turn in a while. And then the gargoyle. Yeah, doing exactly what we figured. Now, even though Rana has the ability to completely block this, and there's no reason she shouldn't, she's blocked 1 out of 5. Okay, so she's got a potion there, which is going to bring her back up to 4.
Did he hit with 5?
Yes, critical hit.
Wow. Jeez. That is crazy. That's a hard hit, man. Crazy. Wow.
All right, so back to Rana. That was the end of the monster's turn. Oh, no. Almost the end of the monster's turn. Zombie on Thraken. Swinging a sword, gets hit by 1. And he blocks. That's how I feel about it. Okay, Rana. With the Potion of Strength gifted by Gohan, hits the gargoyle with a 3. Whoops, holy crap. Throwing dice. Here we go. Come on now. Hand is swelling again. And believe it or not, the gargoyle doesn't block a single one of those. After the display so far, that's kind of insane. Now, it's not gone. But that is actually kind of wild. 7 defense dice. Maybe there is something to that Shamrock said earlier about the dice all going down at once. Because 7 defense dice and not a single black shield, whereas before it's been consistently blocking every single attack. Well, given, now I say that, they've only been hitting it with a 1. So this is the first time they hit it with better than a 1. There you go. Okay. Gramina. Now, I'd like to get rid of that skeleton, but I do think that since we seem to be having a lucky streak with the gargoyle, we should maybe try and take advantage. Yeah. Okay. Gramina shoots at the gargoyle, hitting it with a 2. And again, no defense dice. Okay. There you go. Of all the things that got buffed for that guy, body points was not one of them. He only had 4 body points, and that was it. That was a heck of a run for that gargoyle, too. Holy crap. And let's be honest, I mean, to be fair, especially since we just saw that those extra defense dice didn't help it in the end, it was really the fact that they couldn't roll better than 1 skull that was keeping it alive. It wasn't all the extra buffs. The extra buffs to its attack hurt, for sure. But those defense buffs didn't help it. Wild. Okay, I think we are also... No, because then... Yeah, Rana, that actually doesn't help Rana any. Okay. Okay, yeah, strategically I think we are where we need to be here. Okay, over to Thraken. It was the heroes failing that kept it alive, yeah. The fact that they kept rolling ones instead of higher. Because even when it was defending their attacks, it was only rolling 1 or 2 black shields. So wild. Okay, Thraken. Swinging battle axe at the zombie. And hitting it with a 3. Now it's... Yeah, he hit it last time, so that's going to be it for it, surely, yeah. No defense there. Indeed. Whoever needs it. Yikes, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to give that to Rana again. 1, 2, 3, and 4. She wasn't the lowest, but she's the one with the least tools now. Okay, and then we're going to move Thraken in there as well. So this will also essentially bait that mummy into attacking that. That's kind of funny that the auto mod held that message. Okay, item swap before we get Tiaga's turn there. Okay. The subject of this swap is Tiaga. I swear if that Rod of Telekinesis gets sent back to Rana, that is going to be the most amazing thing. So we've got Potion of Healing, Potion of Rejuvenation, Potion of Strength, 2 Potions of Magic Resistance, a Longsword, and the Rod of Telekinesis. She's actually got a lot in her inventory. So those are the 7 potential things. Anything other than the Talisman of Lore in her inventory that's not also a weapon or armor that she's wearing can get swapped here. So it's actually number 7. That is the Rod. That's the Rod of Telekinesis. I swear. Okay, look. These are the last 2 cards, right? Spades means Rana. Or, sorry, Spades means Tiaga. We rolled a 7, which is the last item, which is the Rod. If this card is a Hearts, it's going back to Rana. I'm not even going to look at it. Okay, now we have to redraw that. We're not swapping it to her. Okay, so it's going to Thraken. Oh, the Rod of Telekinesis is apparently, that might even be the only item that's ever gotten moved by the item swap.
It's like we're just swapping around the rod.
Are we canonizing the idea that the Rod of Telekinesis just moves to whichever hero it feels like moment to moment? Nobody wants to hold it. She can't keep it. She must give it away. Yeah, no kidding. That is the most ridiculous. That is hilarious that thing keeps getting targeted over and over. Okay, Tiaga. Stupid roll first. She's got to get an 11 or 12 here. 9. Down to 2. But moving along. Excuse me. Oh, now she gets a 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Gohan says, are bosses buffable monsters? I don't think so. I don't remember what's in the text for the thing. It might be required to be a regular monster. I don't remember. Honestly, I have to look at the text. Tiaga sends a blast of energy at that mummy with her wand, hitting it with a 2, which it doesn't block. Not destroyed, but damaged. It does say non-boss. Gotcha. So far, they've mostly been weaker than wandering monsters. Yeah. Okay, see, I was thinking that I had put something about not a boss monster in there. Yeah, the ogres that have gotten summoned have caused more trouble than some of the bosses that they've come up against, for sure. Well, no, I mean, I'm glad you saw that, Gohan, because I didn't remember. Okay, monster's turn, and we've got, yeah, basically one monster on everybody except Tiaga. Okay, so we'll kind of do this in turn order. So we've got a deep skeleton there on Gramina, hitting her with a critical hit of 3. Wow. She blocks 2, takes 1. That actually drops her to 1. Ocean Zombie on Rana, which we'll go ahead and turn Rana around. Ocean Zombie hits her with 1. Which she blocks. That Ocean Zombie has also been doing the work, given nobody's been targeting it, but it's been doing the work. Used all my points. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that one bit. And then we've got this mummy here attacking Thraken. Swinging a fist and hitting with a 1. Which he blocks just barely. Okay, back to Rana. Now, this Ocean Zombie is slightly damaged. Somebody hit it for a 1 earlier. I think when Gramina drank the Heroic Brew, she managed to hit it with 1. Whoops, but I imagine that Rana's going to knock off that last point here. Except I jinxed it, I imagine. Swing the blade. Okay, there you go. She hits it with a critical hit of 4, which, because it's damaged, is a skilled strike, and that Ocean Zombie is super dead. And especially considering it's already dead, I guess super, super dead?
It's super duper dead.
The deadest of all dead that we have seen thus far. Okay, I suppose then we ought to just kind of like move her forward 1. So we'll just keep on advancing there. Okay. The Void commands, yes. We are going to start Gramina's turn by having her use the Potion of Restoration that she was gifted earlier in the stream, which is going to pop her back up to full health. There we go. That's as close as Gramina has ever come. I mean, she had potions, so it wasn't gonna be death. But she's never been that far on health, far down on health. And then she's gonna attack. Bohemia's got the super dead emote. Yes, 100%. Okay, swinging the Spirit Blade at the deep skeleton, which means she gets an extra attack dice. She hits it with a 2. And it does not defend either one. Gramina's got the groove back at least a little bit. Okay, that was the only skeleton we had on the board. Getting the nose blow one in other channels. Yeah. Gohan says if she would focus. That's great. I get notified, and I imagine you guys see this occasionally too. If somebody's using your custom emotes in a different stream, whichever emote gets used the most, they tell you about it. And that's usually it's the super dead one, which I also think is amazing. I'd actually like to know if it's you or if it's Bohemians or whoever is using the super dead. I'm curious. I'd love to know. Is it other HeroQuest stuff? Because again, that would kind of make sense. I love to have contributed that to other people's streams as well. Okay, let's get Gramina. I actually wish we hadn't moved Rana. I'd rather have Gramina up close to these undead guys, but I guess for now we'll put Gramina up here. I doubt Thraken's going to need help, but that's where we're at. Okay, Thraken attacking the mummy. Swinging an axe and hitting it with a 3. It blocks one, but not the other two because it was damaged already. It is destroyed. See, that's what I figured. I have used Super Dead occasionally. I wonder if that's what, because it's never a bunch, because it gives a number. You know, your emote blah 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 was used in other streams. Maybe the highest time I've seen is 5, like 5 times. But still, yeah. Glad to have contributed that to the ether that is the internet. Okie dokie, and that means we can kind of move on, I think. Now that the situation is not, like, dire, we may move Thraken past Gromina and on down the hallway. Or actually back up towards that red room that they walked past. 1, 2, 3. Not that he's moving all that fast. Switch the camera there so you guys can see where he went. There we go. So we did walk past this red room in an effort to bunch everybody up. Yes, I agree, yeah. The nose-blowing one is funny. I need to work out some other ones kind of like that. That would be funny. Everyone will know, yes. I hate to admit how long that took to make, too, because I've never made a GIF before. And I thought for some silly reason that it would be easy. That took hours. that stupid little animation there took hours. So I'm very glad that it has become worth it. Okie dokie, Tiaga. Now Tiaga is in a very good spot right now. She is not directly adjacent to anybody, but she is in the same corridor as all 3 of the other heroes, which means that her stupid roll on this turn is going to be +3. So she does need to get at least 11. Squandered. Even with all 3 heroes near her, she's only totaled 9, dropping her back to 1 body point. Okay, after that, I think we will go ahead and move her up to that room. I mean, at this point, what does she have to lose? She's almost certainly going to be unconscious next turn. Or we're just going to move her 1, 2, 3, and she's going to, you know, go unconscious right there on that square. Because she is clearly, again, being weakened. It's kind of odd how consistent that has become. All right, Mummy on Rana. Throwing a fist at the dwarf, hits her with a 2. Which she blocks. Again, only barely. 5 defense dice ought to be overkill. You know? But it is often very much not. Okay, that's the only monsters we have on the board, unless we're going to march this zombie all the way around the square, but it's not going to get there before this mummy dies, so I don't think that's a good idea. Back to Rana, swinging the battle axe at that mummy right there, and totally missing it. Way to go. What's our situation here between her and Gromina? Got a lot of eraser dust on the papers. I do think we are going to move Rana backwards 1, and we're going to have Gromina take front stage there. Swap the monsters around so they all get to attack. Attack and run. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Each monster, as long as it's already adjacent, attack, run, other monster moves up, attacks. Yeah, I see what you're saying. All right, Gromina, swinging the Spirit Blade at the mummy. Hits it with a 3. And the mummy defends 1, taking 2 body points. This one was not damaged yet, so not destroyed. Good hit, though, finally. Yeah, I think we'll leave it like that. So Gromina and Rana are pretty evenly matched against undead creatures, but just so that we got, essentially because Rana missed. So I wanted to get some sort of hit in on that guy. Oh, let's see. Thraken. It's almost a shame we have to move him, because she would get +2 if he stayed right there, but I don't have faith that she's going to survive it even with +2. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Thraken opens the door into the red room, and what he finds is a mountain orc and a chaos warrior. We definitely opened that drawer already. Mountain orc. And a chaos warrior. Have we got ibuprofen somewhere?
Yeah, there's some upstairs in the drawer, kitchen drawer, I think, and we have a bottle of prescription ones on our dresser.
I'm gonna have to get some of those. My hand is swelling to a point I'm not gonna be able to close it tomorrow. This has taken long. Yeah. Okay, Thraken's movement is essentially done right there. I'm gonna go ahead and fire an arrow at that mountain orc there, just in an effort to try and clear the room just a hair quicker. I doubt he's gonna kill it. Firing an arrow. Okay, there you go. Critical hit of 3. Maybe he will after all. Orc doesn't defend a thing. Okay, well, I guess I should doubt them more often. Opt for the goblin's hit and run, or rather run, hit, run. Oh! So, now is that a different rule where you are, or is that something that you've just changed? Because I think in the normal rules, I don't think you're allowed to move and then do something and then move again. Or finish your move and then do something and finish your move, rather. And yeah, I've been having an issue with my right hand swelling up. It's something now it happens with a lot of different things, but for some reason dropping the dice into the dice tower irritates it, and I don't know what the deal is with it. It tends to happen every stream night. But having my hand up on the computer desk at work does it too. So it's not just the dice thing. I'm not sure what it is. All right, that was Thraken. So we have Tiaga. She's got to do her stupid roll, and very likely that she's going to go back to unconscious here. She's got to get an 11 or 12, or she could get a 10. She is in the same corridor as Thraken. So 10, 11, or 12 here. Only rolled a 6. Yes, so I'm afraid that is back to unconsciousness with her. Back to unconscious, Tiaga. A rule they added to make goblins more difficult, then they put it on raptors as well. I do remember seeing that on the raptors. I must have missed it on the goblins, though. I have to read through those. Is that in the Jungles of Delthrak book, where the raptors are? Because I remember seeing that for the raptors, for sure. I seem to recall some extra stuff in the app, too, right? Now, I've never gotten the app before, but I seem to recall seeing people post that you could add extra stuff for some of the monsters. You could, like, toggle it on or off. That might have been one of the goblin things there, too, which would make sense. All right, so no turn for Tiaga, obviously. Chaos Warrior attacking Thraken. Swinging an axe. And, geez, hitting him with a 4. He blocks 1, takes 3. Ouch. Dropping him to 5. It's in one of the books, and they added it in the app. Gotcha. Gotcha. So I kind of remember it from the app now that you've said that. Makes sense. Being that they can move fast, that's kind of like their whole thing. Might as well give them a way to utilize that speed. And then we've got the mummy down here attacking Gramina. Hitting her with a 2. Which she blocks. Alrighty, that's going to take us back to Rana. That's right, they almost killed the mummy, but didn't quite. Okay. Now, Gramina is likely okay there, but I'd at least like to get rid of the mummy. Okay, so Rana's going to shoot at the mummy. Hitting it, okay, with a critical hit of 3. The one dice knocked the other one over. And the mummy did not defend a single one. Now, that would have killed it outright, Rana. How come you didn't do that the first time? I've closed the mummy drawer, I'm afraid. Uh-huh. Interesting. There we go. I'm afraid my brain still hasn't quite recovered from the last couple of weeks. Okay, and then I think we are going to move Rana on. So a zombie, Gramina can handle that. So we'll move Rana down this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And she can take a look down this other hallway that is down this way. It helps prevent the I stand in the doorway and we all attack until the room is cleared, at least while the party doesn't have ranged weapons. Yes. I try not to do that unless I feel like there's no other route. You know what I mean? That is so annoying. Because you could cheese the whole game like that. I appreciate the wraiths that they added in Rise of the Dreadmoon. I think it was Rise of the Dreadmoon, right? The wraiths that can move through the walls and just prevent the heroes from doing that, camping the doorway. A couple more doorways that Rana can see right there. Is she stopping to search for traps? No, she is not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Which direction is she going? She is going down. 10, 11, and 12. Just enough to reach this doorway. So we'll go ahead and open that door. And in this room, she finds a chest. And a skeleton. Oh yeah, we've got a painted skeleton here. Painted skeleton hanging out right there. Okay, now Rana can't do anything else. She's already attacked and moved, so we will go ahead and that was the end of her movement too. So back over here to Gramina. First action is going to be movement so that she can utilize the Spirit Blade. Swinging the Spirit Blade at the zombie. Okay. Okay. I think I'm going to call for a reroll on this one because one of the dice didn't land right, so I tapped the dice tower in an effort to get it to land, and it popped one of the other dice over to a skull. So I'm going to say that whole roll is not very fair. Swinging the Spirit Blade. Okay, we still got 3 skulls. Either way, okay, I guess it was meant to be. The zombie attempts to defend and does not. Still happens in some doorways, but it's lessened when the monsters don't stand there until they die. That was the, oh yeah! That was the exact same roll, you're right. That's weird. Very weird. Oh, and Gramina already moved, so that was her turn over. For just a second, I looked at the camera and thought, what's that red thing? Oh, it's the bottom of Tiaga's base. Okay, Thraken attacking that Chaos Warrior. Does he have any tricks? Not really. Okay, swinging his battle axe. He hits it with a 1. Oh, we're back to this, I see. Chaos Warrior doesn't block it, but obviously 1 is not going to kill it. He does also have another action that he can use to search that room. Traps or secret doors. It's going to be secret doors he's searching for, and there are none. Yeah, in that case, that was actually kind of stupid. Where would it even go? Should have done traps. Oh well. All right, Tiaga being unconscious and all, we are at the monster's turn. Let's go ahead and take care of that Chaos Warrior since we're here. Go ahead and get a little closer to the action. Chaos Warrior on Thraken. Hitting him with a 2. And he only blocks 1. Dropping him to 4. And, right, we've got that skeleton over here with Rana. Skeleton swinging a scythe at Rana and hitting her with a 1. Which she blocks, but just barely. 5 defense dice should be overkill. Okay. Rana attacking back immediately, swinging her battle axe at the skeleton and hitting it with a 3. Okay, that would have been a skilled strike on normal difficulty, but not with level 3. However, it still didn't defend anything. There may be a time in this channel where I ditch the dice tower and try to find a way to film just like a dice tray that I can roll into. I've spent most of my life not using a dice tower. I only bought this maybe a couple of years ago. And I gotta say, the number of times that it outputs the same roll of the dice that I picked up out of it kind of makes it feel like not doing the job, really. And Gohan says, no, nah, 7 would be overkill. There you go. Well, you'd like to think so, but that gargoyle had 7 earlier and still wasn't rolling a single thing. I think dwarves, not Gramina, because she's an explorer, but regular dwarves cap at 7. I think Hogard had 7. I might be remembering that wrong, but I think Hogard had 7. Either 6 dice or 7 dice, and he still died. Given that was with Justin's rolls. But still. Okay, Rana, one more action there. Traps, or is she moving to go in there and do treasure? I guess secret doors is a valid search in here. So traps, secret doors, or treasure? Traps, in this case. And there are none. Even the chest is not trapped, believe it or not.
I just thought about that color change paint I told you about earlier. I think would look good on those raptors too.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I
Yep.
think that would be cool.
And Gohan says, yeah, well, Hogard was left in Justin's hands, yeah.
There's their green skin.
It looks black from here, that's wild. Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was a good choice.
User says, I only started using a dice tower recently for Hero Quest. I got a cool Hero Quest one printed. Nice. Well, yeah, you got to use that. That's awesome. The only reason, because I'm perfectly good with rolling them. I like rolling dice, but I thought having a dice tower in this case would make it much easier to film. I could have a dice cam much easier if I can control a much smaller area where the dice have to land. But I might try switching it out for a tray. That Shamrock, that is amazing. The Gramina Muppet.
Here, do you want to show it?
It's the other camera.
This one?
There you go. Anybody who's in our Discord, go check that out.
Yeah. There you go.
That is great. Somebody needs to have that actually made. You there says I like rolling them too. Yes.
I need a tattoo of this.
You gotta get that tattooed. And Shamrock says my hand is dead. I bet.
Right here. More on this one.
I did get you there. I don't know. Do you also have this? I'm curious. I did get the Jungles of Delthrak dice thingy. Oh, and it even features Gramina. Look, that's literally Gramina right there in the front and center.
Ha! That's awesome.
Maybe we need to find a way to swap that out. Gohan says I would get Muppet Gramina as a tattoo. There you go. Other channels have merch. Here at Midnight Quest, all of us went and got a Gramina tattoo. You there does not have that. Yeah, where did that come from? That might have come from There were some special dice that came not with Jungles of Delthrak, but it was like right around that same time.
It was a special dice set.
And it came with the dice set and that, and there might have even been like a carrying case, which I think I gave to my brother.
Wasn't it like at a convention or something, and we had
No,
discussed going, but then we didn't go, and then we ordered them.
They have done some stuff like that.
Wasn't that what that was, though? I thought.
Maybe so.
Because we had discussed maybe going, but
But
then it was going to be really expensive, so then we just didn't go.
It couldn't have been a convention exclusive because I wouldn't have paid scalper prices for something.
Right, yeah.
Whatever I got officially.
See, I think that they then released it.
Must have been.
Yeah.
You there says that sort of stuff is a pain to get in New Zealand. Oh, yeah. I've seen a lot of complaints about that in Ye Olde Inn, about almost anywhere other than the U.S. It's like a lot of people have trouble getting the stuff. And then with Wizards of Morcar, like everybody had trouble getting it. Because they got hacked or whatever. No fun. Yeah, I don't know what I'll ever use that stuff for. Because I like the dice too. I'll stick one of the dice here in the dice tower. Yeah, you can't even really see it on camera. I'll try and put it up in the actual camera. So it's like a green dice with purple stuff, which in person looks awesome, but it doesn't show up on the dice camera at all. And it is kind of like hard to see unless you look really close at it. So it's like it's more of a collector's thing than something that's worth using, which really sucks.
I was getting ready to set her back up and then forgot she was asleep.
Oh yeah. Bohemian says you talk about the official dice trays. Yes. Now the only one I've got is the Jungles of Delthrak one. I don't know if they have any of the other ones. Or I don't know if they have other ones. I only ever got the Delthrak one. I did get, now I've got Rise of the Dreadmoon dice, but I didn't get a dice tray with that one. And that's, again, it was the same thing. I actually tried rolling these on stream one time. They look awesome, but you can't see it. I mean, even on this big camera, you can hardly tell what that is there on it. And then the dice camera, that's impossible. I love how they look. They're just not very useful. For that, anyway. Grimina. We also didn't do anything with this room. I think the door was broken open, which is why the room is open. But they never did go down there. Let's go ahead and send Grimina down there, because nobody's in imminent danger right at the moment anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4. She's also not going very fast. Thraken. Battle Axe on the Chaos Warrior, hitting it with a 2. And it doesn't defend either of those. Still not quite dead. Down to 1 body point. Did you manage to get any of those, Bohemius? Sorry, by the way, if anybody ever sends anything in Discord while we're on stream, my phone is one of the cameras. Actually, it's the camera we're looking through, so I never see anything until after the stream is over. He can also search that room for traps while he's there, and there are none. Tiaga out for the count, thanks to good old Malar. So back to monsters. Chaos Warrior attacking Thraken. Hitting him with a 2. He blocks 1, but not the other. Knocking him down to 3. And that is actually that Chaos Warrior is the only one on the board. Okay.
Are blight crawlers the big spiders?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Okay, Rana can move off into this room now. She does know that there are no traps in there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, literally exactly enough to get up to that chest. So she's going to go ahead and search for treasure. And I think I remember what this is. Yes, 100 gold coins in the chest. Putting us up to 2,305. And that is going to move us back over to Grimina. How many rooms do we have left? Okay, we are actually approaching the end. That's good. Oh, come on, Gramina. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gosh. Oh, they can't attack. They can't get movement rolls. That's ridiculous. Bohemian says all the Avalon Hill original expansions have dice sets and the dice tray. The Rise of the Dread Moon doesn't have the illustration, but Jungles of Delthrak and First Light. Gotcha. I totally missed that there was that stuff for the Rise of the Dread Moon and First Light. So yes, I got the Delthrak dice. I got the Dread Moon dice. I don't think I got First Light dice. Well, I mean, I have the kind of like bone white ones that literally came in the First Light box, but if there was a separate one. Okay, Thraken. Swinging a battle axe at the Chaos Warrior. Hitting it with a critical hit of 4. That actually, because the Chaos Warrior is down to 1 body point, that is a skilled strike. That Chaos Warrior is super dead. Don't see that too often. Super dead Chaos Warrior. And 1 in 26 to answer your question, no. No, I sure haven't. Does not sound pleasant. What else can he do? He's already searched this room for everything except treasure, so we'll move him in there. He can't do the treasure search on this turn, but it'll be on the next turn. No monsters. Not enjoying it, so you're right on that. Well, yeah. I could see that. That does not sound one bit of fun. I resist being on any level of medication unless it is absolutely medically necessary. I don't mind admitting that it's a control issue. Rana moving, because everything has been done in this room that needs to be done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Moving down the hallway towards this blue room. Right. One of the many resistances, absolutely. Yes. Oh, that takes us over to Gramina. Also moving. Can she actually make it to the room this time, maybe? I mean, maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is she going to stop and search for traps before she walks in? No. 5. Okay, luckily no trap on that particular square. Now that she's in here, what's she doing? There's no point in searching for traps unless there is a secret door. So secret doors or treasure. And she is indeed doing secret doors, and there are none. Maybe it's just SSI instead of SSD. Yeah. Social Security Association, I think, income. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Right. Bohemian says if they keep the trend up, the next original is going to have a dice and a dice tray again. That'll be neat. That'll be neat to see what they come up with. Robotics class, yeah. I've never known anyone else on it. My wife made too much, so they took me off, but she lost her job a year ago, and we've been struggling. Oh, gotcha. You have to deal with the government a lot. Right. I believe that my mom has been making some sort of attempt at that. Now, I'm not 100% privy to what all of that information is, but I know, because I've known a couple of people that have been on it, that I remember every single person I've talked to has talked about how big of a pain it is to actually get it in the first place. Like apparently it's a thing that they're gonna deny you several times, and eventually maybe they'll approve it. So that even if you have a really good reason, they're guaranteed to deny you once or twice or something like that. It's ridiculous. Okay, Thraken treasure search. Correct. Yes, and my mom absolutely does. My Bard's father can attest to this. He's been in jail a couple of times. Yeah. Yep. That'd do it. Let's see here what Thraken finds. A potion of defense. Okay. Well, didn't know there were still potions in there. We're down to the nitty-gritty of the treasure deck before we shuffle the whole thing and start that again. And then he can go ahead and move out. There are no other rooms in this area needing anything, so we will send him down maybe to get this the dark blue room that's up in the upper left quadrant here. Not that he's moving very fast. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're just not getting the rolls tonight. No monsters on the board, so we are back to Rana. That's Gramina. Here's Rana. Disabled technically. Well, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. If you have no or little control over when you fall asleep, I'd say that absolutely. I mean, how are you supposed to hold a job? I'd say that counts as disabled for sure. 1 in 26 says it's not fully true. I went into Shrink's place and said that they could help you get a job. I was there and tried to work. They said on my first day I was screwed and had to be on SSI. Jeez. They did all the paperwork. Well, at least they helped out with that. But still. Ouch. Okay, Rana, moving on along. 1, 2, 3, 4. Moving into this blue room here. Let's see what she's got going on here in the blue room. It's actually kind of a repeat of the last thing. There is a chest and a skeleton. Whoops, and I dropped the chest because I tried to pick it up with my right hand. If my doctor doesn't figure out what's going on with my right hand, I'm going to end up not being able to do my job anymore. Okay, now her movement is done, so we need to see, is she searching for traps or attacking that skeleton? She is attacking. Now she can shoot, basically. Shooting an arrow at the skeleton, she hits it with a 1. And it does not defend, but it is not destroyed. Nothing like a punch to the ego, like being told you can't work. Yeah, absolutely. I'd been trying to get a trucking job for over a month at that point. I had my Class A with hazmat. Oh, and that had to have taken a minute to get, too. Yeah, my mom kind of had a similar situation. Obviously, I don't want to give away any personal details, especially considering that it's not my own details. But she had a city government job that she really, really enjoyed, and then ended up with an illness that's not really curable, that they basically told her, sorry, if you can't be here for 40 plus hours a week, then we have to find somebody else. And she was very upset because she really, really liked that job. Don't remember seeing the skull card looking things. Oh, those are damage markers, or at least that's what I use them for. I always assumed that's what they were intended for. But yeah, they do come with regular hero quests. They're not from a different game or anything. Gohan says, I am on SAD. It's not fun dealing with some of the rules. Sorry, I said SAD. SSDI, yeah. Yep, one of my best friends is also on that, and I know his bills get paid, but he's always worried that some bill is going to be an extra amount, and I mean, there's nothing he can do to get more money if he doesn't have enough. Oh, nice. You there says I use them to signify where a trap is after searching. Awesome, yeah. That also makes a lot of sense. 1 in 26 diagnosed with major depressive borderline personality disorder, PTSD. Yeah. Yep, no fun. Absolutely not. Yeah, that's how we, I mean, obviously, I'm sure you guys have seen the trap cards. So we took any tile that I didn't need a whole bunch of. So like ones that had walls on one side and weird stuff on the other. I printed out the trap thing from the quest map and we super glued them to the tiles. So they're on the back of actual Hero Quest tiles. And I just made that for all of the trap types that didn't already have tiles. Just kind of like less for me to try and remember what I pointed out and what it's supposed to be. Well, and I mean, I can refer to the quest map, but I think it makes it easier for viewers too. That was a fairly recent thing too. I think Savannah and I did that maybe a year and a half ago. I I think that takes us to Gramina. Yeah, she opened the door, fired at the skeleton, didn't kill it. We are now over here at Gramina, who is standing in this room for the purpose of a treasure search, and then she can get out of there. Nothing special in this room, right? No. They were supposed to have found... Oh, okay, we haven't opened that room yet. Okay, we got it. What does Gramina find? Oh, wandering monster. I think there's a lot of those left in the deck down there. Looks like we are getting a wasteland femur here. Wasteland femur on Gramina, attacking immediately, hitting her with a 1. Which she blocks just barely. I think that's what I like about these board games, the custom stuff. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. Honestly, I like the stuff like these skull tiles, like what we were just talking about. Like having a tile like that that's kind of not specified what it's really for, so then to see what all the different people that play use it for. You know, what have you decided that is useful for, or have you decided to not use it at all? Because I've got some stuff like that comes with the game and I just don't use it. The skulls and the rats that come that you can put on the furniture. Now I've got some on from pre-owned Milton Bradley versions of the game, but I've never put any on myself. Some of the other tiles that don't have a specific use, most of the time, if it doesn't call out what it's for, I just don't use it. But I always like to see what other people use that stuff for. Let's get Zargon moving too. Can he move a little better? That's a little better. We should preemptively switch camera and follow him with the other one. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So pretty much everybody's on this side of the board now. Nothing more he can do there. So we are at the monster's turn. So we're going to come back down here. The femur's already attacked, but the skeleton can move. Skeleton swinging its scythe at Rana, hitting her with a 1. Having the two of them next to each other. And she doesn't block. No blocky. 1 body point down. Shamrock says, alrighty, I'm going to bed now. Big sleep. Yeah, same. Good luck on the rest of the quest. May the dice be in your favor. Yeah, finally. Certainly not at the beginning of the night. We might be a little further along if the dice had been more on my side. Yes, but absolutely. Good night indeed. I imagine probably see you tomorrow. I am also looking forward to bed once this one is done. We got a few more rooms, but we're pretty much there. Okay, back to Rana. As it happens, swinging the battle axe at the skeleton. Hitting it with a 2. Blocks 1, takes the other one. It was already damaged from her previous attack, so it is destroyed. Now is she searching for traps? She is. There are no traps in that room. So I think we'll go ahead and move her on in there, ready to search the chest on the next turn. Shamrock says, oh yeah, actually, am I bringing my guitar, or is that not needed since we're focusing on YouTube music? Yeah, I'd say probably not needed. Since we're looking at that, that will almost surely take up the whole time. Looking forward to that, too. I've been itching for some writing and creative stuff, but I've been trying to hold off and finish up other projects before I dive into yet another one. So it'll be nice to do a short little, fairly easy, straightforward thing that's not like a whole album's worth of stuff. You know what I mean? For sure. I was chomping at the bit to start another album from scratch, and then I'm thinking, okay, well, I've got these other 2 albums that are in the middle of production for other people right now. As soon as those are done, I can get to the other thing, and then my hard drive died, and now those albums are starting from scratch. Because my real life luck is about as good as the dice roll luck, apparently. Gramina swinging the Spirit Blade at the Wasteland Femur. Hitting it with, okay, prove me wrong, dice, it's fine. I'll be happy to be proved wrong in this case. Critical hit of 3. Wasteland Femmer attempts to defend. Doesn't defend a single thing. All right, AWOL Trooper raided. Thank you very much for the raid, and good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Hope your stream went well. I saw that you were live earlier, shortly before we went live. Just making sure, for sure, yes, that's fair. Very excited. Rainbow Connection will find its way back to us eventually. Yes. Yes, yes it will. That was another unfortunate victim of the hard drive crash of 2026. Hello to all the raiders as well. Hope you're all doing well. We're nearing the end of a Hero quest. And 1 in 26, AWOL Trooper is a painter. I will also let AWOL explain. But yeah, paint streams. I know that AWOL knows about Hero Quest stuff. Paint and do scale models. Nice. Okay, yeah. I wasn't sure if you played any on your channel as well, so I didn't want to answer too far for you. Okay, Gramina killed that Wasteland Femmer. That was the treasure search, so we'll go ahead and get her moving out of there. We need to open up this red room that is over here, too, so that we can kind of clean up what's left here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. May not be the smartest idea ever to go ahead and open the door not knowing what's behind it, but it is kind of starting to get late, and I don't want to run this into 3 streams for a single quest. Behind this door is the third and final of the rooms laid out like this in this particular quest. In this room is a chest and a skeleton. Oh, great. 1 in 26 looking at the gallery. Yes. Can we make the Gramina Muppet picture into an emote? Oh, yeah. I feel like we have to. Yep, that's a good idea. Yeah, absolutely. We need to get on that for sure. We got a few other things there. If anybody's in here that hasn't checked out AWOL Trooper before, definitely go do that. We've got quite a few other people in here that stream. So everybody that's watching, go check out AWOL Trooper. Go check out You There Is Here, is also here and does painting. Paints lots of different models. Gohan is in here, plays lots of different games. Been on a Final Fantasy kick recently, I think. And by the way, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but all you guys go check out everybody else in here that also streams. I'm not sure who all else is in here, but if you are in here and watching this right now and you stream, throw some stuff in the chat. Great place for self-promotion, and I don't mind one bit. If you stream, put yourself a commercial in that chat. I will follow. Anybody else in here, you ought to follow as well. Support everybody. Okay, Gramina can't do anything else because she attacked and then moved, but she has opened the room so we know it's in there. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. Thraken is where we're at, I do believe. He is up here. Right here he is. Let's get him moving along the hallway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is he still on camera? Not really. There we go. 10 and 11. Exactly enough to get up to this door. Drop to follow. Maybe I'll learn something. Oh, yes. 1 in 26 and same. Agreed. I am no good at painting. I am so happy that Savannah is good at painting, because I would never have been able to do even a quarter as good job painting all of this stuff as she has. Oh, hey, thanks, White Wolf. Thank you for the follow. Very big appreciated. Oh, yeah, and we hit our follower goal with that, too. You are our 70th follow. Huge thank you for that. Very much appreciated. Nice. That is awesome. We got a Dread Warrior in this room as well as the furniture we're taking a peek at. And thank you for that as well. Huzzah indeed, yes. Absolutely, very much appreciated. I can't say it enough. 1 in 26 kind of miss streaming while I'm writing. All the AI makes it impossible now. I bet that would be. See, I feel like I'd get distracted if I were doing some music writing streams, which we might do. We might do some. Oh my gosh, I never started the music tonight. We don't have the background music on, guys. Oh, my brain. I'm so bad at remembering stuff. Okay. Right now we're listening to mostly instrumental versions of songs from bands that I've been involved in writing and performing and producing the parts, but I would like to have a 100% custom soundtrack for Midnight Quest, which, I mean, writing and recording music is my biggest passion in life, so I'm really looking forward to getting to that, and thought about doing some streams, maybe some subscriber-only streams just for that, to document that process. But I would have to pay much less attention to the chat, I think, in that case. And I don't know if you were like that when you were writing. I feel like I would break too much if I'm getting distracted by talking too much. I mean, obviously I wouldn't completely ignore it, but if I'm on a roll with something, I want to keep doing that, you know? Okay, Thraken. Thraken is in a weird situation opening the door of this room. He has another action. He doesn't have any more movement, but I would also argue that he kind of can't see that Dread Warrior, or is it just the angle that I'm looking at it? It's questionable, because his line of sight certainly passes both that wall and that bench. Let's have him search for traps. I think that's the responsible thing to do there. I mean, I think obviously he can see the Dread Warrior, but I don't think he has a clear shot. Okay, that is going to take us to the monster's turn. We have 2 monsters to do. Yeah, just lean a little. Exactly. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's just gonna do the old shoot like this. Yeah. 126 says, I would chit chat, but if I was really focused, I would ignore chat. I have a keyboard set up that I will play sounds while I type, like game sound effects and so on. Nice. That's super cool. I have streamed some music-related stuff in the past, and in that case, I was able to strike a good balance, but I never had like a huge amount of viewers at a single time, so I was still effectively able to respond to every chat message without kind of breaking the stride. But I think I would quickly reach a point where I would have to focus and ignore, at least for periods. Dread Warrior swings a mace at Thraken, hitting him with a 3. And he doesn't block a single one. Ouch. Okay, well that's a potion of healing for him, because that's technically death. So drinking that potion of healing at the last second brings him back up to 4 body points, and we're going to discard that potion. Well, the dogs went out AFK. Have a good night if I don't make it back. Absolutely, man. And as always, thank you for checking in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting. Hope you're feeling all right. That is tough business. Also, we've got Skeleton over here with Gramina. Swinging a scythe and missing. Well, there you go. By the way, I'm not sure how many raiders may still be in the chat. Looks like probably quite a few, and also specifically directed at White Wolf, but this goes for everybody. If you have any questions about anything you're seeing, don't be afraid to throw those in the chat. I'm not afraid to explain game mechanics or lore or anything you're curious about. We are playing the board game Hero Quest. A heavily modified version of Hero Quest with customized homebrew rules, but it is still Hero Quest for the most part. So by all means, if you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask. I will absolutely explain anything that needs explaining. Oh, speaking of questions, where the heck was I? That was the monster's turn, so we're at Rana. Okie dokie. White Wolf says, haven't played Hero Quest since I was about 8, sometime around the 1600s. Yeah. Oh, I love it. Yes, I grew up playing the Milton Bradley version. I had it probably around the time I was 10 or 11, so it certainly wasn't new by that point. That probably would have been around the year 2000 or so. But yeah, grew up playing that instilled into my brain. And we use a mix here of the Milton Bradley original stuff and the newer re-released Avalon Hill stuff. You're seeing a lot of the Avalon Hill stuff right now, but there is still quite a bit of the Milton Bradley stuff. This skeleton actually is an OG Milton Bradley skeleton right there. Okay, Rana is searching for treasure in that treasure chest and has indeed found 100 coins, sticking us up at 2,405. We also utilize a community wallet for gold coins, which is why we have so much. Seems like overkill, but we've also got 12 heroes in the ranks which all need outfitted, so that gold is going to fly off the shelf quick. We had 5,000 just a couple of nights ago, and we spent it on some fancy Tier 2 armory stuff for one of the heroes. Rana can also move. We'll go ahead and move her out of the room and send her probably over there to help out Thraken. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, yes, you there says, look, you guys get rated by the best people. AWOL, me, other people. Agreed. I totally agree, and we appreciate it absolutely every time. If ever any of you guys are live when we end, we will absolutely return the favor. I've been kind of looking for that. There are a couple that we've done that have worked out fairly well. That Ferric hair tool is not always, but often streaming when we're done. And fairly recently we rated Canadian Mountie after a stream, and they immediately followed and interacted with the people in the chat. It was good. The first few times I rated, it was almost like we hadn't done a thing. So I'm happily looking for somebody who's consistently streaming when we're done, that we know and we have rapport with. So if at any point you guys are streaming when we're done, we will absolutely return that favor, and consistently as well. Looking for somebody that we can kind of have that relationship with for sure. Okay, now that Rana has moved off into that hallway, we are now at Gramina attacking the skeleton. Now, Gramina is the wielder of the legendary Spirit Blade, which means she gets an extra attack dice every time she's attacking undead monsters. So she swings the Spirit Blade at the skeleton, hitting it with a 3. That's the way to go. And it doesn't defend a single thing. Skeleton destroyed. So Gramina can head into that room. Now, she didn't search. Is she gonna search? Nope. She's Gramina. She barges. That is her whole thing. Luckily, none of those spaces are trapped. Yes, super dead. Exactly. Gotta love the super dead emote. 100%. Now, she doesn't have the action to search that chest until the next turn. So we are jumping over to Thraken fighting this Dread Warrior. Swinging a battle axe. Hitting that Dread Warrior with a 2. It blocks one and takes the other. That's the first damage it took, which means it is down to 3 body points. It still has plenty of fight left in it. He can also search that room for secret doors, despite not being quite in the room. There are none. Okay. That's going to take us back to the monster's turn. I'm still thrown off by only having 3 heroes instead of 4. So this whole quest book is centered around one of our heroes that is wearing a talisman that contains a dread spirit, which they didn't know until the last quest. The dread spirit has been attacking that hero all quest and has rendered her unconscious. So I'm afraid poor Tiaga the Warlock is laying up here in the hallway unconscious. Normally she would be taking a turn, but tonight she's taking a break, I guess. The Dread Warrior is swinging a mace at Thraken. Hitting him with a 2. Which he blocks. That's the only monster on the board, yes indeed. So we are now down to Rana, who is down here and headed towards him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Still didn't quite make it. I would say not within line of sight of that Dread Warrior quite yet. Down over here, Gramina is going to complete the treasure search in that room, which is yet again 100 coins. There was 100 coins in each of those 3 chests. So that's going to put us up to 2,505. Oops, my eraser fell off my pencil. And then she is going to move. Oh, 12. Hey, that's the way to go. Where do we need to send her at the moment? Okay, once we finish up with the room Thracken's looking at, we just need to go to the boss room, that central room. So I guess we'll head Gramina in that direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And we kind of moved her off camera, but she ended up heading up the central hallway there. Yeah, yes, White Wolf says, silly Warlock, always check the shinies before you wear. Totally agree. And Haywall says, okay, back with, is that, oh, food, I imagine. That's the best. Tonight was an unusually early end for me, usually on much later, but we started early. Oh, gotcha. Go back to sleep, witch. Oh, that's great. Yes, by all means, if you are ever on when we finish, we will absolutely raid. It is 2:37 a.m. for me right now, so I'm not sure what time it is where you are in the world. We're on Eastern time because I'm in Ohio. So yeah, it's the middle of the night. So usually once our stream ends, I am going straight to bed. Okay, Thracken swinging at that Dread Warrior. Let's see if we can get rid of that guy. Swinging his battle axe. Hits the Dread Warrior with a 2. Dread Warrior doesn't defend either one of those. Unfortunately, still not quite dead. It's got 1 body point left. It's hanging on. Okay, nice. I'm in Colorado. Awesome. So not super far away. I mean far away, but not like super far away, yeah. So it's a little earlier for you then, right? Not like a huge amount, but it's not like the middle of the night. Right, yeah. We did a band trip one time to Los Angeles, California, over the course of we did it 2 years in a row, and that over the course of that trip, going 3 hours back by the time we got to LA, and then gaining those 3 hours back when we came back to Ohio was a trip. That was weird. Super weird. Makes your sleep schedule all screwy. Okay. That was the end of Thracken's turn, so the Dread Warrior is returning fire. White Wolf says, what sort of music? It is what you're hearing in the background right now, actually, is one of my bands. I'm not even sure what song. I don't hear the background music, but I can see which one is playing. You are currently listening to a song called Blind Loyalty, which came from a solo album of mine where I wrote and recorded everything. These do have vocals as well. That I've just taken the vocals off for the stream. Yes, much appreciated. So I always describe it to people as metal, but not screamy metal. So kind of like Metallica-esque, maybe. It's I'm not sure that Metallica is really a fair comparison, but it's for a generally average person, that might be a good sort of clue in metal, but not screamy metal. Dread Warrior swinging a mace at Thracken. Hits with a 3. Ouch. Thracken blocks 2, takes 1. I would kind of classify it more as progressive metal, I suppose. Maybe not this particular track, but in general, progressive metal. Dream Theater, definitely one of my favorite bands of all time, among many other different genres as well. Rana, moving up here to help Thracken. We've only got 1 body point left on this guy, so she's going to shoot an arrow. Hitting that Dread Warrior with a 2. Which it did not defend. That guy is dead. Dream Theater are epic. Yes, definitely agree. Definitely agree. I was discussing with you there once on one of her streams. She was playing Dream Theater in the background, and around here, I don't know if you guys have this where you are, but almost nobody knows who Dream Theater even is around here. You might run into a few people who know Pull Me Under, but other than that, people don't have any idea what that is. And if you manage to get them to listen to it, usually they're like, "There's too much. It's too much. I don't understand. Why does it keep changing?" Because you have no attention span, that's why. No, that's mean, but vaguely true. What do we got going on? White Wolf says, I remember Metropolis Part 2, scenes from a memory, and it blew my mind. Yes, gosh, one of the best concept albums of all time, that. Absolutely insane. I love me a good concept album, that is for sure. Romina here is moving towards the boss room. 1, 2, 3, and 4. I got super, super lucky, and my dad was a music teacher. So he's a bus driver now, but growing up, he was a music teacher, and so he started me playing guitar when I was 4. I grew up around all of the different instruments and people learning them, so I ended up learning most of the other instruments, you know, the fairly obvious instruments. I've not learned too much for band and orchestra instruments, but guitar, bass, drums, piano, that sort of stuff. And so it set me up to kind of pursue that as well. So that's my day job now as well, too. I'm a music teacher, private music lessons. Absolutely fantastic, because I've held a lot of, you know, quote unquote real jobs. Awesome. White Wolf also played guitar for a long while and piano. That is awesome, man. You also in bands and stuff? Also, just I I should make a disclaimer as well. I tend to just say man, so I'm not assuming anything. Music very important to me. Yes. Oh, yes, same. Couldn't agree more. So what kind of stuff do you like to play? What kind of stuff are you into? Do you have anything that that's released and out? And 126 says, I call people weirdos unless I don't like you. There you go. I should adopt something like that. Something that's more gender neutral instead of dude or man, which is what I default to. Oh, let's see. Thraken the Barbarian needs to move into that room, I do believe. And treasure's the only thing that needs to be done in there, so he can take both actions. Action 1, move. Action 2, search for treasure. And I do believe there's a special treasure in this room. Yes, there is a potion of strength on that alchemy table. Let's go ahead and add that to his sheet here. Potion of strength. White Wolf says, no, I was in a band once, but mostly used to play for therapy, my own therapy, not the band. Yes, agreed. Never released anything. I always enjoyed blues-influenced rock-type stuff. Awesome. Yes, I love that stuff too. Especially those. Now, I'm not generally kind of a jam band kind of guy, but I do think that it has its place, and blues is usually the place that lives, you know? Having a nice, long, extended blues solo with lots of different guitar players with different feels is just, I mean, that lights up all the right parts of my brain, that's for sure. Let's see, no monsters on the board. I keep making weird noises. No monsters on the board. You there says, I just listen to music, I can't play music. Well, you know, there's got to be both, I suppose, for sure. Have you ever tried any instruments, you there? I'm curious, did you play anything in school or anything like that? And just nothing stuck? Or just never tried? Rana's moving along. White Wolf says, blues is so good for jamming. Yes, and everyone can. It's like people saying they can't do art. Yeah. It is a learnable skill for sure. I think there are probably people who are more naturally talented than other people, but everybody can do it. If you're willing to put the work in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, well, then I can't do art. Fantastic. There's an amount of work that I don't think anybody ever properly anticipates with it. that seems to be my experience so far in teaching students. I've literally never once heard any musician say, this was easier than I thought it was going to be. You know? Awkward so-and-so, don't question my philosophy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gramina almost making it to the boss door, but not quite. Thraken also moving towards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have definitely had, as a private music teacher, I often have kids more often than adults. I've got a fairly equal amount of both right at the moment, but I have certainly had some kids just in the time that I've been doing this full time that I thought when they came in for their first lesson, I don't think this kid's gonna stick with it. I don't think they get it. I don't think they're having any fun. I think they're only here because their parents are making them be here. And then they end up just doing it for real. And that's a fantastic feeling too, to see their faces light up when they realize, I did it. I did something just there. Oh man, that's so great. White Wolf says, I have a friend I recently met at work. He's in a band. They just did their first festival over here in the UK, but he sends lots of unreleased stuff my way for opinions. Love talking music. That's awesome. That is great. And awesome to see you're in the UK too. I've talked fairly often on stream about how amazing I find this whole, the ability, the fact that we're able to communicate immediately is still just so mind-boggling to me that we could be halfway across the world and still talking. Absolutely fantastic. We are signed to a small label based out of Los Angeles, which is why we drove over there a couple of times. But the current incarnation of the band doesn't do any live performances, so we don't do anything like that. We used to, but not so much anymore. It's kind of got a weird thing with. It's mostly my own thing. I'm not super big on live performance. I've done, I mean, oodles and oodles of it, to put it in the most like halfway southern way that I can think of. But I'm much more into the creative side of it than the performance art. And then we've had some things with band members just not, I'm not confident that we wouldn't train wreck our own songs live, and I'm not into that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. White Wolf says, yes, it's crazy. I did a fundraiser on Twitch and was listing the countries people came from as they donated. Blew my wife's mind. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. And we've got a lot of international people, being that for me it's the middle of the night. It's about to be 3 a.m. for me. And so, you know, a lot of the followers of people that tune in consistently are people on, you know, several hours away where it's not the middle of the night. So it's been especially mind-boggling. So that's when you there first came in, and I don't remember how we determined that you there's from New Zealand, but I mean that literally, I think my jaw dropped. That is absolutely destroys my mind. Almost 8 a.m. Yeah, see, that's crazy. That's crazy. I love it, but it's so wild to think of. Grameen has just opened the door to the boss room, so what we've got here is a fireplace, a throne, or a chair in this case, since it's facing the fireplace. We've got 2 skeletons. Here and here. 2 mummies. And 1 Chaos Warlock named Gore Moran. His name's Moran. No, it's Moran, I guess. M-O-R-A-N. Uther says, I did try to learn how to play the harmonica like 15 years ago. Hey, that's the way to go. There's a shortage of harmonica players. We need more of those. Get back on that. AWOL says, I wish I was cool and foreign. Yeah, to White Wolf you are, absolutely. To a lot of the people, yeah, both of us are. Traitor to the Crown still makes you foreign. Yes. AWOL, I don't know if you ever have this feeling too, but I'm also fascinated particularly by accents, and so I always feel that my accent sounds very dumb, particularly compared to a lot of the British accents. I feel dumb when I compare how I talk to them. Uther says I was all right at it, but I gave up because yeah, I feel that. White Wolf dons red coat. That's a good one too, because there's being that the harmonica is in a particular key, it's hard to play wrong notes. Not impossible, but hard to play wrong notes. So there's a certain level of freedom in that I think that works for that. As long as you've got a large amount of harmonica so that you can play with whatever key the song happens to be in. Oh, Kavoth, redeemed a potion of healing. Much appreciated. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. I think you mean rebel for the cause. White Wolf says you barely have an accent. I appreciate that, actually. I really appreciate that. A lot of people from Ohio talk like deep south, and it never fails to annoy me because Ohio is not a southern state. Like, objectively, Ohio is not a southern state. You can't go much further north directly from where I am before you're in Canada. We are not a southern state. There's no reason for people to talk like that. K-Ball says, doing well, been super busy, potion is for anyone. AWOL says, I was born in Ohio, I know what you mean. Yeah, thanks for the validation on that, 100%. I'm gonna give that to Thraken the Barbarian, Kavoth. Popping him back up to 7. That's good, because they just opened the boss room, so he's gonna need it. I was just involved in a musical production of the show Annie Get Your Gun, which anybody watching right now who has been watching over the last couple of weeks knows for sure, because I have not stopped complaining about it. Super awesome experience. I try to do this every year. There's an area near me. Oh, very nice. Get the potion of strength in there too. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's an area near me that puts on a musical production every year with a live orchestra, and so I do it every year. But this year it was Annie Get Your Gun, and it was very much not my style of music, but more than that, the guitar part particularly was very boring, and the story just, it changed so much of what Annie Oakley was, because I'm from where she was from. Changed so much about her story and made everybody in that whole story dumb, and their accent was super exaggerated, so annoying. Super cool experience. But it got really old day after day in rehearsals and then during the performances of hearing these. One of the lyrics to one of the opening songs was, "Folks are dumb where I come from." That's the opening lyric in the song, and I'm like, hey, we're all from here? Just throwing that out there. White Wolf says the country next to mine, Norfolk, their accent is awful. Oh, yeah. I'm sure I've heard that accent, but I couldn't tell you what it sounds like off the top of my head. No idea. Okay, I've distracted myself so hard that Gramina actually had an action looking into this room that I did not take. We're gonna see. She's either gonna attack or search for traps. She is gonna search for traps. It's a little unfortunate that she's gonna get attacked now because of that, but at least they know there are no traps in that room, so they can walk in there safely. Yes, indeed. We've done a few. That community has done The Wedding Singer, which was really fun because that was like a rock band. It's based on the Adam Sandler movie. We've done... we were gonna do Footloose in 2020 and COVID killed it. And then when we came back, we did Newsies. We did Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. We did Percy Jackson, the Lightning Thief. All of those were really neat. The Lightning Thief was also really fun. It was a lot like a rock band. Okay, now I already moved Thraken. I've lost my own heroes' names in my brain. I'm so distracted. My brain's just gone straight out the window there. Already moved Thraken, so it is the monster's turn here. Okie dokie. So old Gore Moron here is probably going to cast a spell, but we can also probably get one of these undead monsters up there. Neither of the mummies are going to make it, but a skeleton will. We're going to send this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Skeleton swings a scythe at Gramina, hitting her with a 1. Which she doesn't block. Look, 5 defense dice. No shields. That's alright, she was at full health anyway, so she's fine. She was gifted a potion of restoration earlier in the stream, so she was still at full health. Okay, and then we need to get Gore Moran there casting a spell. Now, he has some chaos spells here, only 3 of them, but we'll draw a card to see which one he's going to cast. Jack means it's the bottom card, so we're going for this one right here. Now, chaos magic in this world is unstable. So we are going to be doing some stuff to do with this, the little text right there, and we're going to edit that a little bit based on some suggestions from YouTube in the chat. This spell puts any one hero under the spellcaster's line of sight under the spellcaster's control. The spell can be broken on a future turn by the hero rolling 2 movement dice. If a 6 is rolled, the spell is broken. However, because chaos magic is unstable, we first need to roll a dice, and if the result is a 1, 2, 3, or 4, then what I just read happens. If it's 5, nothing happens, and if a 6 is rolled, the spellcaster actually loses a body point. So because chaos magic is unstable, sometimes it backfires. So we're going to roll a single movement dice here. Oh, now that's no good. Come on, Dice Tower, give me something we can use here. 2, that means the spell works as intended. So unfortunately, Gramina is, for the time being, under Gore Moran's command. That is definitely unfortunate. Of all the heroes to get caught in a command spell, Gramina is probably the most dangerous. Alright, that takes us back to Rana, who is going to come up here and try and attack the skeleton. Now, she could attack Gramina, but we don't want to kill Gramina, so I guess she'll shoot at the skeleton and just sort of risk it. Shooting at the skeleton from the doorway, she hits it with a 1, and it does not defend. Not destroyed, but damaged. It is Gramina's turn. White Wolf says, need to drop out and start my shift. Have a good one. Been a pleasure. Absolutely. Hope your day at work is not too bad. Very much appreciated for dropping in. Thank you for the follow and really enjoyed the conversation. Absolutely. We will catch you later. And I'm going to, before I forget, I'm going to follow you back as well so I can catch some stuff whenever you're doing stuff as well. There we go. Yes, much appreciated. Hope to catch you again later on. Alrighty, Gramina is going to try and throw off the command spell. It is the beginning of her turn here. You there says, have fun storming the castle. If she gets a 6 on one of these 2 dice, she has broken the spell. But she unfortunately did not, so she is under the monster's command, which means on the next monster's turn, she will indeed be attacking as if she is a monster. Moving on to Thraken, who is just barely on camera over here to the left. Let's get him over there as well. Or we'll just move him 1, 2 and just let it be that. Apparently that's all we're doing. That's annoying. And it is then the monster's turn. So the only thing that can happen really here is Gramina attacking. Now the other monsters can move through her while she's under command, but they still can't occupy the same space as her, so none of them can get at Rana. Kind of the same thing with Gore Moran there. Isn't going to attack Gramina since he's under command. She's under command. I suppose he could come over here and then he'd be able to see Rana though. Okay, Gramina attacks Rana, swinging the Spirit Blade and hitting her with a 2. Rana blocks. Okay, so let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll start moving some monsters out. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we will go ahead and move. Let's see. Gore Moran can move 8, so he's got plenty of time that he can get here within view of Rana and then also cast another one of his spells. Now he's only got 2 spells left here. We're going to draw a card and see which one he gets. We got a black card, which again is going to be the bottom spell. And that is Cloud of Chaos. Okay, now this is actually, we're going to override this because this can only be cast in a room. And none of the heroes are in the room, so it would be ineffective. So that doesn't make any sense. Let's take a look at what the other spell is. Ball of Flame. Now that one we can do. This spell can be cast on any one hero. It will inflict 4 body points of damage. The hero rolls 2 movement dice. For each 4, 5, or 6 roll, the damage is reduced by 1 point. Now before we do that, we again need to do the Chaos Magic is Unstable roll. So if it's a 1, 2, 3, or 4, the spell works exactly as I just read. If it's a 5, nothing happens. If it's a 6, the spell backfires and Gormoron loses a body point. 2, spell works as intended. So unfortunately, Rana is hit with a Chaos Ball of Flame. Now she has a chance to reduce 2 of these body point damage. And she does indeed successfully reduce both points. However, she is still hit with 2 points from the fireball, dropping her to 5 body points. Okay, back to Rana, who is now in definitely a little bit of a bad situation until they can get Gramina out of that spell. Rana again shoots at the skeleton that is in the doorway behind Gramina, hitting that skeleton with a critical hit of 3. Get out of there. The skeleton blocks 1 but still takes 2 points of damage, which means it is dead. Can Rana do anything else? No, she sure can't. Okay. Gramina again tries to break the command spell and is unsuccessful, rolling literally exactly the same thing she did last time. Wild, a 4 and a 1. So she is still under command. That means we are now at Thracon, who is over here to the left. I think we're going to send him up to meet this other skeleton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Doesn't quite make it there, but he does have a bow. So he is going to fire at the skeleton, hitting it with a 2. Now the skeleton was already damaged slightly. It blocked 1, but still took 1, which means it is dead. Or destroyed, I guess, technically. It was already dead. Okie dokie, and that is going to take us back to the monster's turn. So yet again, Gramina attacks Rana with the Spirit Blade, hitting her with a critical hit of 3 this time, which Rana blocks, luckily. Where's she at on health? Okay, now Gormoron is kind of rendered useless. He only has 1 spell left, and we know it's Cloud of Chaos, which he can't cast unless there are heroes in the room with him. So I was going to move her out of the way so that he couldn't see her, but honestly, there's nothing he can do to her. So I guess we'll leave that. We'll go ahead and move the mummies out to block Thracon. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and then that one can't quite actually get through the hallway. And then we'll leave Gormoron there. He's kind of really... Actually, we're going to move him back. 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah, we'll move him there. And only because, assuming Gramina eventually breaks this command spell, he's going to want to lure the heroes into the room so that he can cast that Cloud of Chaos. He can't cast it in a corridor, so it doesn't really make sense for him to move out there. Okay, back to Rana, who I suppose we will just have shoot at this mummy. We don't want her to have to kill Gramina. That would definitely suck. Shooting her bow at the mummy. Wow, she hits it with a critical hit of 3. And the mummy doesn't defend a single thing. That's 3 points of damage. The mummy is dead. That's wild. Although, after how the beginning of tonight went, I'm not going to complain. This spell, or this half of this quest has gone on way longer than I figured it would. We are looking at like a 5-hour YouTube video at this point. Okie dokie, Gramina, again attempting to break the command spell. But is unsuccessful, unfortunately. No 6s. Alright, that takes us then to Thracon, who is headed down the hallway towards the mummy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thracon swings his battle axe at the mummy, hitting it with a 2. And it does not defend. Not yet destroyed, but definitely damaged. Alright, monster's turn. We've got the mummy and Gramina. First off, Gramina attacks Rana with the Spirit Blade, hitting her with a 2. Which luckily she does block just barely. Also, the mummy attacks Zargon, hitting him with a 2, which he also blocks. Feels kind of bad having the boss kind of hiding away in the room there. I think... Okay, I screwed this. I think we should have had Gromina move into the room in an attempt to go ahead and bait the heroes in there rather than having her block the doorway. But it's already past her turn in the monster's turn order, so we'll remember that for next time. Okay, back to Rana, who at this point is going to fire at the mummy that's attacking Zargon, because that's the only thing she can do with Gromina standing in the way, other than attack Gromina herself. Firing her bow, she hits the mummy with a 1, which the mummy blocks. Gromina attempts to break the command spell. Come on, Gromina, you can do it. Again, unfortunately, unsuccessful. This is a powerful command spell. The chaos magic is no joke. Zargon swings his battle axe at the mummy, hitting it with a 2. The mummy does not defend either hit, which means it is destroyed. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. There we go. Back to the monster's turn. The only monster we have on the board is Gormaran, who has control over Gromina. Gromina again attacks Rana, but this time misses. And then I think we are going to move Gromina into the room, basically so that that boss can hit everybody with Cloud of Dread. 1, 2, 3, and we'll just have her move right into there. And it is now back to Rana. So I guess the only benefit here is that the heroes can now go attack Gormaran, which is the only other hope that Gromina has of breaking that spell other than rolling a 6. So if they can manage to get rid of this guy, and he doesn't have a lot of body points, so it's probably not too big a deal. Honestly, the ogre that we summoned with the difficult monster redeem earlier is harder than this boss, which I think you there pointed out. Some of these bosses' stats are kind of wimpy. They're appropriate for the difficulty level of the quest, but with all the extra redeems and stuff, the difficulty curve kind of jumps way up. Rana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 manages to get up to Gormaran here. Swinging her battle axe. Yeah, she doesn't have any tricks up her sleeve. And hitting him with a 3. Now, he's got a fair bit of defense dice, though. And he blocks one of those, taking 2. He also has a potion of healing, worth mentioning, thanks to our level 3 difficulty. The bosses don't feel like bosses, and it's sad, yeah. I maybe made a mistake in allowing ogres to be part of the difficult monster redeem, because that's part of what unbalances it. You know, this feels like an appropriate monster if the quest had been left. You know what I mean? But having an ogre earlier kind of just makes the boss feel pathetic at this point. The stats later on in the books where the ogres actually live kind of works out. You that says take ogres away for now. Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. Even the Doomguard we shouldn't have popping up too much. But I think the first time you suggested putting an ogre in there, I was also super excited to see an ogre, so I was like, yeah, we're doing it. And the heroes have overcome them every time, which is fine, but like, then having the bosses feel kind of pathetic because of it sucks. Okay, Gromina, attempting to break off the command spell. Yeah, ogres only got added because of me, yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I could have told you no, it's my fault more than it is yours, but yeah, I mean, it was prompted by your suggestion, for sure. Gromina attempting to break the command spell. Unfortunately, not effective again. Zargon. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Didn't quite get anywhere, but he can still shoot at the boss. Loading an arrow up into his short bow and firing, hitting Gormaran with a 1. Whoops. Now, he does not block that, which is kind of insane, but he is still not dead. He is down to 1 body point. However, it is now his turn. He can drink his potion of healing, which heals him straight back up to full 4. And also, he has that Cloud of Dread spell that he can now cast. I have good peer pressure powers. Yeah, no kidding. So let's see. Using an item is not an action. So because he is adjacent to Rana, he can do both things. He can attack her, kind of melee. He can also cast that spell. So first off, swinging a fist at Rana. Gormaron hits her with a 1, which she blocks. He is also going to cast Cloud of Dread. The spell paralyzes all heroes in the same room as the spellcaster. A paralyzed hero is unable to move, attack, or defend. The spell can be broken at once or on a future turn by each victim rolling 2 movement dice. If a 6 is rolled, the hero is no longer paralyzed. This might be a really bad situation that we've just put ourselves into here. Okay, first off, we need to do the unstable chaos magic roll, because if this roll is a 5 or a 6, the spell will be ineffective. 2. So we do indeed have this as an effect. So everybody paralyzed unless they can get a 6. So we'll go ahead. Now this does say that this can be done at once. So let's go ahead and take care of that as well. Is this a mind point thing? Oh, it specifies 2. Okay. Okay, wow. So Rana, definitely not paralyzed. How about Thraken? Okay. Now, I learned my lesson earlier with tapping the dice tower. We're just going to re-roll the 1 dice that didn't land right. Okay, so Thraken is paralyzed. Rana is not. Gramina does not have to worry about that because she's under command right now anyway. So we are back to Rana, who thankfully didn't just like totally screw the party. She got really lucky there. Let's hope she can land some lucky rolls here. Swinging her battle axe. She completely misses. Okay, so much for lucky rolls. That's bad news there, Rana. And she's got nothing. Now, I forgot, Kavoth did actually redeem a potion of strength, and I didn't give that to anybody, so I think we will give that to her for later use. We're not going to retroactively apply that now. We'll use that on the next turn. Gramina, let's see if Gramina can break out of the command spell. Now would be a really good time to break out of that command spell. Unfortunately, no. Beyond that, Thraken. Can he break out of the Cloud of Chaos? Also, no. Definitely unfortunate. Okay. We may heal up Tiaga and send her in there. Because I didn't want to waste her potions, but it's starting to seem like we may need her in there, even if it ends up killing all of her potions. Because she is allowed to drink potions to heal her health. It's just kind of whether or not you want to waste them. Okay, Boss. Now he's out of spells, but he can still attack melee, so he is going to attack Rana, who's the only threat to him right at the moment. Hitting her with a 3, which she blocks. And then Gramina can also still attack. So Gramina is also going to attack Rana, swinging the Spirit Blade and missing for the 2nd turn in a row. That's kind of wild. Okay, back to the heroes. Rana swings the battle axe at the boss. Oh, I almost forgot about the Potion of Strength again. Let me roll 2 extra dice into here. There you go, hitting him with a 3. And he doesn't block a single one. This guy apparently is not very good at defense. Again, he is not dead, but that does drop him to 1 body point. Alright, Gramina trying to break the command spell. Will she break the command spell and land the killing blow? Not this turn, unfortunately. Thraken, how about you? Can you break Cloud of Chaos and then go land a killing blow? Afraid not. Oh, Rana, which is the newest hero on this particular team, by a lot of quests, left to go it alone and attacked on 2 sides by one of the strongest heroes and the boss of the quest. This guy has turned out to be a little bit of a menace after all. Swinging a fist at Rana, Gormaron hits her with a 2, which she blocks just barely. Gramina also swinging the Spirit Blade hits her with a 2, which she does not block, dropping her to 3 body points. We better get lucky on this one. Okay, Rana, you only have to land 1 skull, Rana. You only gotta land 1 skull, and this is all done for. Rana swings the battle axe, hitting the boss with a 2. He blocks one and not the other. Woo! Wow. That took a couple of unexpected turns. That's for sure. Okay, with Gormoran gone, his spells also lift, freeing both Gramina and Thraken. Jeez, I really wasn't sure what was going to happen there at the end there. That was suddenly, unexpectedly a bad situation. And thank God Rana rolled those 6s for the Cloud of Chaos spell, or else we would have been basically soft-locked until somebody died and we had to send a new hero in. Bad news for sure. Okay. With that, Rana can also search for treasure in this room. Oops. And I happen to know this is a special search here. As she's searching for treasure, she finds a hidden alcove in the fireplace containing Armil Bira, the druid, a brand new hero who had been captured by Gormoran and was being beaten and tortured. So they've now freed him and he will join their ranks. So I would imagine we will be seeing him for the first time on a quest this coming Friday. So that is our treasure search, is finding this hero that Gormoran had captured and beat. Okay, let's do some quest cleanup, and then I am going to bed because it is much later than I anticipated it being, considering we only did half a quest. Okay. Surviving heroes each get 50 coins. Now that Armil does not count in that, so this is 200 coins at the end of the quest, leaving our community wallet total with 2,705 coins. And again, if you're new here, I know that sounds like a lot. It will go away quick. Gohan says, woo! And AWOL says, take it easy, dude. Great stream. Thank you, AWOL. Very much appreciated. Thank you again for the raid. Can't thank you enough for that. I really, really appreciate that. Hope you have a great day too, man. The other thing surviving heroes get, of course, is 2 skill set points, which they must use immediately. There are 6 skill set categories, 10 levels in each category. Each of the hero classes reacts to the benefits differently, and also there's not a benefit for every single level. So let's see what we are doing here. So Rana, this was actually only her 5th ever quest. She is still a very new hero. And she was the star of the show. I mean, you know, especially she got targeted early on in tonight's stream and made it out of there, barely, basically. Survived by the skin of her teeth and ended up being kind of the saving grace when all of the other heroes were knocked out of action. So we're going to mark that in her achievement as well. She killed Gormoran. And then her points, let's see. So her first point tonight is going to be Education Level 2, which gives her an extra mind point. It's going to pop her up to 4 mind points total. And her second point is going to be Machinery Level 2. I think that's good news for her. Machinery Level 2, that has to do with Trap Disarm, and indeed that gives her Dwarf Disarm. So I nerfed the natural Dwarf ability to disarm traps. They still have a natural ability to disarm traps, but it's more like having a toolkit. Now with Machinery Level 2, she has what most dwarves normally do. So better chance at properly disarming traps is what she's just unlocked. You see what happens when you mess with someone? Yes. Yes. True, yes. I like for the heroes to be challenged. I dislike for them to fail that challenge. So, It worked out. It was overly frustrating for a minute there. But to be absolutely clear, and I don't know how many people are in here right now that were in here earlier. I know Gohan and you there both were. My frustration was 100% from the heroes not rolling skulls, and not because you guys were redeeming those. So just to be absolutely clear there. There was a moment where there were so many redeems coming in that I was getting a little overwhelmed, but my frustrations were purely because of the garbage rolls. Gramina, this was her quest 15. So, of course, she's been on quite a few. And she had kind of just an average showing this time. I wouldn't say that she was carrying anybody. Dice were being dumb. Yeah, no kidding. Very, very dumb. Her first point is going to magic memorization level 4, which, whatever. I guess she's interested in magic. What's she get? Does she get anything for 4? Yes, she gets to pick one spell. So she has one spell. Now it will not be a random spell. She can decide which one it is. The dice were too good last time, though. Yeah, so now this time we offset it. Rana needed to show her worth. Gramina is pleased. Yeah, no kidding. Was that 2 points for Gramina? That was only 1, wasn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yes. 1 more point for Gramina, and that is also going to Magic Memorization. Does she get anything for Magic Memorization 5? No, she doesn't. Okay, so she's working towards... She's interested in magic now, I guess. Thraken also got the tar knocked out of him for most of this quest. His rolls were better in tonight's stream than they were in last night's stream. He was basically useless last night. So he kind of came through, although at the end he stalled getting trapped in that cloud of chaos. But he's come out of this quest with the Rod of Telekinesis. This was his 16th ever quest. He was an OG. Thraken was in episode 1. The hero that went on the very first quest. One of them, anyway. His first point tonight is going to be combat level 4. Combat level 4 for a barbarian is an increase of base attack to 3. This is not super helpful to him, but it could be. So base attack is how many dice you use when you do not have a weapon. So right at the moment, if somebody were to take his battle axe away, he would still be rolling 3 dice with his bare fists. So not too bad. His second point then is going to be machinery level 7. What do we got for machinery level 7 for a barbarian? Nothing. He's going to get some stuff at level 8, but 7 is nothing. Gohan says if she can't find a secret door, she will make a secret door. Can we just switch Robert with Hogard? I think that's a fair trade. We need to vote a new Berserker in. That's what we need to do. Get a new Berserker and then kill Robert, I suppose. The next time we have a what kind of hero should we get, we need to get a Berserker in here. You there says, guess he doesn't need an axe then. Yeah, there you go. Now, he can eventually get up to 4 without needing a weapon. He will still have weapons in the tier 2 armory that give him better stuff, so he will still have a reason to spend some gold and buy a weapon. But barbarians are meant to be kind of naturally very strong. There you go. And finally, Tiaga. This was her 19th quest. Since she is required to go on every quest in the book, she is getting very, very experienced. I just straight up dropped the pencil thanks to my hand being all swollen up. Now, she spent a lot of this quest unconscious, unfortunately, and that's probably going to happen more and more over the next couple of quests as this stupid roll gets worse and worse. This does eventually get worse even than her just losing a body point when she doesn't get the roll. So she's in for it, for sure. Okay, her first point tonight is Constitution level 5. Constitution increases your body points, but there is no reward for level 5. And her other point is, that figures, a card we can't use. Let me just turn the deck over. Can't use that one either. 10? Yeah. Excellent. Okay, so combat level 10 means that she has now maxed out combat. So I'm going to just erase so that she can't keep drawing cards that equal combat. What does she get for combat? Most character classes have like a special skill that they get for level 10 combat. I don't think hers is super good because she's more magic focused. All weapons treated as long range. So basically all this means is that we can sell her redwood wand. So she is kind of naturally able to shoot energy worth 3 dice now. Auto long range. Awesome. Okay, so we'll try and remember Friday night to sell off her redwood wand. This is not going to be the worst thing in the world if I forget to do that for a little while. Not going to net us a huge amount of gold, but any little bit's going to help, of course. All right, what a night, what a quest, what a long YouTube video this is. So if you're watching this video on YouTube, thanks for watching a very, very long video. But that is it for Quest 7. That means we are now a bit more than halfway through Book 4, which is one of the longer books in the campaign out of 14 total. So we've got plenty more quests coming before we will be sending, at the very end in the final quest of the final book, every hero that we have in the ranks, which should be 20 heroes by that point, against a huge army of monsters with Zargon himself at the back. That's right, we're going to do what Hero Quest will probably never do, which is at the end of this, we're going to solve the problem. And at the end, it's going to be whoever comes out the other side is whoever comes out the other side. So that'll be interesting, but we still have more than 100 more quests between now and then. Plenty more heroes to come along the way, plenty more new heroes, that's for sure. There is a linked comment, a pinned comment, which is a link to our Discord. If you're not in there, definitely hit that link. Join the Discord. We've got lots of fun channels in there, including a voting channel. So anything that happens with this stuff, we are usually voting on it. New heroes, this new druid hero that we just found, Armil Bira, that was all voted on by the people in the Discord. Which hero class we got, which mini within that class we used, what the hero's name was, all voted by Midnight Quest Discord members. So definitely get in there if you are interested in helping us out with that. We always like the most possible votes as possible. Yes, you there says that will be interesting. Agreed. I've never play tested that quest, so we'll see how that one's gonna go. Looking for that. 1 in 26 says, new rule, don't drop your meds with the dogs. Oh no. Yeah, that's a good rule to have. Frightened me. Without it, did you get it back from him? Yes. Okay, we are going to sign off so that I can go to bed because I am a sleepy boy, that is for sure. So I am headed to bed, but thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate literally every second of time that you spend hanging out in here. This has been such an interesting upward climb over the course of this channel. 70 followers as of tonight, which is blowing my brain out the side of my ear, that is for sure. I am in awe of it, that this is interesting enough for people to check out. So thank you so much for everybody who watches, and a special thank you to all of you in the chat who, most of you are here like every single night, whether it's me questing or Savannah painting. I really appreciate you guys. I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the friendship. And we will be here tomorrow night with a painting stream, right? Yeah, it's Tuesday. So tomorrow night, Savannah will be doing a painting stream where she is going to be continuing to work on the Wasteland Fimmers. And then I will be back on Thursday night for a new creative stream where I'm, at the moment, my plan is that we're going to fix all the Chaos Magic spells. We utilized them tonight, and already the suggestion from Michael on YouTube about the 50% fail rate being stupid helped us out. The all 3 Chaos Magic spells worked. They were devastating. They just about screwed the quest, which is exactly what we want. But there is a level further that we can take this that we were discussing in our Discord, which I fully intend to. So that's probably the goal for Thursday night. We'll see when we get there what jumps out at us. So thank you one more time for watching, and hopefully we'll catch you all tomorrow night in the painting stream for some Fimmers. We'll catch you all then.